So 29 laps, that stint for the number 6 car. Last in on 164, comes in now on 193. So that's 2 laps fewer than the number 60 car last time.
So 11 minutes away from another in-race update. Give you a quick rundown of the leaders and the storylines. BMW number 25, the first of the GTP cars to hit problems, came into the high voltage recovery area, brought in by Nick Yellerly. Car sat there for a while until it was able to be made safe by the driver. Then extensive work. Car is now running. It's completed 112 laps. Came in 32 laps completed, I think Jeremy told me. Has now completed 112 laps against 195 by the leader. And then more recently, problems for the number 7 Porsche 963. Trying to fix it with a software patch or some such, or reprogramming. Thought it might have been an issue with the rear brakes, they were heating up, but it's something more fundamental in the hybrid drive line, and the battery pack has been identified as the culprit. That is in the process of being changed at the moment. 18 hours and 10 minutes to go, and the fight back continues for a number of teams who have struggled earlier on. Here comes the race leader, Philippe Albuquerque, into the pits. They're having a look at the front end to make sure that the cooling ducts, they're taping up some cooling ducts on the front of that car. And Nick Damon is on his way down to that car. They've got gaffer tape out, Nick.
Well,
you should be delighted.
I am beyond delighted. Apparently I missed some gaffer earlier on, but well, it's quite a common thing. It must admit, there's very little temperature variance this week in the forecast. I mean, it's only supposed to get down to 16 degrees at the middle of the night, and it hasn't been higher than about 18 at any point. So the interesting thing is they are taping stuff, they're finding things being slightly warmer than they expect. In comes the 2 Cadillac, that was the standard stop for the 10 for Albuquerque. In comes the Cadillac, the 2, there's going to be a driver change on that one. And they're obviously doing a full service with tyres as well. And in comes the 24, which is of course the RLL BMW, which is still running to program, and that is getting fuel and nothing else. So it's just fuel for 24, full service for the 02, and the number 10 got a full service. You're going to have to tell me the 10 change drivers, John, because I wasn't quite there in time.
I would think not. Philippe Albuquerque due. Did you say the 10 had done tyres? The Cunningham and Alton car done tyres?
Yeah, it did tyres, yeah.
Do you think it did tyres?
The 10 did, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, well. No, well, you need to go and ask then if they've gone on to the LTs, the SLTs, because they're well in the able to do that, but I wouldn't have thought he needed a tyre change. They've been double stinting the HT tyres, haven't they, Jeremy? Quite successfully. There is a performance drop off at the end of the second stint, so we'll get Nick to run down or have a look, maybe. Acura. Nick is sashaying. He never runs anywhere. It's just undignified. I agree with him for that. Only run if you're being chased. 3 wide on the banking. GTD, LMP3 and GTPs. In fact, 4 wide. LMP2 and now the GTPs come off the track. All 4 classes through the tri-oval at the same time. Get a picture of that if you're sitting trackside and listening on 107.9 here at Daytona. Sirius XM 207. And of course around the world on IMSA Radio RS2. Coming up to the first tranche of points, Jeremy, in 7 minutes time for Michelin Endurance Cup. So that's at the 18-hour mark, isn't it? That's 6 hours. Alex Lynn just out of the pit lane. Colton Herter has taken over the number 24 BMW M Hybrid. Those cars coming up to pace a little slower. Rooftop Ray getting ready for his stint up on the top of the roof where the hardy spotters are as well. Although we have had a few spotters, and I'm not going to say which I think are more sensible. I suppose it depends whether they can do that job, but they're sitting in the little press room that's a couple of doors along from us. That was it BMW? I think it might have been. Well, we've got a Porsche GT3 car. It's the AO car that had all those problems earlier on. Has picked up one of the sponsor signage boards, and that car was well down. It's got David Brulé behind the wheel of it, and he just went off at the kink, and well, he might not get himself a Rolex watch at the end of this, but he's got himself a Rolex banner. It is the next best thing. I think he may have to come into the pits to have that removed. Now, there are some ducts at the front of that Porsche. Engine at the back, of course, 4.2 litre now. That is not going to do the aero any good, and not going to do his temps any good either. He's already on his way back. So, gets to the pit lane. So, Nick Damon, you're about to have an AO Porsche going towards pit out, which is going to need a Rolex banner removing from the front. Say again, Nick?
Yeah, I can see he's not doing it the right way around, though, has he? Because he's actually got it to, he's got the back put.
Oh, yes, good point.
It's just white, so there's no chance of asking for an extra 20 quid. But interesting, the Rolex marketing people are sitting opposite Joe and I in the press room, so they've missed an opportunity there. So I'll make sure, I'll say we're that close to getting some extra minutes on the TV. By the way, I was just at the back of the garages, and about 15 Penske Porsche people ran past me, so my guess is we may be seeing the 7 quite soon.
Thank you. That's the car that's been having the battery change. Looks like they're just checking the front splitter on that GT3. Oh no, that was just a shadow underneath the car. I thought the whole front splitter had come apart from the bottom of that number 80 swap shop AO car. It was just the shadow underneath the car, Joe. That was my eyes playing tricks on myself.
That was really weird. So 199 laps now completed by Simon Pagenaud, and he last made his pit stop on lap 169. So it's looking like another 31 lap stint for the Meyer Shank Racing Acura of our race leader. Now expect him in next time around. He's completed that 199th lap, a 138.4. That's the only guy that's gone quicker than that is Philip Albuquerque, who's only just come out of the pits on fresh tyres. So the fact that he's gone this far is, I think, bodes well for Simon Pagenaud. And
it's a full service for the number 60 Acura. Car looks in pretty good condition. I'm quite close to it now. I finally managing up here. So obviously it is getting tyres, as you can hear. That's guaranteed. Just belting in the second driver. Obviously they're putting the virtual fuel in, and I won't ask you to explain why for a large amount of the time the fuel hose is actually connected. There's not actually any fuel going in. There's imaginary electric fuel going in, which is mind-boggling, but it does make sense when you actually read the reason behind it. But that's just because the pipes are connected, does not mean fuel is flowing. Driver is aboard. Fuel hose is removed. Doesn't fire up immediately. This is wasted time now. They lost about 3 seconds with the repulsion starter motor, but it did actually go in the end. So that will solve a bit of a worry there, and they're off and away.
Castro Neves, we believe, getting aboard that car. We'll know in a couple of minutes' time. I thought it was Elio. So he's not driven the car yet, and it would be him in rotation. They have gone through the drivers as they are listed on the entry sheet, actually, through the RFID reader, and indeed Elio Castroneves' name is there. We're coming down to the end of another racing hour. 1 minute and 20, 19, 18, 17 seconds to go to the 18-hour mark, and this will be the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points, just underlining how difficult it is early on. Castroneves staying well out of the way of P2 and P3 cars as he came out the pits, down to the western end of the infield. Through to the high banks after he's gone through the very bumpy braking area to turn 6. These are all danger areas on the outlap with new tyres. Let's have a quick word with Simon Pagenaud before we go to our hourly update.
Simon, you brought the car where you wanted it from the front. It's how is the race? Is the race actually panning out as you and the team expected?
Yeah, it's just better actually. We've got a ton of pace in the car. It's really fast. It feels awesome. It doesn't really degrade in terms of mechanical. So obviously we didn't know much about reliability going in. So far it's good, and we're controlling everything. We're saving the car a lot, and still we have pace. So it's quite encouraging. Able to go longer as well on pit stops. So so far so good.
You had a bit of an instant early in your stint where you kind of, well, we had an instant with the tower car. Did you know what happened there?
What?
We had a kind of instant with the tower car. The tower car, you got the warning.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't know what happened. He kind of moved to give me space, so I took it, and then he charged again going into the corner. I don't know if he was on cold tires or what it was. Misunderstanding, I think. Luckily, there was barely any touch, so didn't damage the car.
You've got a car that's got less downforce than last year, but more speed. Does that make it easier to get past cars here, or harder?
Much harder. The tires degrade quite a bit. We're quite a bit heavier because of how the cars are designed. So it's a handful out there. You really have to take care of the tires, be in a way gentle. It's super difficult to pass cars, so really have to be thinking ahead, pick your moments, and know where your car is strong.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Simon Pagenaud always making himself available. Porsche, very distinctive rear light on that car, right across the back of it, running around on the high banks. The Iron Dames are back out after that gearbox issue in the number 83. Had a problem earlier on. Sarah Bovey brought that car into the pit. She's taking it back out again, continuing her stint. Other cars that have had problems sitting further down. The Lamborghini Huracan number 42. We told you about the woes of the BMW hybrid. So the Lamborghini Huracan number 42, Alessio de Leda behind the wheel of that NTE sport car. That car went off and hit the wall, didn't it? And they've repaired it, they've got it back out again. Sarah Bovey, we've mentioned. Also the 96 Turner car. Had some problems earlier on, that BMW. Michael Tynan now in that car. All these cars sitting outside the top 20 in their class and outside the top 50. Just 2 official retirements at the moment. The 74, the Ranch 74 Ligier, the Riley Run car, and Roberto Lacorte and the rest of the Cetilar Ferrari team, the number 47. So still with 59 cars running, and we're expecting to see the Porsche number 7 come back in a little while. They have got, in the battle with the BMW that's recovering, actually they've still got 60 laps on that car. So the difference being, of course, that That BMW has been running quite nicely for a little while there, Jeremy, since it had its problems way back on lap 32.
Yeah, that's true. And the number 60 car must have been a significantly longer stop, I think, than the number 10, because before the round of pit stops, the number 10 led the number 60 car by about 15, 16 seconds, which now more than half a minute behind him. So we believe they both changed tires. We believe the number 10 car put on what we assume to be the low temperature tires, it being after 7 o'clock, but it's come out with a significant advantage, 38 seconds actually, the gap between number 10 and number 60, and number 31 car that made its most recent pit stop significantly sooner than everybody else. It came in at 7:14 after only a 15-lap stint, but we're thinking perhaps, well, I don't think the car put on fresh tyres at that point.
Nick Damon was watching that. I don't think there was a problem in the pit stop itself per se.
No, the pit stop, including tyres and driver chain, took the length of
This
time
is the
in which...
Acura number 60.
Yes, sorry, the Acura number 60.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
It took the amount of time that the fuel hose was connected to the tank. Obviously, it's not always pumping fuel, but that is a timed amount to put back in your megajoules. That was all done. Away when they finished everything, they dropped the car. It took, to me, 5 seconds, perhaps 4 or 5 seconds just to fire it, but that was the only non-perfect thing about that stop.
That's bizarre, because it's lost 20 seconds somewhere then.
On the outlap? Maybe what was his lap times? He was
he's
very cautious through turns 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Through turns 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah.
He said, Elio actually said to me on Wednesday, he said, when it gets cooler, you might see lap times that are 15 to 20 seconds off. Don't think we've got a problem.
Yeah, for the first lap or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that was it. But certainly he lost a lot more time than did the number 10 car after it made its stop, that's for sure. And so Pipo Derani now, having been lapped by the number 10 car, he's running now on a completely different schedule. He's pitting sort of halfway through one of the number 10 car's stints. So I would expect the number 31 car, assuming that was a planned stop to get it onto the low temperature tyres earlier than one would otherwise have expected, and I would think that car would probably stay out now for another 10-12 laps.
We've blown straight through our hourly update, so let's put that right at 18 hours and a bit. Well, as I say that, we've got a problem for the Inception McLaren. That's just been off the track and is regaining speed. I'm guessing that's an outlap for Brendan Arib. Yes, it is. So again, just having to be a little bit careful. Let's quickly run through our VP Racing Fuel official coolant of IMSA in-race update. Staying frosty at the front of the field is Philippe Albuquerque. He's got 20.5 seconds on the Cadillac of Pipo Derani. In third, it's Elio Castro Neves, just out the pits recently. Latest issue at turn 3 was for Brendan Arib. And exactly the problem that we've been talking about. The challenge is getting the tyres up to heat when they come out with no warming allowed. In LMP2, it's Rinus VK behind the TDS number 11 wheel. They lead comfortably from Francois Hérault in second, and in third, Nico Lapierre for the number 52, so 35-52 for the two LMP2 machines, 35 being TDS 52, PR1 Matheson Motorsport, the pole sitting car. LMP3, Andretti, Rasmus Lind behind the wheel of 36 car, just rejoining Lionel Siegel for Sean Crease Motorsport, and James French is in third position in LMP3 at the moment. That is in the 43 LMP3 car, which is the MRS GT racing car. Sorry, mine went blank completely there. for a moment. Roscoe leads GTD and is the best of the Pro cars for Aston Martin and for Heart of Racing. Their GTD car is in second with Marco Sorensen behind the wheel. Then the GTD Pro of Tommy Milner is the Corvette, just pitting Maxi Goetz from second in GTD in the Korthoff car. It's been a good run for that car. Third in GTD Pro, fifth overall is the Ben Barnicut driven Lexus, and then just pitting Russell Ward out of third in GTD. That's your official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. And VP Racing Fuels in race updates. For more details about Stay Frosty and how you can keep your engine a little bit cooler, whether you're towing or tracking with your cars, and all the VP Racing Fuels products, go to VP and their website, vpracingfuels.com. Those two Heart of Racing cars, Nick Damon, have come in to see you, and we'll have an update on that in just a second.
Yeah, that was quite surprising. You think you would stagger them, but they literally came in nose to tail together. I mean, I know they're in different classes, but it just makes things slightly more complicated. You know, can you get the cars out at the right time? Is car B available at car A? I mean, the Pro car, which is the car nearer pit out, was in first. The spurt of fuel comes out, and off he goes, the 23, and there goes the 27. That's actually worked really, really well. That's kind of the equivalent almost of a kind of a IMSA double stack. I'm going to have to give him a 9.5 out of 10 for that, because I thought that was a bad idea. They've done it perfectly, to be honest.
I suppose so long as the first car rolls first, you're going to be all right, as the second car can just follow them out, and they've choreographed that pretty well, to be honest. There's a bit of a tiptoe around that first corner, not as hard as it used to be when the pit lane speed limiter came off before you went round the inside of turn one, but even with that, a big sideways slidey moment for Marco Sorensen in the number 27 car, and he was still on the pit lane speed limiter at that point. I mean, that tells you how hard these guys are having to work and concentrate. It's not just an easy cruise out of the pits.
No, did Elio Castroneves have a spin at that point yesterday during the practice session?
Yes, and then he drove the wrong way down the pit lane. He got a 5-minute penalty for it. They didn't serve it all. Simon Pagenaud got in the car, did a couple of laps, and came in and did the last minute of it. Elio was fairly lucky, actually, in all of that, driving the wrong way up the pit lane. Corvette in, Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's a full service, tyres, driver, fuel. I think it's Antonio getting back in the car. So they are running well with this, well, looking at a swan song, because it's an entire year, isn't it, for this detuned GTLM car. But obviously, what the car doesn't know is about 200 yards to the left of it is its replacement. So don't tell it, because it might break down.
Yeah, very good. A couple of people asking about the green lights behind cars on the back end of the cars. That's a great noise. I should have talked over that. Apologies. Blimey Charlie, Nick Damon, did you get a face full of Michelin there?
I'd quite like a new rib cage, if that's possible.
That's impressive, isn't it?
That's unbelievable. Joe went wow earlier. Went, oh, Joe, you're being such a... Oh no, that is pretty impressive stuff.
The green light behind some of the cars that are out there, that's when the bronze driver's in the car, is it, Jeremy? I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is,
Yeah.
yes. I must admit, I hadn't been aware of that one before. Is that new for them this year? I don't remember that before, but...
Yeah. I think it's all keyed into the driver IDs, which most cars that I've driven with driver IDs, you've had to flick it round. It comes with your driver plug, your helmet plug now. There's a RFID chips are everywhere. No conspiracy theories here, mind you. I'm just saying they are handy. They are really handy. And this from a Twitter account called Max Verstappen's Therapist. I had to do that there. Has Corvette Racing dropped the C number R? nomenclature for their onward racing lineup. The new car, if I get my binoculars out, it's actually the actual nomenclature is on the wall, and it is sitting there as the new GT3. Oh, they've taken it off and just put the stars and stripes there. I'm pretty certain it is the now I get this right, Z06 GT.3 R. Or GT3.R, sorry, GT3.R. I stand to be corrected for that. I don't think it's called another, it's not another C8R. It's effectively, it is a C8 body shape, but it's the Z06.
Yeah, that's very complicated.
Yeah, exactly. Penalty coming. It's just a drive-through.
That's the MDK Porsche. Too many crew over the wall considered working on the car. You might have been, I don't know what he would have been doing, quite frankly. But you're only allowed so many people over the wall, and any more than that for any reason that is not unapproved, you're going to get a penalty. It's so from number 53 car, so that's going to come out of it's running in 10th position in the GTD Pro class. About 4 laps now behind the leaders.
Let's have a word with Tommy Milner out of the Corvette, number 3.
Tommy, it seems to be, well, it's very busy out there, but going okay for Corvette at the moment.
Yeah, going okay. Not super happy with those 2 stints there for me. The first one was a bit of a struggle with some tire pressure stuff. Second one was better, but still not as quick as the leaders were. So we're playing strategy as we can. I mean, whenever some of these guys want to go by us, they can. So, yeah, kind of as we thought. We're a little better, I think, than we thought initially. But yeah, the second, once the Aston, the Merc are behind me and they want to get by, they just turn it up real quick, go, and then slow down again.
Are you still chasing tire pressures, tire temperature, tire setup, or is it?
I think we just had a mistake. The right rear of my first stint was super high. Second stint was fine. So obviously as the temperature drops, you got to change a little bit for that. And then IMSA is pretty strict on tire pressures. If you go too low, you get 1 warning, and then after that you get a drive-through penalty. So just being careful there.
I mean, the good news is we're going to have very consistent temperatures over the night. So if you get it right now, it'll stay right for about 9 hours.
Yeah, certainly. You know, I mean, this is going to be the nicest 24 hours weather-wise we've had in a long time, that's for sure, with temps not getting much colder than this right now. So that'll be nice for sure. Just simplifies the race a little bit, which is cool.
Thanks, Tommy.
Coming out that bit early because we've got a problem and an impact with the wall, albeit quite a slow one, but there'd been an impact before that for the TDS Racing number 11. Oh, that is the P2 leader. He's been into the wall before the chicane at Le Mans, and right front and right rear suspension broken, and that is Stephen Thomas, who started the car, and that is the leader. That car is severely damaged, Jeremy.
I think he just come out of the pits, John.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was it. I think that was his out lap.
Well, if that is the case, he's just lost it, I think, under braking for turn 7 and clipped the wall. Nick Damon, more GTP stops.
Yeah, a bit early because they've obviously predicted that big accident's going to cause a yellow. We've got the Whelan 31 Cadillac having a full service as far as fuel's concerned. We've had a kind of a splash from the 10, that's the Konica Minolta car, and the 60. That was a bit of an aggressive entry there. So with the 60 Acura also, that's coming for a slightly longer fuel service. And as I say that, the O2 Cadillac arrives. So I'm assuming these are all early, Jeremy, because I don't remember them being that long, and I think they're just taking advantage of why it's got the green flag situation. But of course, we haven't gone yellow yet. Now the O2 is doing tyres as well. So the O2 is doing tyres, so that's interesting. So the Meyer Shank car, I think, was just fuel. I don't think the 31 took tyres, but it's a flurry of activity. But certainly, the O2 is taking tyres. That's the 02 Cadillac with Alex Lynn at the wheel. And they're also having a bit of a peer in. I think they might be doing that thing where you have to get a chip out every couple of hours. the data stick. That's it. The chip is they're getting a chip out. Sounds like they're going to take away, but no, they're getting the data stick out. And there they go, and they've all done that. And at some point, I assume, we've gone yellow, have we? We've gone full course yellow.
Exactly as that car pulled out. So stand by, Nick. We'll pack everybody up. This is for Stephen Thomas and the TDS LMP2 leader. It was. This is the yellow car on top with the red on the bottom, and I have to say, once again, as we bring a guest into the studio to chat, we've gone full course yellow. I am not having any blame attached to the Director of Motorsport North America for Michelin Tyres, Jason Anzalone. Hello, Jason. Happy New Year. How are you?
Happy New Year. I'm doing fantastic.
And what sort of challenges have you had since the last time? We were talking when...
At Petit.
At Petit,
yes.
After Petit, in fact, when we were about to go into that GTP test, and we were talking then, all right, a lot of water under the bridge since then, and a lot of things have had to be finalised. How's that gone? What's the iterative process that's gone on since October to when you had to say, right, that's it, here's your 2 tyre specs for Daytona?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We, at that point in time, we were still developing the specs for the tire. After the test, we had to lock the spec for 23, but we learned a lot. It's been a process, just like the OEMs developing the car. The tire process is no different. So, our engineers are hard at work trying to develop the best product to deliver top-level performance, and I think we brought fantastic tire solutions here at Daytona.
2 different types of tire. I won't say compounds or constructions, because that may not be correct. 2 different tires for 2 different scenarios here at Daytona. The LT, low temperature tire, the HT, high temperature tire. That's the easiest way to think about it. When was that decision made, and in conjunction with what thought process, Jason?
Yeah, so
because we have, I should say for people who don't know, we've not typically had a choice for any of the categories since we went away from the confidential tyres for GTLM, and certainly not since you've been the sole tyre supplier.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So, John, our intent was to bring 1 tire solution, 1 spec of tire. After learning more about the tire warm-up, we wanted to ensure that we provide a safe environment for drivers. And so this was really being cautious in our approach to bring the tires to the race. And so that's why we decided to bring the SLT and the SHT to Daytona. It will certainly be a case-by-case basis, but we believe that the only time we'll need the 2 spec is here at Daytona. We believe everywhere else we'll be able to have 1 spec.
And is that going to be the same for the WEC, or is that TBA?
So they have multiple specs in WEC. For us, we only have the plan for 1 spec.
I'll ask you about the naming in a moment. Just a little update on Stephen. Stephen didn't lose it. He got clipped quite heavily from behind by the 83 Ferrari, that is, isn't it? Lamborghini, excuse me. Was that the... No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
The Iron Dames car was the 83.
83, I don't think it was the 83. My apologies. It looked like a Ferrari. I may have misidentified that, but there was definitely a hit on the back of that car, and I'm sure that we'll be looking at that in race control next to us. SLT, what's the slick?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, do you know what?
Exactly,
I feel stupid for asking. Slick low temperature, slick high temperature. Roughly speaking, what's the operating temperatures, and again, how did you decide that? Because at the moment, we're still sitting at 17 Celsius in the air. The forecast is saying it probably won't drop much below that all through the night tonight.
Yeah, it's the operating window to really use the SLT would be around 15 C. Okay. So we're a little higher. We believe that people will still use them to save the SHTs for tomorrow. But yeah, it's a bit warmer than we expected here at Daytona.
I had a question from on Twitter from a guy called Mickey Hetherington on IMSA Radio saying, why was it time dependent rather than somebody sitting watching the air temperature and going, right, now you can use those tires?
Yeah, well, it's really about in collaboration with IMSA, our engineers and the IMSA technical team, saying that in this window, we believe that the temperature will drop to the operating window for the SLT tire.
And as we know, with your tyres, you saying 15, but a couple of degrees either way, we know how durable and good your tyres are in a range of temperatures.
Absolutely. That's really the start to wanting to use the SLT tires, 15C, but of course, there is a bit of range there.
And are you still giving the teams an operating window in terms of pressures and cambers and things like that, including in the new GTP cars?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we have precos for the team.
Precos, that's right, yeah.
In the GTP class, just like GTD and GTD Pro.
Looking further forward, then, do you feel that at any other races you will have to use the two tire strategy?
No, we believe, of course, we'll have to assess the situation as time goes on. But we believe that the only time we need the two specs is here at Daytona, potentially at Petite, just because it's later in the year.
Yes.
But we believe that we can do it with one spec.
Now, before I let you go, I'll ask you about some facts and figures at the end about how many tyres you brought, because everybody always loves to hear that, and how many Michelin tyre technicians are here embedded with the teams and indeed working fitting tyres in the paddock there in the Michelin village. What challenges have you had in dealing with the new GTP class? The cars are heavier. They produce a lap time in a different way. They're much quicker here, well over 200 miles an hour here, which we haven't seen for a long time. And of course, you've got the added complication of the rear tyres having to harvest and then deploy not just the internal combustion engine power, but also the energy from the hybrid. Has that caused you to have to think, and where have you drawn the experience from to be able to get those tyres right?
Well, certainly it's not been an easy challenge to overcome, but I would say in the beginning there was a lot of lack of miles from the teams in testing.
Of course.
So we had to work extra hard to figure out what was going to be the tire solution needed. So it's a good thing is Michelin has really smart engineers that are good with simulation, working with the teams, understanding what we need to bring to the track in order to obviously have reliability, durability, and deliver great performance for the teams.
You've worked with LMP1 in the hybrid era. You've worked with the hypercars in the current era. Even if it's not the same, has that guided how you've been able to say, we think this one here might be a good starting point?
Yeah, I mean, again, the engineers understanding just tires and compounds and all those years of experience, plus all the racing that we've done in the past, certainly helps set us up for success here in GTP.
Leaders in the pit lane, and that was a really good stop by the number 60 Michelin Acura, and that, I think, has jumped everybody else who stopped. That car's already rolling and heading the way out.
There's a reason for that. They came in and did a bit of a top-up, didn't they, under the just before we went yellow. And so they actually all they had to do was put a bit of extra. They stopped at the end with the red flag, with the red light, with extra fuel. And everyone else who's come in from the GTP has done tyres. They've all put these Michelin low-temperature tyres on, I expect, and they've also taken fuel. So now everyone effectively is back on the square one.
Okay.
With the slight exception that the 60 Acura has done 3 very slow laps in its tyres.
Okay, there was some fluid going into which car was that? I think it was the 01 Cadillac Baudet's car. Adam, a quick update from your end of things.
I had the 2 lead cars from LMP2. The number 36 of Andretti Autosport came in and it was fuel only, and then Sean Creech Motorsport decided to copy them and did fuel only for their car as well. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Jensen Anzalone here with us, the man at the head of Michelin's motorsport program here in the US. Okay, I have one question. Before asking about numbers, if we are going to use 2
two compounds, two different solutions again. Can we have different coloured sidewalls so we can tell from up here where they are?
I'd say we're working collaboratively with IMSA to maybe bring some more discovery to if we're having some different tire options.
Because you do have all that data because it's from the RFID chips on the way out, so you know whether the tire's been used before and for how many laps.
Correct. Yeah.
Has it been discussed that is made available to us, the broadcasters, and potentially the fans through Alcamel, or is it felt that is too competitively confidential for the teams out there?
No, I think again it would be a great addition to the show, and we are actively looking at how to make it come to life collaboratively with IMSA.
I like that idea. All right, give me the numbers then. How many tires? Right, first of all, no, let's do the people first. How many people are here in Michelin shirts, either embedded with the teams or working fitting tires in the infield?
Yeah, so 20 tire technicians with the teams, and then we have roughly 35 staff fitting tires out there in the tire workshop.
And how many tires did you bring down before we started the Raw last Friday?
Yeah, so 18,000 tires here over the last 2 weekends.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not just for the WeatherTech Championship.
No, that was
right.
for all championships that ran here during the Roar, VP SportsCar Challenge, Michelin Pilot Challenge, WeatherTech Challenge. So it is obviously a big undertaking, but we were up for task bringing all these tires.
How's the global situation with that? Are we starting to get back to somewhere near normality? I know from just our road car tires how difficult it's been to get Michelin pilots in certain sizes.
Yeah, I would say there's light at the end of the tunnel. We've obviously have had some supply chain challenges like any other company over the last few years, but we believe that we're in a much better position today than we were last year, and I think the future is bright where we'll continue to make progress.
Before we let you go, Jason, Shea Adams got a question from the pit lane, so we can do this. We'll link up. Shea, what do you want to know?
Hey, Jason. We run with certain other series who choose to run on other rubber, let's say, not naming any names. This week, it has been all Michelin products in one form or another, with BF Goodrich being the tire of choice for the Mazda MX-5 Cup Challenge. Does that help when all of a sudden your Michelin tires are running on another known rubber as opposed to a foreign identity?
I mean, I think anytime that you can bring, say, simplification in the way that we build tires and run with teams, it does help the process for sure, Shay.
And I should mention as well, if we ever need to use any wet weather tyres for the Innovative Mazda MX-5 Championship, there will be Michelin branded wets this year for that championship.
Yeah. Well, you know, I would say that this is a byproduct of some supply chain issues, but you know, again, it will be a great wet weather product for the championship.
As it always is on my motorcycles, on my cars, I have to say. Even on I can even lean my motorcycle over a bit more now. I am no Marc Marquez, but I have far more confidence now. I've got the Michelin tyres on my big BMW. Jason, thank you very much indeed for everything you do. Thank you for the support of us here at IMSA Radio and indeed of sports car racing across the world. An exciting season for us, and I'm sure for you.
Yeah, incredibly exciting to be here, to be a part of this new era of racing with GTP. I really appreciate the time today, John. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Jason Anzalone from Michelin, and well, those numbers are staggering, aren't they, with everybody working so hard down in the pit lane and behind the paddock. So this another opportunity for everybody to balance up their strategies, Jeremy. We said work the yellows. Who does this benefit, particularly in the sharp end of the field? Is anybody going to pull back time?
Well, the number 31 car that was certainly, it was running in second position here, but it was kind of off strategy with everybody else. But that was one of the cars that came in immediately before that caution period. And then when the other guys all came in during the caution, the number 31 car stayed out. Therefore, they are going to be in the lead. Pipo Derani at the wheel at number 31 car. He will lead at the restart from Elio Castroneves, who did not take on tyres during that latest stop. And then Nick Tandy in the Porsche. So it's Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, the top three. Also on the lead lap is the number 10 car, which is now driven by Brendan Hartley for the first time today. So he will be in the 4th position, followed by Alex Lynn, who's back at the wheel of the 02 car. So they are on a second rotation now. I mean, he's just taken over from Earl Bamber. And then Sebastian Bourdais has just got back onto the lead lap, I believe. He's just got the wave around. He did not stop during his caution period, therefore was able to gain his lap back. Number 24 car, however, did stop, so will remain 1 lap down to the rest of the GTP field. So we've got 6 cars on the lead lap in GTP, 31, 66, 10, 02 and 01. In LMP2, the number 35 car did not make a pit stop this time around. It had been in only a couple of laps before the caution period came out, so Francois Elio has stayed out of the wheel of the TDS car, the second of the TDS cars, the other one having caused that caution period, now out of the race. Ben Keating is now in 2nd position in car number 52. Fred Pordad in the Proton car, the number 55 car, is in the 3rd position and still on the lead lap. 1 lap down is the number 04 car. That's a crowd struck by APR entry. Matt McMurray driving that car, and also in the same lap as him, having just made taken on a splash of fuel, is Mathieu Vazivière in the number 88 AF Corsa LMP2 car. In LMP3, both of the 2 leaders, number 36 and number 33, they're the only 2 cars on the lead lap. Wait a minute, no, I think the 43 car has just got the wave around, and yeah, so he's not on the lead lap as well, I believe now. He just ducked into the pits having got that wave around, so they're going to try and take on service there and get back onto the lead lap. But 36 car leads, number 33 car in 2nd position, number 43 in 3rd place. And in GTD, having made a pit stop shortly before the caution period, the number 23 Aston Martin stayed out. So David Pittard, whose birthday comes up in about 4 hours, is going to be is now leading the class from number 32, which is the GTD leader. David Pittard in number 23, Heart of Racing Aston Martin GTD Pro. Number 32 Mercedes, the Corvette Motorsports entry, Michael Grenier, is right behind him in 2nd position. Then another GTD Pro car, that's Daniel Juncadella in a WeatherTech Racing number 79. Then the second of the Heart of Racing Aston Martins, number 27, is next up, followed by Ben Barnicut in the GTD Pro Lexus. Then a non-pro Mercedes, number 57, a Winwood Racing machine. They've done a really good job after that drama earlier on today as well. And then the Corvette is next up, so it's GTD Pro, GTD, GTD Pro, GTD, GTD Pro, GTD, and it's alternated the first 10 cars actually, in the GTD category.
Thank you, Jeremy. On the ball as always. The lap charts are piling up here as we progress through the 61st 24 hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24 hours at Daytona, where the lucky winners in each class will be the very proud owners of a Rolex Daytona Winners Watch. It's Peter Mackay here up on the 5th floor here at Daytona International Speedway, watching the field under caution at the moment, waiting to go back to green flag racing, following behind the Cadillac. Comes back to the Cadillac pace car, but let's get a report from Shea Adam down in pit lane.
I'm a bit surprised, Peter, because the 13 AWA LMP3 machine just came into the pit lane at kind of a leisurely pace. The team leaving it out for the last 2 laps, the last 2 opportunities of coming into the pit lane, and the rear wing is completely deranged. So this car is going to need either the rear wing to be slotted back in, if such a thing can be easily done, or else it's going to need an entirely new tail section.
Thank you, Shea. Shea Adam down in the pit lane, getting all of the scoops for us as well, alongside Nick Damon, while Joseph Bradley takes a little break. I'm sure he's having a nap. He is a professional napper, is Joe Bradley, and well, he's He's just making sure he's fresh for his next stint down in this enormous pit lane here at Daytona International Speedway. Now, question for you, Jeremy. We've got this really, I think, quite special safety car arrangement where we've got a safety car from each GTP manufacturer. I can't remember the last race I saw where we had a different pace car coming out each time. Have you? If anyone's seen it, you've seen it.
To be honest, I don't really pay attention to safety cars. I'm sorry.
too busy doing lap charts.
Well, I'm concentrating more on the race than what the safety car is, I must admit. Sorry about that. Can't really help you on that one.
Well, it's a Cadillac at the moment.
Is that right?
It
okay,
is. It's
cool.
a blue Cadillac V series.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, IMSA has some tremendous partners in assisting putting on all these events and the races and the championships. And they certainly try to spread the wealth, so to speak. Coming up for the green flag, there were 4 different pace cars, as they were then, because they don't become a safety car until the race actually starts. But there were 4 different pace cars in line abreast, leading up towards the green flag, which was kind of cool. Actually didn't notice which cars they were, I must admit. But
well, the Cadillac V pace car pulls away, and it's time to go back racing again. Pippo Durrani for Action Express Racing at Cadillac will lead us back into green flag racing with 17 hours and 21 minutes to go. Down into turn 1 they go, jostling for position, all of the GTP cars. Oh, spin! Big spin for the number 60, Meyershank racing Acura off at turn 1. Well, did he push, or was he pushed, or did he fall? Gets back going again. That is Elio Castroneves there, is now right in the heart of the GT field there. So what happened to Elio Castroneves down into turn 1? Of course, under caution. The tyres not quite at their optimum temperature and pressure after a caution period. So Elio Castroneves dropped right down the order. So Pippo Durrani leads for Action Express, but Elio Castroneves now is in a world of pain trying to get through GT traffic as he goes through the kink. So replay then through the tri-oval, and Elio goes to go around the Action Express car and loses it on his own, Jeremy. Locks up under brakes, car gets a big snap on, and even someone of Elio's ability and skill and experience that can catch him out. That's a rare error from Elio Castroneves there.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
He was behind. He was trying to make a pass on the outside line. Pippo Durrani sort of stayed out a little bit wider than he might have anticipated. But yeah, there's certainly no blame for Pippo Durrani there, in my eyes. Nope. And Castroneves, he's braking on the outside line. The car just sort of snaps a little bit sideways. He has been telling us all week how difficult these cars can be on cold tyres, and still, until you get the temperature into them, then they are really, really tricky to drive. And he just kind of got a bit of a tank slapper on under braking, lost it. At least he did a good job not to sort of rear end Pippo Durrani there, I think, and instead sacrificed himself and spun off the outside. The good news is there was no contact with anything, but those tyres were well locked up. So yeah, he's going to bring that car now into the pits, and I would imagine have a fresh set of tyres.
So into the pits then comes Elio Castroneves, and yeah, those will be 4 very flat-spotted Michelins as well. Nick Damon down in pit lane.
Yeah, they are having a big old inspection on the tyres. They've put a new front right on. I think they are going to keep the complete set. I watched that, and that accident, I can tell you exactly what happened there. Is that he came in, as he came in, he suddenly saw he was going to rear end the 31 car, and so to avoid doing that, he applied extra brake pressure, which locked the rear up, and that was it. No, I don't want to accuse a professional racer of panic braking, but he just applied a bit of extra pressure, and that was it. And then suddenly the rear was at the front, and off he went in the trap. Luckily, of course, at turn 1 you can do that, but he's obviously flat spotted, he picked up some tyres, and I assume he's going to be, rolling the back of the number. The air gun you can hear are the recovering 25 BMW, which is back out again after another small visit behind the wall it had, but it's now back out and running again.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon down in pit lane for us. So, leader of the race has That is held by Pippo Durrani at the moment by 2.8 seconds from Nick Tandy in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Alex Lynn in the 02 car for Cadillac Racing is in third. Jeremy.
Yeah, so Pippo Durrani and that number 31 car becomes the 6th different car to lead this race. That's the 16th lead change. He took the lead there by virtue of not making a pit stop during that recent caution period. By the way, before that caution period, we'd run 2 hours and 50 minutes of green flag racing. That's more than the length of a usual WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race. We're normally 2 hours and 40 minutes. So that was a really good, long, clean stint of racing there. Really fascinating to see how the race was unfolding.
I totally agree, Jeremy. I think it gave us a real picture of what the real race pace standing order is and who came to the fore. So it's Cadillac who lead for now with Pippo Durrani, but it's just going to come back and forth all the way through the night. So, you know, before that yellow flag came through, we had Acura looking very strong. Now they've got some work to catch up. Oh, spin, well spotted, Jeremy. That's the number 18 Era Motorsport LMP2, driven at the moment by Dwight Merriman, the car owner, and he is Beachway. He's got power, so he's just got to wait for the field, all the field to go through. He spun just coming on to the super speedway section, and there's a load of GT cars to get through. That'd be pretty frightening for Dwight, waiting for that all to get through, but the marshal's signaling with the yellow flag to warn the field coming through. Great work from them. He refires, gets the headlights on, fires up that Gibson V8 engine. Now he's gonna try and just turn it around. Now, this is strange, Jeremy. I thought he had power and ready to get going again, but that number 18 car has come to a halt again. I really hope this doesn't trigger another full course yellow. There's something not quite right at the wheel of that number 18 Era Motorsports LMP2 Orica. And was actually hit by one of the LMP3 cars. Is that the Andretti car?
Yes. That's the LMP3 leader, Rasmus Lindt, driving that car. Yeah,
oh dear. Well, race control will be looking at it. They are so on the ball in there in our next door booth, and the 18 car is still the Era Motorsport LMP2 still there, but down to Shea Adam in pit lane.
Yeah, that was just the Andretti car that hit it. Peter, the number 36, was standing at their pit box when they realized that they were the perpetrators of that spin. There was a big sigh of, well, not relief, but the exact opposite of that from their box.
Thanks, Shea. That's yeah, I can imagine the mood is odd at the moment in the Andretti number 36. They've carried on. They don't appear to be held back much by the incident, but the 18 car is still Dwight Merriman struggling to get that car running on its own power. It is 1 minute it's moving, 1 minute it's not. He is off the circuit, but is kind of any other car with a similar issue, he would be in a dangerous position. There he goes. He's managed to get some reverse gear, and that should allow Dwight Merriman to rejoin the circuit as well. So if he's found reverse, hopefully getting first gear won't be too much trouble as well. It's been a tricky day for Era Motorsport, Jeremy. They won it 2 years ago. Last year didn't go well at all with a crash very early on, and this year isn't going quite to plan, unfortunately.
No, they've had a few incidents, a few off-course excursions. I think they're already 4 or 5 laps down.
Yeah.
5 laps down now. Another car going slowly there as well.
21 AF course at Ferrari.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's at the super speedway as well.
D car. Got difficulties as well. They're coming out. Simon Manchon at the wheel of that car.
Yes, that's one of the new 296 GTDs.
Unrelated, who's that in the garage?
One of the BMW GTP cars as well. Yeah, car 25, the car that's had problems. So that just a 24-hour test now for BMW car number 25. Car 21, the Ferrari GTD car, has got going. Simon Mann for AF Corsa has got going. I have to say they have the best coffee in the IMSA paddock. I trust the Italian team to have the best coffee. Elio Castroneves has got back going again, but Jeremy, what have you spotted?
But he has lost he has lost a lap now to the lead, I think, and he's got a lot of work to make up here. He's only about 14 seconds ahead of Colton Herter in the number 24 BMW. So yeah, those two cars are lapped down now to the rest of the field. Boy, Elio will be kicking himself for that one. Car 21 apparently has continued. That's good news.
It has,
We've managed. Again, great work there by race control, having been patient, making sure all the teams will know that there was an incident down there at turn 6, so to exercise caution. And because of that, there's no other dramas, and we're able to keep the race under green flag conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got superb marshal teams and race control team here at Daytona International Speedway and in the WeatherTech paddock, and handling that really, really well. So penalty, just in updates after that last yellow, we saw a penalty for car number 9. That's the Pfaff Motorsport Porsche, another team having not the best day at the office, unfortunately. A pit lane speed violation. They got a drive-through penalty for that. Car 17, one of the Wayne Boyd-driven Duquesne, full service in closed pit, stop plus 60. That's a painful one as well. So a couple of penalties coming through in that last section of yellow. You can get in touch with us here in the IMSA Radio booth at IMSA Radio on Twitter. Send us a tweet and we'll be delighted to hear from you. Thank you so much to you all who have got in touch so far. 7 hours and 11 minutes to go. Pippo Durrani leads the 61st Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona from the returning Nick Tandy. He had a couple of years away from the Porsche family. He has returned to a brand that's brought him so much success in his career, and he's returned at the very top of the sport. Third is Alex Lynn, the 02 car for Cadillac Racing. That is actually a World Endurance Championship entry that has entered the Rolex 24 Hour as part of the convergence that we now have between sports car racing in North America and in the rest of the world, and really showing that works. A great driver lineup there: Earl Bamber, Alex Lynn and Richard Westbrook. Brendan Hartley is out in 4th position in the Acura ARX 06 for Konica Minolta, Winton Racing and Andretti Autosport. Sebastian Bourdais, 01 Cadillac, in 5th at the moment. Jeremy.
Having just been passed a couple of laps ago by Brendan Hartley in that Konica Minolta car number 10, and Brendan Hartley has made himself scarce in the last 2 laps. He's pulled out 5 seconds over Sebastian Bourdais, so he is charging along again. These Acuras look really, really strong, don't they? But that's the good news. The bad news is that one of them's a lap down. That's Elio Castroneves, having had that spin at turn 1 at the restart.
Yeah, and I think that, for those who have been watching the race since the beginning, Meyershank Racing, number 60 Acura, have been so good on restarts, funnily enough. In the heat of the day, they were really, really strong, pulling away very well, whether it was Tom Blomqvist, Colin Brown, or even with Simon Pagenaud as well. The whole driver lineup have been really showing some pace, and arguably, putting their case forward to be the favourite for the race. But there's so long to go, so much that can happen. Every restart is going to be another opportunity to make paces, but also potentially covered with pitfalls as well. So fascinating stuff in GTP, but there's loads of good racing going on in the other categories, Jeremy, as well. Everywhere you look. Absolutely,
you're right there, Peter Mackay, because in GTD now we've got a new leader overall in GTD. Mikkel Grenier in the number 32 Corvette Motorsports Mercedes has got past the GTD Pro car of David Pittard. So he now leads all of the GTD cars. We've got Pro cars in 2nd and 3rd. Daniel Juncadella is driving number 79 car. He remains in 3rd position where he was at the restart, followed by Marco Sorensen in the second of the harder racing cars, and 2nd place also in non-pro. And then Ben Barnicoat, number 14 Lexus, and Indy Doncia in number 57 Winwood Mercedes. They're all nose to tail, those 6 cars, absolutely nose to tail in the GTD ranks, and they pulled out just a little bit already over Antonio Garcia in car number 3.
Down to Shea Adam in pit lane.
Question for Mr. Jeremy Shaw. Are we expecting the number 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes into the pit lane anytime soon? Does that seem okay with you?
You've broken him, Shea.
I've broken him.
I don't think so. Why?
They are up on the wall with the fuel nozzle.
Oh, well, no. I mean, they came in with pretty much everybody else during that caution period. So, no, I wouldn't have expected to see that car on pit lane, Shay.
I'll keep an eye on them.
Thank you.
They're still standing on the wall. They put the fuel nozzle back down, but they have 4 mechanics up on the wall.
Okay, Axel Jeffries from Zimbabwe is driving that car at the moment. He's running 6th in GTD and running very, very, very competitively in his first IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race.
And we're now, are they back timing to the, no, we've gone past our first Michelin Endurance Cup points benchmark at 18 hours to go, so it's not for that. But the one thing is for sure, she misses nothing. She misses nothing. So we'll keep a close watch on that one. Car number 57, Windward Mercedes. This is one of the real heartwarming stories of the week. Starting, unfortunately, with bad news. Lucas Auer having a bad accident a couple of days ago, has luckily had successful surgery and hopefully will make a full recovery from that, which is great news from the team. But the car itself was destroyed, so Windward Racing had to fly their mechanics to Texas to pick up the spare car, drive it here to Florida, and then rebuild it, and it is out on track and competing very close to the front. It's 3rd in GTD at the moment, and right there at the front of the field at the moment. That car being driven by Indy Donche as well. So fantastic story, Jeremy. It shows you the tenacity of a sports car team when they get put in a corner.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, talking of the Michelin Endurance Cup, the unofficial results are out after 6 hours of the race. In GTP, the number 10 car took maximum points from that opening tranche of points that were awarded. Number 31 car was in 2nd position, number 60 car in 3rd. In LMP2, the number 11 car that's now out of the race after that accident was the class leader at the 6-hour mark. It's a TDS Racing number 11 car ahead of the teammate car number 35, and then PR1 Matheson Motorsports, the defending class champion in LMP2, rounded out the 3rd position. In LMP3, it was number 36 Andretti Autosport entry ahead of number 33 for Sean Creech Motorsports, and then MRS GT Racing making a really good debut in this championship in car number 43 in 3rd position, so top 3 all Ligiers. GTD Pro, the harder racing team Aston Martin, car number 23, took maximum points, 5, ahead of the WeatherTech Racing Mercedes, that's car number 79, and the Corvette, car number 3 in 3rd position. In GTD, again, a harder racing team, car number 27 out in front, maximum points. Number 32, Team Korthoff Mercedes in 2nd place, and the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes in 3rd, that's car number 75.
Jeremy Shaw here on IMSA Radio around the circuit. You can tune in probably on 107.9 around here at the Daytona International Speedway. The Speedway absolutely packed with race fans. It's just so heartwarming to see so many fans here enjoying the Rolex 24-hour here at Daytona. So many RVs, the campsites are full, the car parks are full, and the atmosphere coming in this morning was just fantastic, and it's a real pleasure to be part of this event. And IMSA put a superb race on, which is roaring on into the night here as well. We're going to go down to Nick Damon, who is with Proton Competitions, Jimmy Bruni.
Jimmy, is it, whenever I bump into you, with whatever outfit you're wearing, it just means, yes, great, with an endurance race. So you're with the 55 Proton Competition, obviously in P2. How's the race going for you guys at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, we are here in Daytona. It's been a very, let's say, stressful last few days because mechanics did an incredible job to rebuild the car completely from Fred accident and qualifying, and then my teammate the other day on practice. At the moment, it's running okay. As usual, Daytona, we just try to stay out of trouble. It's already a big goal with 61 cars starting the grid, the Rolex 24 hours. So let's see how the night goes. It's a long night, 13 hours. and we are limited with drivers because our silver driver was first time in the night and he couldn't drive on practice, so he's not allowed to race. We see. I mean, we see if we see the sunrise tomorrow morning, it's a big goal, and then we think about.
But in many ways, of course, it's really about the team learning to run a prototype, because of course you've got a much faster prototype coming, hopefully in time for Le Mans when you pick up your Porsche. I mean, this is really about that team moving on from being a GT team to a prototype team, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's learning for me completely, because I start to go back braking with the left foot. The last 16 years I was right, so I went back left foot braking like in Formula. So for me it's a big learning curve on MP2. I hope we can finish this race, and also for the team, and we just try to get more experience as possible, like you said, on the prototype. We are ready, and we are waiting the 963.
Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? You know, normal people have to go on a waiting list to get a Porsche, and even you have to go on a waiting list to get a Porsche in your racing team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it will be a crazy year, a strange year, but it's the same for everyone's. Limited in parts, limited in the deliveries from the road car to the racing car. So I hope we can be, let's say, sorted with team, drivers, and everything when we get the new car.
Good luck the rest of the weekend, and hopefully see you in the Porsche at Le Mans.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Jimmy Bruni there, Porsche factory driver for many years, winner of the final GTE Pro race at Le Mans last year, alongside Frederick Makoviecki and Richard Leitz. And great to see that he'll be in a Porsche 963 prototype. Jimmy's got amazing experience in GTs, of course, but he was a very good single-seater driver, of course, drove in Formula One with Minardi, and he actually in GP2 he beat Lewis Hamilton a couple of times, so he knows what a high downforce car is all about. So can't wait to see what he can do in that 963. Great to see that going well. Well, a new racing hour is almost upon us. 17 hours to go here at the 61st Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona, and it's time for an hourly VP Racing Fuel in-race update. The official coolant of IMSA, stay frosty. Well, there's nothing frosty about Pippo Derani's pace at the front of the field. Car number 31 for Action Express Racing and Cadillac. 4 seconds to the good from Porsche Penske Motorsports, Nick Tandy in car number 6. Alex Lynn is in third in the 02 Cadillac. That's the blue-fronted machine, just a shade right behind Nick Tandy as well. So a great battle going on for second position between the two Englishmen. Then it's the Kiwi, Brendan Hartley, for Wayne Taylor Racing Acura with Andretti Autosport, the Konica Minolta branded car. Car number 10 is in fourth position. In fifth, it's the 01 car, driven at the moment by Sebastian Bourdais. That was the car that got contact from the rear when Scott Dixon was on board. They've recovered well. That yellow's allowed them to get back into contact with everybody, which is great. Elio Castroneves, the story of the last half an hour or so, the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura, made a mistake on the restart going into turn 1, spun around, flat spotted his tyres and had to come in for new tyres. So he's actually just dropped off the lead lap. And Colton Herta for BMW hanging in there as well. Car number 24 is in 7th in GTP at the moment. In LMP2, well, it's the brilliant bronze himself, Ben Keating, who continues to shine at Daytona International Speedway, amongst others. Car number 52 for PR1 Matheson Motorsport leads at the moment in LMP2. Car number 35 for TBS Racing, Francois Heroux leading at the moment. And we just spoke to Jimmy Bruni from Proton Competition, his teammate Fred Purdad, car number 55 in third. Matt McMurray in the 04 Algarve Pro Racing machine for CrowdStrike. It's fourth in class. Matteo Vaxivière, the car number 88 for AF Corsa. That's the shiny metallic chrome machine. It's fifth in class in LMP2. In LMP3, well, an emerging story in LMP3. Car number 36, the Andretti Racing machine. Incident responsibility for contact with the number 18 Era Motorsport LMP2 drive-through, which is being served exactly as we speak. Jeremy.
And immediately before that car made that penalty call, I think it was just overtaken by the number 33 car. I believe Nolan Siegel.
You're correct. You're correct. Yes.
So Nolan Siegel has tracked down and overtaken, I believe, Rasmussen. He's certainly leading the class at the moment. Question is, did he take lead during that pits when the 36 car came into the pits?
Net effect is the same. Yeah. So Nolan Siegel for Sean Creech Motorsport, car number 33. That's certainly the most patriotically liveried machine out there. It's got the stars and stripes on it as well. So it's leading at the moment. Car 33 for Sean Creech Motorsport, Nolan Siegel. Rasmus Lind will lose his position in second. So Guilherme Oliveira, car number 43, will move up into third. Then it's James Vance and Wayne Boyd. GTD, as has been the case throughout the week, 3 out of the 4 practice sessions here, a GTD car, which has to run a mixed driver lineup, has been fastest ahead of the GTD Pro cars, which can be filled with pros, and they, in the most cases, they are. Michael Grenier, number 32, Korthoff Motorsports Mercedes, leads the way ahead of David Pittard's Heart of Racing Aston Martin, which is a pro car. Then it's the Daniel Juncadella driven number 79 Pro Mercedes. That's the WeatherTech Racing car, with Cooper McNeil taking a slight step back from racing, but he's in the driver lineup in that car as well. Marco Sorensen, one half of the Dane train, in fourth of the GTD cars, and then fifth of the GTD cars, and third in Pro is the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus of Ben Barnicoat. So we've got many manufacturers up there at the front in the GT classes, and the race roaring on nicely. That is your hourly VP Racing Fuel in-race update, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. So you can tune in to us around the circuit, 107.9 FM or on RS2 as well. You can also find the live video if you're outside of the United States and your territory doesn't have a network TV deal. Go on to imsa.tv.com or imsaradio.com, where you can get the audio and the visual feed absolutely free as well. Jeremy.
Is that the leaders coming through the chicane? No, I don't think it is it? Just trying to figure out. Elio Castroneves is trying to get his lap back in the number 60 car. Yeah, he has something. There he goes. Where is...
You're correct. Yes, he has. He's just got it back as Elio Castroneves.
Yeah, so I think maybe just a couple of laps ago, Elio Castroneves was able to unlap himself and get back onto the lead lap then in car number 60. He's still a long way behind Sebastian Bourdais, but is now back on the lead lap.
Well, Meyershank Racing might be hoping for another caution period to try and get back into the fight of it, but long way to go here in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Very interesting indeed so far, these GTP cars. And tell you what, Jeremy, they've really raced well. They draft well. They really are giving us a good product of racing. All the technology is fantastic. We love it, but they've got to race well. Yeah,
we've seen a bunch of positional changes out on track, yeah, I completely agree with you. These cars are super fast on the straights. They don't carry quite the same cornering speeds as before. Nothing like the same cornering speeds as before. The sort of minimum speeds through the corners are a good bit down on the old DPI cars, but they make it up on the straightaways, and they're running about 10 miles an hour faster than the older breed of cars. So the drivers love these GTP machines. I mean, they've got plenty of horsepower. Yes, the car's heavier, but a lot more power. You can really feel it coming off the corner. I spoke to several drivers. Well, most of the drivers say this is the fastest car they've ever driven in terms of the sheer horsepower and acceleration.
Wow, that's quite a boast. That's quite a boast for many of the drivers in this field. And it's also the delivery as well, I suppose, Jeremy, with that hybrid system. You know, many manufacturers in the road car world have used hybrid technology to improve the performance of their cars, not just the economy of them, the performance of them, where you're filling the gap, and if it's a turbocharged car, particularly filling that performance gap with the electric motor as well. So, you know, very cool to see that. And so, listening to the team principals in the press conference this morning, you know, one of the assembled media asked, would the manufacturers have the same engagement if there was not a hybrid system? And they all said no, it's absolutely essential to engage manufacturers to have this hybrid system in these cars.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That was a big part of the whole the whole rules exchanges that the manufacturers all getting together with the ACO, the organisers of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and at IMSA for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, and all the manufacturers were adamant they wanted some form of hybrid technologies in there. Thankfully, it's not quite as they've not got 2 or 3 different hybrid systems like the WEC cars had a few years ago. But this seems to be, it ticks the manufacturer's boxes, and right now it's ticking our boxes as well, because it's riding a tremendous motor race. Alex Lynn, by the way, is called in the number 02 car, is still battling away with Nick Tandy. That battle for second and third between the Porsche car number 6 and the Cadillac car number 02. Well, they've pretty much been joined now by Brendan Hartley in the Acura car number 10. The race leader, Pipo Derani, done a nice job out in front. He led the way from the restart, from the end of the last full course caution, which was 218 laps, so 17 laps ago. He leads now by 4.1 seconds, does Derani over Alex Lynn.
So we've got shuffling around there as well. So Alex Lynn has gone past Nick Tandy.
Oh, right. So
no, sorry. Yes, he has. Yes, excuse me, he has. Yeah. So Lynn ahead of Tandy by 0.2 of a second, and then Brendan Hartley's 3 seconds behind them as things stand. So this is good. This is going to go on all night, all morning, and to early tomorrow afternoon, 1:40, when the checkered flag drops. Because all week in practice, Jeremy, we've seen, I think in one session we had 5 cars separated by less than 1/10 of a second. I've never seen anything like that in top-class prototype racing ever. GT, yes, but never prototypes that close.
It is pretty remarkable, particularly from so many different from 4 different manufacturers, and with pretty much brand new cars as well. So yes, I think it bodes well for what is to come.
It does. It does. So the LMP2 leader at the moment, Ben Keating, but being chased down by several machines as well. But 04 into the pit lane is with Nick Damon.
Yeah, we've had that very quiet period after full course yellow when no one bothers coming out, but luckily the very small tanked and thirsty P2s give us something to talk about, and it is the 04, the CrowdStrike car, that's come in for a full service. Matt Murray's got out. The tyres are going on. I don't know quite who's got in. They've got a very lovely ruby helmet. That helps identify them. The 4th tyre goes on again. They're reading the countdown meter on the fuel filler. It tells you how long. They also have to have a certain amount of fuel in, how much they're getting in. And just through the last bits of adjustment, they pull off a tear off, and there's still fuel going in. Still fuel going in. Go, 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 go. Looked like a good stop to me.
It looked absolutely perfect. Thanks for that, Nick. Yeah, the 04 CrowdStrike Racing LMP2 entry goes out. They've got Jeff Brown on the pit wall with them, whose son Colin's racing for the number 60 Mustang Racing Acura team. So he'll have to have eyes all over the place to keep on tabs with both of those. So fantastic stuff there. The driver who took over the 04 CrowdStrike car, there was George Kurtz, the car owner, the owner of CrowdStrike, the internet, the cybersecurity company. Good, that race is going very strong for them at the moment. Algarve Pro Racing running that car as well. So the number 36 Andretti Racing LMP3 car that served the drive-through penalty has managed to do so and stay on the lead lap in class, and it's just 8 seconds off second position. So I think it was the right penalty, I would say, Jeremy. I mean, I'm always going to go with what race control say. But they've been able to serve it without too much of an issue.
Who was that, sorry?
The number 36 Andretti LMP3 car. I think that, so they've served it, but they've managed to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah. It was a drive-through, wasn't it?
A drive-through.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yes,
so,
yes.
yeah, it cost them sort of 40 seconds or so.
Yeah.
They're still, as you say, still very much in the thick of things there. It's annoying, but no worse than that. It wasn't like some of these other penalties for that the improper wave around number 18 car got earlier on. It was a stop plus
3
minutes,
minutes
20 seconds. That's I mean, to earn the penalty, he illegally effectively made up a lap.
Yeah.
So you have to take away a lot more than that. You take away effectively 2 laps worth and a bit more. So the number 18 car having to work its way back from that is going to be a tall order. That car's in the pits again, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so more work going on the Era Motorsport car. Shea Adam has got a report on the Inception Racing McLaren.
I just noticed when it came through the trial the last time, Peter, that the bumper is actually flapping on the left rear of that car. Went over to the team and said, hey, did you guys know this? And they said, oh, is it flapping now? Excellent, thank you. So they realize that there's some damage they have to address on their next pit stop. And speaking of damage to address, that Sun Energy 1 Mercedes was overheating. The team elected not to bring him in out of turn, though, leaving Axel Jeffries out on the track. He is setting blistering lap time, so maybe it's him overheating, not the car. But they have 5 bottles of water and then 1 giant 1-liter bottle of water ready to put in. And slightly worryingly, the lump hammer up on the wall, and it will be a set of scuffed Michelins and a driver change. Fabio Schiller taking over that car.
Thank you, Shea. Shea Adam down in pit lane, keeping an eye on everything and even getting the teams involved as well. TDS Racing, fans of the number 11 TDS Racing car, that was the car that brought out the last yellow flag with an incident at the Le Mans chicane, has come back but out from behind the wall, gone into its pit box, filled up with fuel and rejoined the race. So great news. I mean, super work from the TDS crew. There was a lot of damage, it seemed, to that car, and they've got it back, they've repaired it and got going again. That is the true spirit of endurance. Fantastic stuff there from the folks at TDS Racing. Do keep your tweets coming in here to the IMSA Radio booth at IMSA Radio, and we'll be delighted to hear from you. Do let us know where you're watching from, who are you cheering for as well. There's plenty of cars to cheer for. 61 entries this year for the 61st running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and Rolex has been involved for decades now at this race as well, and we thank them for their support of this event. But it's Pippo Durrani who leads the way, but we can't be too far away from GTP pit stops, Jeremy. Durrani's been in that, been out for 55 minutes. There is a bit of yellow involved in that, but it can't be too long before we see some of the GTPs come in for a bit of pit energy, but we'll come back to that. Nick Damon has our leader in LMP2.
And it's going to be a fuel-only stop. Driver staying on board, that's because Ben Keating. Tyre staying on the car. There's a lot of duct cleaning going on. This will be a long drink for the Orica 07 powered by the Gibson engine. Of course, this Gibson engine has been throttled back for this particular event. Front right brake smoking, but this looks like it's going to completely stand the stop. And given the fact everyone else is stopping, they'll re-emerge back in the lead again, Peter.
Thank you, Nick. Good stuff. So Ben Keating just running in 1 car this year. We've seen him run in 2 cars in the past in certain events here at, in certain years in the Rolex 24, but Ben Keating focusing on the LMP2 entry with PR Matheson. And I remember last year, Jeremy, the performance that Ben put together in the Mustang sampling Cadillac DPI. He'd never raced a DPI car before, and he was within a second of the top guys, so that sort of range, which is staggering.
Yeah, massively impressive with Ben Keating last year in that Cadillac, the Whelen Engineering car. This is his 13th Rolex 24, but on 7 of those years he's driven more than 1 car.
Wow.
So he's kind of an Iron Man, but I think he's really relishing this time. Now he can just concentrate on 1 car, and he's got has he won the race yet?
Yes, he has. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So he's got the Rolex. So box tick there, and so he can just concentrate now on giving his all for 1 team, and he's doing that extremely well.
I agree. Yes, in the early stages of the race, the bronze driver started in the LMP2s, and Ben just cleared off at the start as well. So we've got GTD pit stops going on. Car number 57, Windward Racing, and car number 32, the Mercedes AMG, going in there. Will that be Nick Damon or Shea Adam, I wonder? Looking at that, but tyres coming off both cars and new ones going on with the number 20 High Class Racing LMP2 machine also getting a fill up of fuel. The mechanic, they're pushing it back to get it around the parked up number 32 Kirchhoff Mercedes. And off they go. The 32 Mercedes in GTD. Nick Damon.
The Proton P2, we spoke to Jimmy Bruni a while ago. That's where he come in from first. It's on an extra lap than the Wins car with the 52 car, because that obviously has come in first, but they even themselves up. This car will go back into second or third. He was about to try to speed caught by, I can see in the front left, so the rear left wheel arch, but the track has been getting dirty as we go on. This is a more relaxed two-tyre stop, it appears to have been. Let's check that. Let's have that. No, they have done 4 tyres. They did do a complete set. This was very, very quick on the right-hand side. Windscreen clean, driver stays on board. And they'll be getting off as quickly as possible. There we go. And they'll be down and away as soon as the fuel's in. You have to wait a long time for fuel this one, don't you? I wonder how many Tesco Greenfield stamps they're getting. And we got the Wheel and Engineering car. Just turned round, and there was the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac in. The doors open, but I think that's just for drinks. I don't think it's necessarily because people are getting out. I haven't seen any tyres being changed on the car. That car's slightly out of spec.
It's only just come in, so I would imagine that is no tyres in, Nick.
Yeah, there's the wheeling car away. This has one on its side, won't still be first, but it exits. That Cadillac has done a standard stop fuel. And again, they are now addressing these cars with little pressurised fillers. They're giving a bit of oil, a bit of water, a bit of top up, natural burn of a racing engine, keeping everything topped up nicely.
So the car number 75, Sun Energy Mercedes, down on the apron with the left-hand indicator on, so an issue there. So making its way back to the pit lane slowly. Shea Adam down in pit lane. Down to you, Shea.
I watched that stop, Peter, and I was not satisfied with it. Neither were the IMSA officials. The crew members did that hand across the throat signal. They didn't want to push their car all the way back to the garage, so they put just enough water in it that they would be confident that it could drive itself back. But all the mechanics have vacated this pit box. They are going straight back behind the wall. I'll try and grab a word with Axel Jeffries. He's just trying to debrief with his crew. I'll yell up when I've got him.
Thanks, Shea. That's brilliant. Number 70. Thanks for that information. That's number 75, Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. So scheduled to go back behind the wall. Oh, that's not good news. Yeah, they're clearing the pathway. But mind you, it's making its way down to the end of the pit lane. So is driving straight through, so maybe did get a drive-through. I'll just look at my race control. No, nothing there. So we'll get back to you on that one. So the number 31 Wheel and Engineering Cadillac was brought in by Pippo Durrani, was taken out by Jack Aitken in his first Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. And great to see him taking part in that car alongside full-season drivers Alexander Sims and Pippo Durrani. Now, so the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes has gone back out of pit lane. To what I could see, it didn't stop. The left-hand indicator is still stuck on. It's slightly bizarre one there for the Sun Energy 1 car. Now, at the moment, where is it in its stint at the moment? It is... well, it's hard to tell. How many laps do you know, Jeremy, had the 75 car done?
About 200, which was during the
43 laps.
So, yeah, I mean,
so it could have been due one, but I didn't see it stop. So something going on, something afoot at Sun Energy 1. But you can be sure that Shea Adam will be on top of it, and will get us the scoop then. Hopefully, we'll get a chat with Axel Jeffries as well, who's just briefing away. So, GTP's in the middle of a pit cycle at the moment. Wheel and Engineering first to take a trip down pit road, going for fuel and no tyres. We're seeing that a lot with the GTP cars, having to double stint their tyres because they can't just throw new tyres on at every stop. They have a limited tyre allocation, that they only have for the race. So they need to be careful with that and get the best out of that, Jeremy.
Yeah, ran a total of 31 laps on that stint, but that was one of the cars that came in immediately before the full course caution, and then didn't stop again during the caution. So it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 laps of yellow flag running there. So a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated. I would expect the other cars to stay out at least another 3 or 4 laps before they come onto the pit lane.
Adam, down to you.
Axel Jeffries, that was a blistering stint from you. I thought the car maybe was overheating because the crew grabbed out as many water bottles as they could get, but then that doesn't seem to be the issue. Do you guys even know what's going on?
I think we've got a small leak in the radiator. We're getting quite high engine temp, but we're not too sure. So the team's trying to figure out the solution now. It's a real shame because I think we have a strong car and the team did a great job. Let's hope we can fix it and carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shay. That's Axel Jeffries for the number 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes team. That's the chrome blue and flame orange car. It's one of the easiest cars to spot out on track. Heart of Racing Aston Martin, their Rolex 24 going very well this year. They've had another scheduled stop for their car number 23. That's their Pro Class car that was brought in by David Pittard. And I didn't see if there was a driver change or not. We'll come back to that. Nick Tandy is in the pit lane with car number 6 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. And they are going for new tyres on that car. And obviously a full tank of fuel as well. The pink pit lane lights on the front by where the headlights would normally show from. And coming back to the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, it was David Pittard who brought that car in and has taken it out again. So another stint for David Pittard, the Englishman. And GTD and GTD Pro, it's quite different to what we saw last year, Jeremy. The GTD Pro category really did bunch up and come to the fore and forge ahead of the GTD regular class here at the Rolex 24. There were other races where that was more mixed up, but this year it's been much more mixed up than we saw last year. So a lot of the GTD teams really punching above their weight.
Yeah, I mean, it is so competitive in GTD, and we've just seen some tremendous racing. It certainly seems from this race that the Mercedes and the Aston Martins look to be very, very strong. But it's going to be interesting to see whether the whether the Lexus can keep up. They've shown good pace through the weekend as well. They've been there or thereabouts all the way through. The new Porsches clearly not up to speed with everybody else at the moment. In fact, you could almost call it a Porsche class at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's the number 9 car, as usual, as was the case last year, that is leading the way of all the Porsches. But they're a long way behind everybody else. They're 2 laps behind now.
So a spin as a prototype. Car number 20, High Class Racing at turn 1 does a flick turn and points it back towards the correct direction of travel. So that's a shame for them. Now there's a surprise. That's Raffaele Marciello, the Mercedes factory driver who won pretty much everything last season. One of the top GT drivers in the world, but prototype-wise, not as experienced. He was part of the Ferrari Formula 1 junior setup, so he's no stranger to downforce, but he's really made his name in Mercedes GT cars. So Raffaele Marciello, spin at turn 1, but no harm, no foul. The only thing might be they might have to come in for new tyres if they flat spotted. GTD pit stop 02. Cadillac has made a pit stop, as has the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. Acura, car number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport going out the pit lane as well, and the 01 Cadillac as well. So full complement of GTPs there coming in for their stops.
And did you see that whether they changed tyres or not?
I did not.
Yeah, right.
I did not. But perhaps we'll be able to come back on that one. So Vassar Sullivan Lexus also taking a pit stop as well. Off they go. Another great job by their pit crew. That's the Pro car. They've got a Pro car with the red number board and the GTD car in green. So the green car is number 12 and the red car is number 14. So
this should put Jack Aitken back into the lead of the race.
So yes, Jack Aitken in the Cadillac 02. Leader of the LMP2 class, LMP3 class, excuse me, is Sean Creech Motorsport, and they're down with Shea Adam.
Nolan Siegel will be staying here, and I'll be able to grab a conversation with him in just a couple of moments' time, because Lance Wilsey has gotten back aboard. Oh, they like the boss man. They gave him a windshield tear-off, and all of a sudden, he can see everything. Makes such a big difference, the windshield tear-offs do. Just waiting on fuel. They've done all 4 tires, as we are also anticipating the arrival of the Andretti Autosport LMP3 machine. Let's see. Thank goodness Lance Wilsey moves out, and in comes the Andretti Autosport. Now, we are also having a driver change here, too, because Gabby Chavez has run around the far side, so that means that, who was that who got out? Dakota Dickerson, was it? No, it was Rasmus Lind. Rasmus Lind is out, having completed his driving stint, and they are doing fuel and tires for the 36 as well.
Thanks, Shane. So pit stop complete for the number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8 run by Team RLL, and that car is still hunting in there. Of course, the sister car, the 25's, had a lot of issues so far, and they're just more in a kind of testing mode now as well for the rest of the race. But car 24 very much in it. Colton Herta brought in that BMW M Hybrid V8 for a pit stop. And that BMW M Hybrid V8 is using an XDTM engine, which they've turbocharged, the V8 petrol motor, twin turbocharged as well. So Philip Eng has got on board that machine, so Colton Herta off for a rest and a stretch, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been a good stint by Colton Herta. Has run some good laps, consistent laps. The car is still 1 lap down, but plenty of time to make up that lost lap. I'm sure that, I mean, we've had, well, if there are any more full stores cautions, you can have an opportunity perhaps to make up that lap. They didn't take that opportunity they had last time around, but it's quite high likelihood that there will be another one later on. Now, as I said, Jack Aitken in that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac did retain the lead of the race after that round of pit stops, but he's now got Elio Castroneves right with him. I'm not quite sure where they are on the racetrack because we haven't seen them lately. They should be coming up towards us. There was not much of a gap between them as they came across the line last time. And Elio Castroneves, of course, slightly off sequence with the other contenders, having made that long stop earlier on.
Yeah, well, Shea Adam is down with the leaders in LMP3, Sean Creech Motorsport. Shea.
Nolan Siegel, it was a very important debrief for you upon getting out of the car, telling your dad how the stint was. So what did you let him know? What did you tell your dad after getting out of the car?
Oh, no, just about the stint. I think it went really well. I think the car was really good. I had a fun teammate with my HMD Motorsports teammate, Rasmus Lind. So, yeah, a lot of fun out there, and the car's working well.
You like this driving at night, don't you?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun, so it's going well, and yeah, let's see if we can keep it up.
Do you get much of a break now?
I don't know. I hope so. That was a long one, so we'll see if I can get some time off, maybe get a nap in, and then get back in and do it again.
Well, we'll talk to you in the morning then. Enjoy your rest.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shea. So Sean Creech Motorsport in a really good position at the moment. Marchang Racing have come in for their stop. Elio Castroneves bringing the number 60 Acura in off sequence a little bit, but not too much from the GTP. Just a kind of handful of laps. Car 64, TGM Aston Martin and GTD Pro made their stop. Owen Trinkler bringing that car in. Also the Risi Competizione Ferrari, the 296 GT3, beautiful machine. That car was brought in GTD Pro by Davide Rigon, and Ferrari they didn't show a great, well, certainly the Risi Ferrari didn't show the pace that we maybe expected in practice, but come race day they've really turned up on race day, and they're up there in the top 3 in GTD Pro. So Risi's boys, they've pulled it out the bag on race day, it seems, Jeremy.
Yeah, there's a surprise. But look, their ultimate lap time isn't as quick as many of the other contenders. So they've done that, I think, more than anything else on guile and consistency and just making no mistakes. It's been a good run for the Risi Competizione team, but they don't seem to, at this stage, quite have the pace of the other front runners in the class. And we heard a while ago, who was it? It was Tommy Milner lamenting that the Chevrolet Corvette wasn't quite as quick as some of the other contenders either. although it certainly turned some good lap times, and that car was leading as it came into the pits to make this stop just now.
They're all a modest bunch. Well, Corvette are definitely winning the competition for the best burnouts in the field so far. Antonio Garcia, the man from Madrid, has just done a huge smoky burnout throughout the out of the pit box as well. So Corvette running very good as well. Antonio bringing that car in the lead of GTD Pro. Corvette Racing, such a well oiled outfit. It was fantastic to have Doug Feehan in the box with us here on commentary an hour or so ago. Always good value is Doug. And Antonio Garcia, well, he's 3 times a winner of this race with Corvette Racing in 2021 and 2015, but in 2009 was with Brumos in a Daytona prototype, a Brumos Porsche, so that's quite a cool thing to have on the CV. And he was doing a bit of training before coming out here at the Andorra ice driving track as well, getting very sideways, so I suppose that makes for good burnout practice, I guess.
Seriously good fun.
Yeah, he's just been ever since he came over here to the United States, Jeremy, he's just been a superstar. Yeah. He's such a good driver.
Yeah, he is. He's got a good head on his shoulders as well, and lots of experience in all sorts of different cars, and they're always going to be a contender. So it's Tom Blomqvist who's taken over from Elio Castro-Neves in the number 60 car. Just trying to figure out whether or not he is a lap down.
Well, I can let that one shake out. Of course, one of our Porsche keys to the race is look at the yellows, work the cautions, and you know, the 24 BMW crew, yes, they're not on the lead lap at the moment, but they are only on one behind that, Philippe Eng, and there's one, the Bobby Rahal's crew, the Team Rahal Letterman Lanigan crew will do everything they can to make sure they work the strategy as well, and they're pretty close as the number 1 Total Quartz Paul Miller Racing BMW comes into pit lane. This is actually their Daytona debut. Shay, you're down with the number 1 car.
It's just fuel and tires for them. Maxime Martin staying aboard for another stint. As I was walking down the pit lane, I just happened to see this car. And also in behind them, we've got the Wright Motorsport Porsche, the number 16. That's fuel, tires, and a driver change. Jan Halen being installed behind the wheel. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're trackside, perhaps take a half step back.
And Shay, you'll confirm this for me. Is Jan Halen's grandfather is Richard Petty? Is that right?
His grandfather-in-law, I suppose you would say. His wife Margaret, who is here. Hello, Margaret. I know you can hear us around the loudspeaker. She is the granddaughter of, yes, Mr. the King, Richard Petty.
That's very cool.
Yeah, and the coolest thing was that Jan Halen got to wear Richard Petty's hat at his wedding.
Well, that's just Sub-Zero. That's not cool. That's Sub-Zero. That is so cool. That is so cool. And Jan is a very cool guy. Owner of Cafe Racer Bicycle Shop in Dunedin, Florida. Loves living over here. From Belgium originally. And yeah, he's if you want to get a proper high-end bicycle for some cycling in Florida, he's your man. And I tell you what, they've done a super job with Wright Motorsports. Really the combination of Jan and Wright have brought so much success across their various programs over the last few years as well, showing that when drivers are comfortable in their environment, they can really shine. Speaking of, Jack Aitken is shining right now. He's opened up a 5.3 second advantage at the front of the field. Remember, he's not raced here before. Of course, a very experienced single-seater driver, top-level single-seater driver, but making a kind of switch and general change of direction towards sports cars, and I think that's a very wise move with the amount of competition we're going to see in sports car racing over the next few years with all these new programs. And Jack Aitken leads the way by 5 seconds from Brendan Hartley, who's under a lot of pressure right now from one of the other Cadillacs, the 02 of Alex Lynn. So it's an Englishman from it's a Brit from Kiwi from another Brit, and at the front of the field, so Cadillac from Acura from Cadillac. Brendan Hartley, a driver with huge amounts of prototype experience, of course a driver in the Toyota factory squad, winner at the Le Mans 24 Hours with both Porsche and Toyota, so knows exactly how to get the best out of a hybrid prototype racing car, and that experience, Jeremy, is surely got to be helpful with these new GTP cars. Surely.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these are very complicated cars, and any experience of electric technology is going to be beneficial for sure. Tom Blomqvist is still on the lead lap, I think, in the 6th position. And
so he's got to really look at his reference of where the red Cadillac is, the car number 31 for Action Express Racing. Jack Aitken, where is Tom Blomqvist in comparison to that as well? And again, work the cautions.
There goes the Marshank car past us to complete its 252nd lap. Meanwhile, the race leader, Jack Aitken, just coming in towards the trail.
Is on there he goes. Yes, so he is. So that confirms then Tom Blomqvist is still on the lead lap from Marshank Racing Acura.
Yeah, so he's about
that's good news.
Maybe. Yeah, he comfortably on the lead lap. So yeah, if there is another full caution, he doesn't have to pull any funky strategy. He's going to be back. He is on the lead lap in any case. So
yeah,
very, very much in contention. And yes, that's the top 6 cars all on the lead lap. Good going after. Where are we?
7 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, that's quite. That is impressive.
Which is cool.
I mean, Daytona is. I mean, it's an incredible facility here. A lot of time on full throttle here, Jeremy. You can tell we're getting late into the evening. But what about when we get to Sebring? Because Sebring is another. Oh yes, it's less racing time, but it's a vicious circuit with big bumps. I mean, is that going to be a worry for the teams? Do you think?
Absolutely, it is. Yes, I mean, but then most of the teams have been to Sebring. They've done endurance tests at Sebring as part of the kind of regular development process on these cars. That's always cars. A lot of the WEC teams, even when Sebring wasn't around the World Championship, would go to Sebring to test their cars, because if it was strong enough to have the consistency there and not have any undue problems, then it was probably going to be pretty good for any other track they're going to go to on the WEC schedule.
I remember speaking to Owen Hayes, who was one of the, he was at Porsche for a long time and was at Team Penske, and he told me, he said, when you stand beside a car on one of the shaker rigs, the kind of multi-post shaker rigs that they test the cars on and they run simulations of different races, and he said, when you stand close to one of those shaker rigs doing a Sebring simulation, you just can't believe that a car can possibly survive that. Owen's actually here working with the MDK motorsports team, Mark Kami's team, and they couldn't really get a better guy on the squad there. Owen's got so much experience at the factory level. Really good brain to have on board.
True that.
Yes. The gap's increasing at the front, Jeremy. Jack Aitken now up to 8.7 seconds at the front of the field as Brendan Hartley's coming under huge pressure. Alex Lynn is right on the back of Brendan Hartley. And oh, big lock up there for Hartley as that opens up the gap, and Alex Lynn tucks it in the inside. Hartley gives him the room as they come onto the super speedway. They're absolutely side by side. Who's got the horsepower? Is it the Acura V6 or is it the Cadillac V8? And I tell you what, that Acura's got some grunt, but here comes Alex Lynn as they approach the Le Mans chicane, absolutely side to side as well. Who's going to be last of the late breakers here between these two drivers? This is your battle for second. And Hartley hangs on to it. So Lynn's going to have to find another way. Jeremy, great stuff from both of those. Very respectful, close racing.
Yeah, I mean, I think discretion is a better part of valor there for Alex Lynn. He was on the inside. He had the inside line. They were absolutely side by side, as you said there, Peter Mackay. Big lock-up going into turn 6 for Brendan Hartley on that lap, and that enabled the Cadillac to get right alongside. And that was just a drag race all the way down the back chute towards the Le Mans chicane, and it looked like Alex Lynn had the preferred line on the inside, but he didn't want to take any risks there. Really smart driving from Alex Lynn, and he allows Brendan Hartley to cut across from the optimal outside line. It's a faster line from the outside, but Hartley's just got to trust that Alex Lynn's not going to stuff it in rather more deeply. Who's that off the road?
Oh,
That was
Brendan Hartley
again.
puts 2 wheels off the road on the exit of the International Horseshoe on full throttle there, going towards the kink. So Lynn has really got Hartley under pressure. He's driving ragged. He's having to really get the best out of that. And oh, Lynn trying to just sneak up the inside there as they're trying to get past the right Motorsport Porsche, who's just getting back up to speed after a pit stop. And the right Porsche gives a bit of room there. Very nice coexistence there from those 2 classes as well. So Brendan Hartley really ragged and on the edge, on the exit of the International Horseshoe. 2 Michelin tyres onto the grass, hangs onto it just, and again, exactly what you said about the last incident there, Jeremy. Discretion is the better part of valor. Alex Lynn sensed that happening, and I think had to breathe out the throttle there to avoid running into the back of Brendan.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's a great racing going on there, and just really sensible driving from Alex Lynn. I mean, all the Ganassi drivers are kind of not literally on probation, but it was extremely embarrassing at Petit Le Mans at the end of last season when the 2 cars got together while very much in contention for the win, and that all went out of the window in one swell foop at turn 1 when they tried to occupy the same piece of asphalt. Ended up doing neither, both running off the road, and that was a disastrous day for that team. So it wasn't, I don't think it was Alex who was driving the car at that particular point, but he knows how upset Chip was after that incident. So he knows there's a long way to go in this race. There's no point in taking any more risks than you have to.
No, poor Alex only had to watch from the pit wall. It was his teammate who was in the car at the time. That I can't imagine for it's racing. It can happen. It can happen from time to time. But I wouldn't have wanted to be in that debrief after that race. No,
it wasn't pretty.
No, I could imagine. I could imagine. Sean Creech Racing, car number 33. They continue to lead in LMP3 in that category with their Stars and Stripes machine. They're running really well. They've been running well all week, Jeremy.
Yeah, they have, absolutely right. Lance Wills, he's had a couple of spins earlier on in this race, but he's going in the lead of this race. He leads by 17 seconds over the Andretti Autosport car. It's car number 36. Gabby Chavez at the wheel of that car at the moment, and then the young Portuguese Guilherme de Oliveira in the MRS GT racing car number 43 right there. He's only less than half a minute behind them in the 3rd position.
So the Tower, give us a bit of thought for the Tower Motorsport crew, car number 8 in the LMP2 class. They had a really difficult start to the race. They had some technical faults. They've been involved in an incident with the number 60 Marchand car at GTP, but they are fighting hard. They're still about 10 laps off the LMP2 leaders, but if they use one of the Porsche keys to the race, work the cautions, 16 hours to go, you never know, but they're fighting hard. Scott McLaughlin, the 3-time Australian V8 Supercar champion, Bathurst 1000 winner for Team Penske, and now IndyCar driver with Team Penske. He's here with his bus bro, Joseph Newgarden. If you've not seen the Bus Bros, do look it up. It's very funny. And yeah, Scott really settling into this LMP2 car. Although these IndyCar drivers with the no power steering, Jeremy, they've got to be built pretty muscly. And Scott commented that actually fitting into the Orica was a bit of a challenge that he didn't quite expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's slimmed down a fair bit, hasn't he, to drive the IndyCar. So he takes his fitness very, very seriously, and I think he expected a bit more room in the cockpit of this car, but it's not there. With all the technology that's in these GTP cars, there's just about room for the driver.
Yeah, of course, the GTP cars built on a very similar platform as the LMP2s, so yeah, tight in these prototypes. Speaking of the GT cars, they are at the moment that's led by David Pittard for Heart of Racing. Aston Martin leading by 0.2 of a second from Jack Hawksworth. Wow, yeah. Lexus. So it's Aston Martin versus Lexus at the front in GTD Pro. Those are the 2 leading GT cars. They come through the Le Mans chicane for now. Jack Hawksworth, the Englishman, who's really made a name for himself over here in the United States as well, and a real stalwart of this Lexus team. He's brought Ben Barnacle in to drive with him, 2 Englishmen in that car, and they make a great combination. Trying to get a bit of a draft from the number 23 at Heart of Racing Aston Martin as they hit right at the very top of 6th gear through the tri-oval, and then hard on the brakes into turn 1. But David Pittard, he's not intimidated by Jack Hawksworth beginning to loom in the mirrors, and nor should he be.
No, as a factory Aston Martin driver, absolutely not. David Pittard is not exactly a household name, but he's a very stout performer. That's why he has
very
that
good
opportunity.
At the Nürburgring.
Yeah, is he? Okay, well, good everywhere.
Yeah.
But look, only a second or so behind that pair is Michael Grenier in the GTD leading, i.e. non-pro, Corvette Motorsports Mercedes, car number 32. Right behind Grenier is a similar car running in the pro category, Acura and Cadillac in the WeatherTech racing car. And also right there, hanging right there with that leading group, is Antonio Garcia in the number 3 Corvette. 5 seconds farther back is Indy Doncia in the Winwood Racing Mercedes, car number 57. And there's a bit of a gap back to the second of the Heart of Racing Aston Martins, the non-pro car, number 27, driven at the moment by Ian James.
The first of the Acuras is the car number 93, fifth in the GTD class. Ryan Briscoe, former Chip Ganassi Ford driver, former driver for Wayne Taylor Racing. And Team Penske, of course, raced the Porsche RS Spyder with much success, as well as, of course, his exploits in Indy cars as well. And Ryan won this race a couple of years ago with Wayne Taylor in his Cadillac at that point as well. So great to have Ryan back in the championship with us. He's racing the Racer's Edge number 93 Acura as well. So just ahead of Marco Bertolotti in the leading Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the pro car number 63. So David Pittard continues to hold off Jack Hawksworth. So 2 pro cars, both front-engined V8s, battling away here at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. 16 hours and 10 minutes to go. So we're really getting into the thick of this race now, and through the night, Jeremy, it's amazing how they just roars on with the same intensity.
Yeah, it really is, and metronomic lap times really by the GTP cars at the moment. Brendan Hartley actually turned a 137.9 on that lap. On the previous lap, all of the top six cars were in the 38s. And Tom Blomqvist, he's comfortably ahead of Jack Aitken on the road. He's probably about 20 seconds ahead of him on the racetrack. There's the last car on the lead lap, but he's still got the better part of 50 seconds behind the 5th place car, which is Orengo van der Zande in the 01 Cadillac Racing.
So in LMP2, we should be getting some more pit stops coming in the not too distant future. George Kurtz has been in the CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro machine for 39 minutes, and we'll see. They were first to pit in the last cycle, so that would make a lot of sense as well. In fact, I can see commotion at CrowdStrike Racing. The mechanics all just getting ready for that car to come in with George Kurtz. We're down in pit lane. We have Shea Adam, who's getting all of the scoops and keeping an eye on all that is going on down here at the Rolex 24 Hour at Daytona. And Shea, down to you with Alex Riveras.
Alex, happy belated birthday, first and foremost. A nice present would be a watch, but I've got to ask, cars leading at this point in the race, are you going to find it easier or harder to get any sleep if your car is in the lead?
I mean, that's a very good question. First of all, for sure being here for my birthday, that is already the best present I could imagine. This is my favorite race worldwide, so to be here once again is a privilege, and I don't want to take that for granted. I think it's very easy when you are in the midst of trying to perfect everything with the car, with the driving, and fight for every 10th to lose perspective and realize how lucky we are to be here. This is amazing. I just love everything about it. But for sure, the nerves are a bit higher than other editions because I think we are definitely in contention. But at the same time, it's a very long race. I mean, we are not even close to halfway. We barely crossed the first third of the race. And all we gotta keep thinking about is staying out there, burn fuel, burn tires, let the clock work for us.
You clearly have a car that's reliable. You've done a lot of driving in this car, going up against the Mercedes, which is also a very proven car, and the Lexus. How do you outsmart them to try and stay out front?
Well, I think that right now there's 4 cars that are pretty much on the same type of pace, which is basically the Merc, the WeatherTech Merc, the Corvette, the Lexus, and us. And it's gonna come out on the last little bit right at the end where we can see which car has the most pace. Right now, I think everybody's trying to be conservative, take care of the car, save fuel. We know how important fuel is in IMSA, so it's hard to tell exactly where we are. But I think in the last 6 hours of the race, we're gonna start to see the real speed of those beasts out there.
This is one family, one team, ultimately 2 cars. You guys have 3 drivers, the sister car, the 27, and GTD S4. Do you look at them and think, oh, they get a little bit more sleep and get jealous?
Yeah, well, you know, there's pros and cons. We get more drive time, they get more sleep. But at the end of the day, I have to say, on my last stint, before I got out of the car before, it was Roman and I, and he was right behind me, and we were going through the field chasing that Corvette, the number 3 Corvette. And when we got out of the car, we were both like, bro, how much fun was that? Like, just like feeling like we were like a team in combat, just like overtaking people, chasing after people, and like working together. There's no better feeling. Like, that's beyond winning.
Enjoy every second, Alex. I know you will.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
That's Alex Riveros with the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
Brilliant, thanks Shay. That's great to hear from Alex Riveros, and it certainly looks like a lot of fun out there, that's for sure. Now we've got a special guest joining us in the IMSA radio commentary booth, Neil Verhagen from BMW. Neil, welcome.
Thank you for having me here.
I know, thank you for coming up to chat to us as well. Well, this has been an eventful motor race so far. What's been your takeaways as a pro driver? What do you spot that we don't hear in the commentary box? Lots, I'm sure.
As you said, it's definitely been a very eventful race so far. You can see that that some of the GTPs have been very racy from the beginning, which I was quite surprised with, actually. I thought everyone was going to nurse the cars home a bit more. We've definitely taken at BMW a little bit more of a safe approach, let's say. We haven't done too much to risk the car yet. Unfortunately, with the 25, we spent a lot of time in the garage, which was unfortunate, but I know the guys are working extremely hard to get the car back out on track and get that mileage, which is so important for us right now to keep developing the car. So, yeah, from my point of view, that's where I've really been watching the race. Everything else looks like it's been very interesting to watch as well, too, especially in the GTD and GTD Pro classes. There's a lot of battling going on in between there. The Aston Martins look very strong, and so is the Mercedes.
And tell us a little bit about your journey with BMW and where you began and where you've come to now, because you've done a lot of cool stuff we're going to talk about in a moment with them. But tell us a little bit about your journey with BMW.
Yeah, so actually just starting here in 2020 was my first year as a BMW Junior Team driver, and then for the past couple of years I've been working with the BMW Junior Team, and finally for this year I've got the promotion to the Works team as a factory driver now. So really cool now to be able to say that I'm a factory driver. It's something that I've been working very hard for, and now to finally have that accomplished is the first step, and now it's to push and win some of these big races.
Oh, congratulations, that's fantastic. And the one thing that I've heard a lot of the top BMW factory drivers who are in the GTP cars, in the RLL cars, a lot of them have been with BMW for a long time, and they talk about the BMW family and how important that is and how much they enjoy racing for BMW. Have you felt that since you've been with the brand as well?
Yeah, for sure. No, it's definitely a very tight-knit family over in BMW, and they treat their drivers very nicely, and I think we have a great relationship with with the management of BMW Motorsport, how they respect the drivers and how much they value us, and that's awesome. As a racing driver, you get to show your full potential then, and you can really blossom, and that's definitely what I felt inside BMW, is that they've given me the room to grow and to learn what I needed to learn, and now that they felt that I was ready, they gave me the opportunity, and I can't be happier to grab that with two hands and take that on.
And they certainly they made you prove yourself, because they put you guys to the test, you and your junior team colleagues, at one of the fiercest, if not the fiercest racetrack in the world, the Nürburgring. I remember calling the race with you guys last year or 2 years ago, I think it was, as well. Tell us about racing on the Nordschleife. What was it like the first time you got going in that track, especially in a GT3 car as well? That's serious stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, first time GT3 on the Nordschleife. I mean, Nordschleife in general is just so difficult I don't think anybody has it mastered yet, but there's definitely drivers with a lot more experience than others, and coming to the Nordschleife as a rookie, there's so much that you need to learn, and there's so much that goes into that process of everything that you need to take in at once, and it can be quite overwhelming. But I remember doing my first laps of the GT3, and I felt that I was doing a good job, and then all of a sudden one of the pro drivers came flying by, and then I was like, wow, this is what the limit's really like around there. But luckily was able to pick that up quite quickly, and we've been very competitive around the Nordschleife. And yeah, looking forward to coming back this year and competing again. Hopefully we can have a bit more success than last year.
Well, that was going to be my next question. I'm delighted to hear that you're going to be back to the Nordschleife as well. Now, the BMW now at the very top for the first time in over 20 years, they're back in prototype racing, which is fantastic to see them. When are they going to throw you the keys to the GTP car? If you asked that, I bet you've asked that question.
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the goals. Obviously, now that BMW is in the top level of sports car racing, that's where I'm aiming. That's what I want to do. This class is obviously so exciting. How fast the cars and how impressive the cars are. I got a little bit of a taste of it in August of last year. I was able to get behind the wheel of it, and the car is absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, I'm working and pushing hard to try and become a full-time driver there. But yeah, it's definitely it's a goal of mine. Yeah.
Wow. So where did you drive it? Where was that experience?
That was at an aero test track in Italy called Virano.
I know. I've heard of it. Yes, I've heard of it. All top secret stuff. You must have thought, how have I managed to get here? This top secret car and top secret place?
Yeah, no, actually it was a bit of stressful to get there, because it was one day after Spa, 24 hours of last year, and coming into the last 45 minutes of Spa, we were on for a podium in our first running there, and yeah, then the questions came, well, if we get the podium, then we need to stay for the podium, but we had a flight that was leaving from Frankfurt, so we wouldn't have been able to make the flight, and then, but unfortunately with 45 minutes to go, we had a puncture, and then we ended up finishing fifth in our first go at Spa, so then we had enough time to make the flight, which was obviously very disappointing then, because yeah, when you have the opportunity to have a podium there, that was pretty cool, pretty exciting, but no, anyway, then it made up for it a lot then, driving the GTP car then, and getting a taste of that.
Final question before we let you go, because I'm sure you're gripped to the action like we are here in the box. Now that you're a full BMW factory driver, do you get a cool company car?
Yeah, that's one of the perks, is I got a nice little upgrade on my company car, so I've ordered the new M4 competition, the G82, so I'm looking forward for that to come in.
Oh, do they replace the tires for you?
Unfortunately not.
No,
I think they do that on purpose, because if not, then all the drivers would go crazy, I think.
That's very sensible. BMW, very sensible. Well, Neil, we wish you all the best with your racing this year. Congratulations on the BMW contract. Very well deserved. And enjoy the rest of the race.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. Neil Verhagen there from BMW, coming to join us here on IMSA Radio. Do send in your tweets to @IMSA Radio, to myself, Peter Mackay, and Jeremy Shaw up in the booth. And we'll have Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer joining from 9 p.m. No, excuse me, from 2 a.m. I'm getting my time zones mixed around. 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. the night shift with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, powered by Sacred Coffee. Coming up. we've just gone by a new racing hour. Goodness, just like that, it's time for an hourly in-race updates from VP Racing Fuel, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. Well, it's Alex Lynn that leads the way at the moment by 1.5 seconds from Jack Aitken. Then in third position, it's Brendan Hartley. So it's the two Cadillacs from Chip Ganassi Racing 02, the number 31 Action Express Cadillac, and the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. Those are your top three at the moment. Then it's the first of the Porsches. Nick Tandy sits just 13 seconds off the lead in the number 6 Penske Porsche Motorsport machine. Then in fifth position in GTP car 01, Renger van de Zande for Chip Ganassi Racing. Then in sixth, it's car number 60, Marshank Racing Acura. Tom Blomqvist back on the lead lap after a little spin for Elio Castroneves earlier on. And then just off the lead lap in the BMW M Hybrid V8, car number 24, Philipp Eng as well. So BMW not out of this by any measure at all. Do not write off the team from Munich. In LMP2, it's Ben Keating, the brilliant bronze, who leads the way in car number 52 for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Then in second, it's Fred Purdad for Proton Competition. Fred doing a super job in LMP2 there. A car he doesn't have a huge amount of experience in, very experienced in Porsches, but doing a great job. In fact, he's just come down pit road, actually, just as we're speaking about him. Car number 55, Fred Purdad into pit lane. The Proton Competition mechanics leap into action. Fuel going in. No new tyres, though, interestingly. So down to Shea Adam, who does have the 55 Proton Competition car with her.
It's going to be fuel only and a new drinks bottle. Oh no, it is a driver change as Fred Purdad is out, and I think that's Jimmy Bruni climbing aboard, so watch out for that car as well. They're cleaning the windshield, not yet taking off the tear-off for the number 55. So the Proton Competition car getting pretty normal service.
Thank you, Shea. Thank you, Shea. That's an interesting one, that we've got the Proton Competition car filling up with fuel, doing a driver change, but keeping the same tyres on. That's interesting, to do a driver change and not do a tyre change as well. But Proton Competition will have it all planned out. You can be sure of that. So carry on with our VP Racing Fuel in-race update. Ben Keating leading the way in LMP2 then. From the 35 TDS racing car, Francois Hérault. Then it's another Francois Perrodo, number 88 AF Corsa. They've moved ahead as the Proton Competition car came in for service. In LMP3, it's Gabi Chavez for the number 36 Andretti LMP3 team, who lead from the Sean Creech Motorsport number 33 car of Lance Wilsey. Then it's the 43 car of Guilherme de Oliveira. In GTD Pro, well, we heard from Alex Riberas earlier, driver of the 23 car, of just how much fun they're having at the front there. No wonder. Well, his teammate David Pittard's doing a super job holding off the determined Jax Hawksworth in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF GT3, car number 14 in GTD Pro. Your leader in GTD is Michael Grenier for the Korthoff Mercedes team, car number 32. Then it's another Mercedes, car 79, WeatherTech Racing, Daniel Juncadella. And then another Spaniard, Antonio Garcia for Corvette Racing, car number 3. So Michael Grenier being chased by two determined Spaniards there as well. So that is your VP Fuel in-race update, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. So it's Peter Mackay and Jeremy Shaw up here in the IMSA radio booth with Alex Lynn leading the race. But I want to talk a bit more about David Pittard, Jeremy. Another, we talked to Neil Verhagen there, a driver who's really been trained, if you like, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. David made a lot of his name on the Nordschleife. I remember him winning a race with Valkenhorst in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. And I think if you can purely survive and get the car to the end in races like that, it's certainly a great training ground. And David and Neil have shown that in their careers.
You're absolutely right. And hey, look, if you could drive it, if you could be competitive at Nürburgring, you can be competitive pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
and certainly David is, he did some British GT. He's become part of that factory roster of drivers at Aston Martin Racing, and got this opportunity here with the harder racing team. There's a slight mistake there from the class leader in LMP2. Ben Keating slides a little bit wide in turn 1, but he's got a pretty handy lead now as Ben Keating. They are 45 seconds ahead of the surviving TDS Racing entry, car number 35, Francois Elio at the wheel of that car at the moment. We've got gentlemen drivers in the top 4 cars in LMP at the moment. Ben Keating leading, Francois Elio second, Francois Perrodo in 3rd position for the
of course, the very chrome car. I saw them polishing it yesterday, and I thought that's a tough job, because it is the shiniest car in the paddock.
Yeah, it shows every spec, doesn't it? And then one of the pros for the of course the team is Jimmy Bruni in the 5th position, but he is a lap down to the rest and closing on George Kurtz in car number 04. Both those two cars 1 lap down, as is Pietro Fittipaldi in the Rick Ware Racing car number 51, and he's about 20 seconds behind Bruni. So it's all pretty close in LMP2, with 6 cars within a lap of the lead, lap or so of the lead. But that change up front with Alex Lynn then taking over the lead from Jack Aitken a few laps ago. That becomes the 19th lead change in this race, unofficially. Wow. And we've had 6 different cars running out front out of 9 GTP cars.
Well, Jack Aitken 6 minutes longer into his stint, so we should see Jack coming in soon. Ben Keating, it was at turn 1. Just dropped a wheel on the inside, but that wasn't actually where the mistake.
It's been a bit rapid, but he ran wide there a couple of laps ago.
He's pushing. Whoa, as he's chasing up behind the number 43 LMP3 car, driven by Guilherme de Oliveira, just trying to make his way past there as well. But Ben, he's pushing hard. He's trying to make he's got a 48-second advantage over Francois Moreau at the moment, and is a little bit earlier into his stint as well. So PR1 Matheson Motorsports, the number 52 wins liveried machine, in a good position. And Ben Keating, he's got a really exciting year coming up in the World Endurance Championship. He is going to race for Corvette Racing. Actually, I saw him in his he had a Corvette Racing jacket on in the paddock the other day, actually. As number 31, Whelen Engineering Cadillac is coming down to see Shea Adam.
It's very kind of them to make visits just to visit me. They're doing fuel and tires as well. So it's a multi-purpose stop for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Jack Aitken staying aboard for another stint. So far, no indication of cleaning off the windshield, although it is kind of clear. I can see into the driver, which I can't say has been the case for every closed cockpit car that I've seen thus far in the race. So 59 other ones do not have that same honor. They are looking in the driver compartment, making sure everything's good. Thumbs up comes over, adding some additional fluid to the right-hand side of the car in a pressurized bottle, waiting on the fuel. Green light is still on this car. Cleaning the headlights so that those are extra clear as well. Now, fuel nozzle comes out. That's the sound of Jack Aitken going back out on the fast lane.
Well done keeping the mic open there, Shane, for the electric takeoff and then the fire into life, waking up that Caddy V8. Brilliant stuff. Shea Adam down in pit lane for us here on IMSA Radio, as always. And I think that the little pressurized bottle, I think it might be oil actually, which is normal to top the oil up as well. I do remember they used to do that quite a lot in remember the RS Spider, they had a little pressurized oil bottle they painted into as well. So just topping up as well.
Just fuel with that 31 car, was it?
Oh no, fuel and tyres. Fuel and tyres. Shea Adam keeping me right there.
So once again, the number 31 car, the first of the leaders to come onto pit lane for this kind of sequence of pit stops. But it was a 30-lap stint there for Jack Aitken, and that was the previous stop was all green. 30 laps from number 31 car. It's the longest stint it's done so far since the
31's the best we've seen. isn't it, for a GTP car, Jeremy?
Yeah.
31's the best group, all green.
Yeah.
I guess if you're in the lead, it's always going to be more difficult. You're always going to want to maintain that lead, maintain that clear air, that track position, and really good. I mean, it's more the significance of the event that really can weigh on a driver. The first time you do it, Jack Aitken is showing absolutely zero intimidation to this event at all, Jeremy. He just seems to be taken to it like a duck to water, no problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why he made it all the way to be a Formula 1 test driver, isn't
correct,
it? Because he's a proper professional driver. He's certainly very much impressed the Acura Express team since joining them. He's got a good attitude. I first came across Jack when he came over here to do some Pro Mazda races a better part of a decade ago now, and back then he was trying to decide whether to pursue a career in North America or in Europe. He elected to remain in Europe, and he's done a super job for himself. He's raced in all the categories coming up through the open wheel ranks. He's been successful in all of them, but now he's looking for a new chapter. Here is the GTD leader onto pit lane. That's the Corvette Motorsports Mercedes. Michael Grenier has brought that car onto pit lane for, I presume, his regular service.
That it is, yes, regular service for the Corvette Mercedes. Fuel, tyres, and the driver changed there as well. Shea Adam is watching this pit stop.
It's Mike Skeen who's taking over, the tall ginger ninja, folding himself nimbly into the car, and now the fuel nozzle is out. The car is already back and moving. We also had a pit stop for the 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. They came in a lap ago and did fuel, tyres, and the driver change, but I did not see who clambered aboard that one. And we are about to get another Mercedes pit stop in the form of WeatherTech Racing. This will be fuel, sticker tires, and I did see a Maro Engel somewhere, but I don't see him now.
Thank you, Shea. Yeah, the number 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes packed with factory drivers. Maro Engel, Daniel Juncadea in there as well, and the third driver is Joe Gunon in there, and the fourth driver, Cooper McNeil. So a really strong driver lineup there for WeatherTech Racing, and they have been up the top of the timesheets. Certainly they're certainly in the top three pretty much the whole week as well. Maro Engel putting the car on the pole position for the GTD Pro runners as well. Well, the battle of the Brits at the front of GTD Pro, though, it's the Aston Martin Vantage for Heart of Racing team, car number 23. David Pittard still holding off Jack Hawksworth. Hawksworth not able to make his way past Pittard. He's right on the back bumper of him now, though, as they come through the International Horseshoe and hard on the power. And here comes Hawksworth. Hawksworth's got to run. He's on the flashers. He's on the headlight flashers as they go through the kink. Little breathe off the throttle there for Hawksworth. Just has to give best as they come into the Western Horseshoe this time as well. But Hawksworth making his presence well and truly known there, that is for sure, as they come towards turn 6 to come on to the super speedway.
Yeah, super battle going on there. Here's the
number 6 Team Penske Porsche Motorsport car.
He's running a third position before coming on to pit lane.
That's down at Shea Adams' end of the pit lane.
The whole thing is my end of the pit lane right now. I am the only one out here, and it is very, very nice indeed. But yes, the number 6 came in. Fuel, tires, driver change as, let's see, white, blue, and red helmet. That belongs to Matthew Jaminet. So just waiting on fuel. Now it's coming back up the line, but they still haven't pulled the nozzle. They should have pulled it about 10 seconds ago. Nope, it went up to 42 on the counter as far as being in the pit box when they only need to be stationary for 30 to get a full load. So that was a poor pit stop, unfortunately, for Penske Porsche Motorsport.
Well, that is, thanks for that, Shea, well spotted. That is something you say very, very rarely. Team Penske are usually the masters of the pit stop, so interesting to see what's going on there. If there's a story, Shea will be sure to get it, that's for sure. So down to the 02 Cincinnati Cadillac. Jack Aitken was chasing that car down. Shea, down to you.
Richard Westbrook is installing himself behind the wheel of that one. Fuel and tires going on there as well as the number 7 Porsche for Porsche Penske Motorsport is in the box. It is fuel, no tires, but a windshield clean for the driver as well. So number 7 looks like standard service, waiting on the 02 to drop off the air jacks and then kick back into life. They are still waiting on fuel. Now the nozzle puts out. Car is not released. Why is it not released? It should have gone by now. The fuel nozzle's been out for a couple of seconds. I'm going to walk down when it's safe, when I can get to it, because the Porsche is currently blocking my way. Now it goes. That was a bit of a lengthy stop for the 02.
That's interesting, Shay, that we've got 2 lengthy stops there for GTPs. You know, it's still a bit of a mystery, this the kind of total stint energy and how that matches and mix and matches with the petrol and the electric. So there could be something in that. I don't know, but we'll see. Mathieu Jaminet, as you mentioned, Shay, back on the board, the number 6 car, taking over from Nick Tandy. Nick Tandy had a pretty strong stint there, a pretty reasonable length of stint in that number 6 Penske Porsche Motorsport machine. So the 01 Chip Ganassi Cadillac for Cadillac Racing, the yellow and black car leaves pit lane. That 01 car was brought in by the Dutchman, Renger van de Zande, who's won this race on several occasions, and also he often likes to bag the fastest lap as well. He likes to make sure he gets the watch and the polish and the extended warranty as well. So GTPs continue to battle on into the night here at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. It's just coming up to 10 o'clock local time here at the World Centre of Racing, and we have 6 GTP cars on the lead lap, absolutely fighting tooth and nail. And the BMW M Hybrid V8, car number 24, run by Team RLL, driven by Philip Eng, they are not far away. And with the Porsche keys to the race playing those cautions, they are right in there as well. And John is back after a brief break, back in the IMSA radio booth. John.
I've been catching up on what's been going on in the paddock and catching all the gossip up. We're speaking to the guys from Sebring, who are very excited about what's going to be happening in a few weeks' time down there as well. You guys have had a lot of excitement. People throwing the cars off at the scenery.
Yeah, we have.
It's been a fantastic race.
We had a special guest. We had Neil Verhagen come in to chat as well.
Excellent.
Yeah,
very good. All good stuff.
Yeah,
all good stuff. However, the good news is the race is still together, and that's really important. I know that a lot of people will be. What time is it? 3 o'clock in the UK, 4 o'clock in Europe. So we may have lost some of our European contingent on the world feed. 107.9 here at the track in XM Sirius 207. If you are listening in the USA, Sirius XM, sorry, got that the wrong way around. There's a lot of people hanging about waiting for fireworks.
It did occur to me that in the grandstands there's a lot more people around at this time of night. The whole area of Daytona International Speedway is absolutely buzzing with Rolex 24-hour fever these last day or two. Brilliant.
Apparently the ticket sales have gone through the roof here, and if last weekend at the Raw was anything to go by, I absolutely understand that. I don't think, okay, the fairly pleasant temperatures, a lot of people still relatively rapid, but as we look at the people in front of us, there's quite a few people who are sitting in shirts and sort of gilets and not much else. It's not as if they're in fully, as our Aussie mates would say, they're not fully rugged up down there. So in front of us, a goodly portion of spectators. Hello to you if you're in the grandstands. 18 degrees in the air has not changed. Hello, sir. I'm talking about you and your gilet. You know I am.
That's a very trendy gilet. We call it a body warmer in Scotland.
So what we're talking, and there's the fireworks kicking off. 66 in the air, 66 on the track. It's absolutely balanced out now. 19 and 19. So just after 10 o'clock, and fireworks in the air above Daytona International Speedway. Never translates that well to radio if we just go ooh and ah, there's a blue one, there's a green one, I think. But for those of you watching on the world feed, with the Ferris wheel doing its thing as well, one of the traditions that we have here at Daytona around the Rolex 24 hours. And I often wonder what it's like to be a driver at this point. Do you want it to be a full course caution at this time so you can sit and enjoy it, or it's been quite a shock for the drivers going down the back straight, because they're in between. The fireworks are going up in between Lake Lloyd and the back straight, so you've got them on drivers left both times on the infield and then coming down the back straight as well.
Do you think the teams actually warn the drivers?
I
think I would, if I was a team manager, I would tell them that just to be sure, there's a couple of minutes, you don't be alarmed, there's going to be some fireworks. It would have scared the living whatnots out of me if I'd been, somebody had to be on the radio and said, mind off, there's going to be fireworks. Yeah, I know, I'm in the middle of it. No, there's actually going to be fireworks. Do you think they do a Thunderbirds countdown? That would be amazing.
Shea Adam is down in the pit lane and enjoying the temp. That's the big ground mines there.
Oh wow, that actually shook me a little bit. Not metaphorically speaking, literally, as I stand on the pit lane next to the Meyershank Racing Acura, which has been for full service drinks bottle change, but no driver change. Tom Blomqvist staying aboard for this next stint. No windshield tear off for Tom, just a nice clean with some of that extra powerful foamy stuff that they put on that makes a big difference to driver visibility. It's a bit like getting a new tear off, but you just hope that the guy actually cleaning the windshield gets all the streaks off, or else it's going to be a long stint. Looks like for Tom, he does have clear visibility, and away goes the Acura. Oh, that one was a lot quieter than the Cadillac, Peter.
That was just because they wanted everybody to hear the fireworks instead,
very magnanimous of them.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane. I can't actually hear the fireworks above the noise of the cars, which is quite extraordinary. So, Jeremy, the story of the last couple of hours then, with Tom Blomqvist getting a wiggle on before he came into the pits for that pit stop. He'd been trying to pull some time back with the two Cadillacs having been leading this race, the 02 and the 31, the Cadillac Racing and Whelen Engineering. Third, Ricky Taylor, another 2 seconds or so behind. And then the untroubled Porsche. Still only Porsche and BMW have had major issues out there, both with the battery packs, which were replaced.
Yeah, good point. That it's just been a fascinating motor race. It really has. We've got Cadillac 1-2 at the moment with that pit stop for the number 60 car that, of course, is now out of sequence after that mistake by Elio and Neves. But once again, that last stint for the number 60 car was 31 laps. The other cars are mainly doing around about 29 or 30 laps, or it's around about 51 minutes on a before they've used up all their usable energy. And at the moment, it's the number 02 car with Richard Westbrook out in the lead again. He'd taken the lead from the number 31 car about 8 or 9 laps before it came into the pit lane, and he has retained that lead after the pit stops have been completed. 280 laps now in the books for the race leader. And Richard Westbrook, he's lapping in the 40s at the moment. Each of his last 2 laps have been in the 40s. And he's been out of the pits for 4 laps. Jack Aitken, on the other hand, having stopped 4 laps sooner, he's down in the 38s. And the number 10 car, which is Ricky Taylor now in the 3rd position, he's in the 38s as well. So, and he came in on the same lap as did Richard Westbrook, so going 2 seconds a lap faster each of the last 2 laps. Behind them, Matthew Jaminet, he's about 10 seconds farther back there in that 4th position in car number 6, the Porsche. And then Renger van der Zande about 16 seconds behind him in the 01 car. So Tom Blomqvist is still at the tail end of those cars on the lead lap in the number 60 car, but he's about 37 seconds behind the 0-1 Cadillac. And before the round of pit stops, that gap was about 40 seconds. So made up a little bit of ground in relation to the 0-1 car, but still a lot more to do, but a long way to get that accomplished. 15.5 hours remaining.
We've got to keep remembering the Michelin Endurance Cup points as well. The first ones were awarded 6 hours into the race. Next one's at 12. And the next data stick collection is between hours 11 and 13. That's when they have to hand that over to IMSA. This is all part of how IMSA manages to get their information for BOP and things like that. They have their own independent sensors on the cars. Just for a little comparison, by the way, and this is nothing other than that, so please don't read any more into it. If the entire 33 car field completed the Indy 500, they would do 16,500 miles. At Daytona 500 would be 20,000 miles for a full 40 starters. And in the first 8 hours here, the field that started at 61 is now at 59, have completed 14,560 laps or 51,833 miles. Just for comparison, we're not saying, just to give you an idea about the pounding that these Michelin tyres in particular are taking. Great to watch racing in these nighttime hours. The exhausts and the brake rotors glowing. Except it's very early in the morning back in Europe. That means that it's prime time in Australia and New Zealand. Those of you tuned in on Sky New Zealand, hello, welcome to you. 15 hours and 30 minutes still to go.
Yeah, plenty of time. A lot can happen in that period of time, that's for sure. It's great to see so much clean running here, though, with all these cars in this race. We've had a few fall by the wayside, but we've only had, what, 2 official retirements so far, those being the number 47 Ferrari, the Chetlar Racing, cannot down after only 44 laps. Then Gar Robinson in the Riley Motorsports 74 Ranch Resort Ligier, the LMP2, one of the favourites in LMP2, having had so much success in recent seasons since the LMP3 category was brought in to be a part of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. This day it's not going away for Riley Motorsports, and that number 74 coach won the Rolex 24 each of the last 2 years. Gar Robinson has been part of that group for both of the years. The first year he was partnered by Scott Andrews, Spencer Pickett and Oliver Askew. Last year it was Kai Van Berlo, Michael Cooper and Felipe Fraga, part of that racing organisation for Riley Motorsports, but that race has come to an early abrupt end today. So those are the only 2 cars officially out. Number 25 BMW, having spent 2 long stints in the garage, is back running again, so hats off to BMW Team RLL for getting that car back into the fray, John. There's still a heck of a lot to learn. You're not going to park it, that's for sure.
Well, and you know, next year that car is going to do WEC in Le Mans as well, with Vincent Voss and WRT. They opened their account with BMW with a 1st and 3rd at the Dubai 24 hours. They're going on down to the Bathurst 12 hours next weekend. They've got Valentino Rossi as a BMW driver as well, which is sure to get some attention, shall we say.
Yeah.
Drove well, actually, at Dubai, and everybody I've spoken to has said he's going about this in the right way. Has some experience, of course, from when WRT were with Audi.
Yep.
He did some racing in GT Masters, I think. And he's also raced with his mates in the double 6 hours at Abu Dhabi in a Ferrari a couple of years, but not at the kind of level he's going to be expected to perform now. He is a sponge for information. Really impressed with him, to be honest.
Together.
Oh, really impressed with him, Jeremy. So easy when you've got 9 world championships in your chosen sport to think that you know everything. And
what have you got to prove?
Yeah, what have you got to prove? Except he really feels he has.
Yeah, very cool.
Full course yellow.
Ooh.
Full course yellow. Pits are closed.
Just had a change for second position a couple of laps ago. Ricky Taylor's got past Jack Aitken there, so the number 10 Acura Konica Minolta car into second position. Jack Aitken and the Wheel and Engineering car number 31 down to third. So it's Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac, Porsche, the top 4 at the moment. Not quite sure why this caution has come out.
A couple of people coming into a closed pit. I think the Paul Miller BMW made it, is in and out. Oh, the tyre stack's been moved out on the far side of the circuit at turn 6. Somebody's been in the wall, and we've had to dispatch an IMSA safety vehicle. Thick black lines of Michelin rubber behind the tyre stack. So that's turn 6 going back onto the oval section of the circuit.
An hour and 54 minutes or thereabouts since we last had a caution period. This is just the fifth, well, it's the 5th caution period of the race. But, 2 lengthy green flag runs there, and it's just been a fascinating contest in pretty much all of the classes.
Hello to Guy on 2 wheels. 24 hours of Daytona, he says, is a class event. North Vancouver, Canada, tuning in there. Ah, well, that means you should be able to watch on the world feed as well. GT car on the lane. This must be for emergency service. This is the 023, dark red. I do like that colour. That is proper old school Ferrari, sanguineous red. And that's coming for what should be just emergency service. That'll be a splash of 5 seconds of fuel, and that car should be away. Well, I think we're all right. It was close. Shea's called it as legal. That's fine. Oh, great work, very quickly by the driver. We've got a second stack that needs moving. What I don't know is who moved them in the first place, because there's some very big, thick black lines right behind them, as if somebody's had the nose of the car onto it and then pushed it along. But then presumably they would have had to reverse to get around them. Excellent work with the hydraulics. That's very impressive. Very impressive indeed by the operator. And the AMR safety crew there saying, can you just move that slightly to the right, please? Yes, just like that. I'm always in awe of people who can operate these hydraulic units. I once took my godson to Diggerland in the UK and had to go on a couple of JCBs. You drive them and operate all the hydraulics with 2 joysticks. It is not easy. Excellent work, and we should be back to green pretty quickly once we've gone through the pits open and the pass around is ongoing. How many full course yellows is this, Jeremy?
5.
All right, Okay, so we're doing all right. What's the magic number? 8:33. Okay. And how many lead changes have we had now, Jeremy?
We have had 21 lead changes amongst 6 different cars.
Okay.
Richard Westbrook, he's been closed down there quite quickly by Ricky Taylor, who just forged his way past Jack Aitken into 2nd position. And there really wasn't much to choose at all between those top 3 cars as we went to full course caution. Now it'll be a lot less still.
Yes. 286 laps completed, so we're a little behind where we need to be for a record run. Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
Jeremy Shaw, where would you like me to position myself? Who owes us a stop?
Well, nobody really owes us a stop, but I would imagine it probably will all come onto pit lane. The one that's the one that's closest to needing a pit stop, but it's only been out for 12 laps or so since its last pit stop, number 31 car. But it's going to be interesting to see. The number 60 car was the last one in. That was in 3 laps after any other car, so that's going to need less fuel during this pit stop, assuming everybody comes in. That's going to need the least amount of fuel to top it up to get ready for another long green run, and that car's been getting excellent fuel consumption or energy consumption in any case. So it's currently running in the 6th position. We might need to keep an eye on that one.
Okay, so I'll go down to the wheel and engineering box and keep a wary eye on any car that comes in with a significant amount of black on the right-hand side of it. Actually, John, that'll be your job. You'll be able to see that side.
It's true. Punk 101. Love listening to the show here in the UK in the night. Wish you all the best, fella. And good to hear that sports car racing lifts your spirits. Waiting for the pits to be opened. Pass around going on now. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Jerry Z, listening on 107.9. His headset's fully charged again, so he's tuned in. A lot of people still in the grandstands here. Stayed after the fireworks. Really impressed how many people have turned out. See quite a few people heading for the exits now. Lots of tail lights disappearing from the infield. Suspect that's some of our corporate guests from down in the Champions Club. That's the sort of area that they're coming out of. Maybe going back to some suites on the other side as well. There's a raft of manufacturer shuttles, of course. All right, Shep, stand by for action. Here they come.
Fuel only for Aitken. It is fuel and front tires so far for the 02. We put Richard Westbrook in that car the last time. Yep. Oh, the leash was deployed for the 31. I love it. We haven't seen the leash for a while. That is attached to the fueler to indicate when to stop refueling the car as to not lose track position. I don't know who got out ahead of whom, though. John, was it the red or the blue Cadillac in front? New tires for the number 10, the Konica Minolta Acura. And, oh, we've got the engine cover off for Tom Longfist. I'm going to walk down to the MSR world as it is a very standard
at the end of the pit lane, Shea, because the
red light?
The red light, yeah. It looks to me as though, actually they've queued up in 2 lanes, so it makes it even more difficult. 2 Cadillacs from a Porsche and an Acura, I think.
The tail section is going back on the second Acura. I think they might have taken this opportunity to just have a look at everything below the surface while you've got the option under the yellow flag conditions, see if there's any further work that you have to do. And they are tightening everything back up, fastening the tail portion back onto the rest of the car. Still waiting for Tom Blomqvist to get moving. But again, he's got a little bit of time, luxury of time, as this has come under a full course caution.
It was 0-2 Cadillac Richard Westbrook, from 31 Jack Aitken, from Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet, from the Acura of Ricky Taylor. That's how they're left once the light went green at the end of the pit lane.
And I believe the 02 took new front tires, whereas the 31 had no tires, just fuel.
Okay. Very interesting, different strategically. And it was a new tail, well, no, they were plugging into the back of the number 60 Acura, Tom Blomqvist, and they are pressurizing something at the back of the car. Not seen that done before. Now these cars have got a lot of different systems on them. It's the battery pack that have caused problems for BMW and Porsche so far. And the battery pack has got integral cooling. They're all in different places on the car. Porsche, along with their chassis designer Multimatic, have decided to place the battery pack asymmetrically. It's not along the center line of the car. It's actually on the opposite side to the driver, so it's on the right-hand side, and to balance out the driver's weight. Very clever bit of design, that. I just wonder if that was the battery pack on the Acura. She'll have a wander down there in a moment. Tom Blomqvist has now gotten away, but it required the removal of the tail section and something either being pumped in or pressurized. Hello to Brian, who is in Chicago. 5 inches of snow in Chicago at the moment, listening in there while shoveling the snow away. Now you're an hour back from us, aren't you? Because you're on Central Time, so just coming to 9:30. GT cars coming in and peeling off into their pits. Looks like we've got a lot of takers for Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
Fuel only for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 23. Let's see what the sister car decides to do. That would be the 27. Fuel only for them as well. Both of these cars having done pit stops relatively recently. Fuel only for the number 12, Vassar Sullivan Lexus, as the pit board is not dangling for the sister car, the 14th, so they are going straight back out, staying out, excuse me. We have fuel, tires, and a driver change for the number 9 Pfaff Porsche, the car and team that won this race in the championship 1 year ago with a very different driver lineup, but Klaus Bachler is out, and oh, they've just used the cleaning spray so that I can't actually see into the windshield right now to see who the driver is. That's Larry. That would be Lawrence Vantour, 2019 GT-LM champion, 2021 GTD champion, and the guy who has thought so much about this race for the last 12 months. Lawrence Vantour is once again aboard and away.
That sounded good.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Like that a lot.
So the number 01 car stayed out there and goes from 5th position into the lead. Number 24 BMW also did not make a pit stop. The question is, has it got the wave around? With all of the other cars coming into the pit lane, I think it probably should have done, but we're coming earlier now. They've all come past, haven't they? So perhaps that 24 car remains 1 lap down. Yeah, I think it does. I think it might have been sort of kind of scuppered there by the 01 car, also not staying out. If that car had come in along with everybody else, then that would have given BMW Team RM, Team RLL an opportunity to get back onto the lead lap. But because the 01 car didn't come into pits. I don't think it did. So.
Hello. Sorry, go on, Jeremy.
LP2, I think number 50. Well, the number 52 car, PL1 Matheson Motorsports machine, has a lap lead over 5 cars. I think number 88, 55, 51, 35, and 04 are all on the same lap as each other, and with that pit stop for number 52 car, that's going to enable those other contenders to get back onto the lead lap, because the number 52 car did come onto pit lane, and most of the other cars that were 1 lap down did not. So therefore, while the number 52 car was stationary, the cars that are out on the racetrack went past. They're now ahead on the racetrack, so therefore between the safety car and the class leader for when we get back to green. So before we go back to green, those cars that are between, in any of the classes between the safety car and the respective class leaders, can go past the pack and run around to catch up the back of the field. They hadn't been lapped at that stage by the race leader, so they're able to run around to the back of the pack and take up position behind the line of other cars in the class.
Hello, the Max Parksey, listening from Sheffield in the UK. Exams wrapped up this week. No better way to end it. Waikiki is where Zach Anderson is tuning in from. Hello to Liam Harrow, to Ruby Acosta, having a great watch party out in the suburbs at, I hope I get this right, Coquitlam, says Generic. Outside St. Louis, Missouri for Chase, all on IMSARadio.com. Let's hear where you're listening for as we're heading towards the nighttime coverage. Good to have your company, and don't forget our dedicated US night shift. The Night Owls are Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones with Rooftop Rate, powered by Sacred Coffee. Here in the US, that's 2 a.m. till 6 a.m. Eastern. So where's away yet? Boys will be rubbing themselves down with warm halibut oil even as we speak.
That is certainly a thought, John, to take you into the nighttime hours here at Daytona. Two fine athletes, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, who haven't been able to take their eyes off the race back in our studio.
None of us have been able to do that.
Now, here's a bit of trivia. I couldn't think of a race where I've seen multiple different pace cars in the same race. As in, there's 4 different pace cars from each of the GT manufacturers. I think Correct. It's a great idea. At the moment, we're on a blue Cadillac V-Series, which has got some serious boogie on the high bankings. We've got an Acura Type S. What have we got? We've got a BMW X7, is it? And we've got a Porsche 911. Porsche 911?
Porsche 911 Turbo.
Turbo S. Excellent. Yeah. A car that Felipe Nasr trusts for his personal transport. Is watch out on the motorways of Brazil. Yeah. Excellent. Porsche certainly look after their drivers with their company cars.
Talking to Nick Tandy, you were talking to Nick Tandy earlier week. He's picking up his new GTS Cabrio when he gets back to the UK.
Yeah, Dane Cameron's in a Panamera as well.
Panamera Sport Turismo.
Beautiful.
Or a Taycan Sport Turismo. I think that might have to be our new service barge for IMSA Radio.
Shea Adams got a report in pit lane, car number 20, the high-class racing cars with issues. Shane?
They just took the rear wing off and ran around the side closer to the racetrack, which is something very strange. You never see that happening. Then they took the engine cover off and pushed it up against the wall. They are still refueling the car while 3 mechanics have torches, or flashlights if you're in the United States, looking in the rear all around the suspension of this car. So I wonder if maybe it's clobbered a couple too many curbs. But it's just weird that they've taken the rear wing component completely off, taken it over the wall, and there's no hint of a new one coming over. I'm a little bit concerned about this, guys.
Oh, right. Thank you, Shea. Shea Adam, who is sharing the pit lane with Joe Bradley and Nick Damon. We'll hear from them later on.
I hope they're looking after my Camry.
The bad news is they're sleeping in your Camry. And Joe had hard-boiled eggs earlier on today. I'm seeing no more than that. And you've got to drive that back down to Miami.
I do.
You may want the windows open at that point.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Hello to my good friend Martin Keck, along with Jackson, Henry and Reagan, all listening up in the Milwaukee area. Miss you down here. Can't believe it's only a year since we first bumped into each other, Martin. And what a great meeting that was. Serendipity is something you can never budget for. Thanks very much for everything. Really been good knowing you in the last 12 months. Along with Jackson, Henry and Reagan.
A car stopped on the, it's an LMP2 car, I can't quite catch the number of it. It's the 51 car driven by Pietro Fittipaldi, Rick Ware Racing. The Rick Ware mechanics are sprinting down the pit lane at the moment, 3 of them at full pelt, trying to see what is the issue. The car has come to a complete halt in the pit lane, and Shea Adam has more.
Box completely, and unfortunately realized about 20 boxes too late, stopped in the transition lane, waited for communication from the crew. The crew then said, just wait there. He pulled forward about another 5 boxes, and now the crew has run up to get him. I don't think he has enough fuel to make it around for another lap, gents. I think that's why they're being forced to pull him all the way back. But definitely Francesco up on the wall and ready to get in the car. He's been there for a couple minutes now. It's actually been the last sequence we had where all the LMP2s came through when the pits were open for everybody, and then the 51 still didn't pit. Maybe there's a radio communication issue where the driver doesn't know where his box is because nobody on the high stand is counting down for him.
Another of the Rick Ware mechanics sprinting down the pit lane to help his colleagues, giving that Orica a bit of a more firm push as well. So yeah, great. Well, the great if there is a radio issue, good awareness by the driver not to reverse back or anything like that. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen something like that this weekend. Pietro Fittipaldi is in that car. And yes, Devlin Di Francesco waiting with his seat insert there, John.
Let's quickly, whilst we have a little time, with so many people tuned in from around the UK, 3:30 in the UK, lots of people coming in from a night out and deciding to listen in to us. Get the coffee on, guys. It's going to be a long night. Matthew Moore is at Watkins Glen. See you in June for the Sale in 6 hours. You will. Monty and Billy listening in on the infield, listening on 107.9 FM, as is Kyle Hall, who's walking around the infield. It's the beauty, isn't it, of a circuit like this, that you can get to the infield, you can go and watch on those bleachers on the infield section, you can come up here onto the grandstands, and with a decent pair of binoculars you can see pretty much all around. Oh, it must be getting chillier because we've got an extra layer of the G-lane now in front of me. You're going to be my temperature thermometer with that, sir. You are. Got his headset on, listening in right in front of our booth up here on the 5th floor.
Still got the beer in a koozie though. You got to keep the beer cold though. That's very important.
Oh yes, beer's got to still be in the cozy. Yeah. Can't have warm beer on a cold night. I mean, that's just wrong.
No. Or totally cold hands on the cold beer.
No. Absolutely.
Works both ways.
Absolutely. Close to a foot of snow in Milwaukee at the moment. Says Gin and Zeus, watching from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It's about 20 minutes from Road America. We've often stayed in Sheboygan.
Isn't that the town where James French is from?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
So who's in the race in the LMP3 class? And James, 2017, had one of the most dominant IMSA series in any class, in any category, completely wiping. They won every race but one. I think it was Petit Le Mans, where the last race was the only race they didn't win in the LMPC category.
Sebi Kerner, just a few minutes away from the Hockenheim ring. Big night shift there, 4:30 in the morning. Good effort, Sebi. Ah, and our good friend Michael Rennick in Atlanta tuned in as well. Still got a lot of people. These are the hours where quite often we learn most about these cars. Cadillacs first, second and third. We've always said that the Cadillacs were slightly dark horses. Well, they've come to the front now. It's the 01, 02 and 31, which is nice because I like them in number order. It's the two Cadillac Racing run by Chip Ganassi v LMDHs. Renger van der Zande, Richard Westbrook and Jack Aitken, the three Cadillac drivers. The 31, of course, is the Whelen Engineering car, Jeremy.
Yeah, interesting to me that the number 60 team, they would have needed less fuel than the other contenders who came in several laps after them last time around. I'm surprised they didn't make up any ground at all. They remain in the 6th position as we go back to green.
So Renger van der Zande leads the field through then with the Porsche right behind. That's Porsche number 6 right in behind there, excuse me, Porsche number 7, which is several laps down. So yes, that does mean that Cadillacs are 1, 2, 3. So the Porsche number 7 in there with the split, the class split. So Renger van der Zande leads away then in the yellow and black 01 Cadillac, with Jack Aitken in hot pursuit in car number 31 for Action Express Racing. Then in third, the 02 for Chip Ganassi Racing, the blue and black machine, Richard Westbrook.
Stop at 62nd for the number 1 Paul Miller Racing team. A little bit of a miscommunication, we think, that brought them into the pit lane. Not a radio issue per se, but miscommunication within the team as to whether that car had come in on the closed pit or not. Very costly. We'll take another VP Racing Fuel official coolant of IMSA Stay Frosty update in a moment.
That's going to be a lap then, really, for car number 1 for Paul Miller Racing.
Absolutely.
Car 43 in LMP3 class. Penalty for working on the car outside the pit box, a drive-through penalty for them. That's a real pity for the MRS GT Racing squad. As we go back to complete our first black-green under green again, as the GTP car is scraping along as they hit the braking point for turn 1 as they transition off the super speedway oval and onto the flat there as well. They're running them super close to the low to the ground. They won't be able to do that at Sebring. They'll have to jack the right height up a little bit for the bumps of Sebring in about 6 weeks' time. But what that caution means is that the number 60 Marchand Acura is now back in right in the thick of the battle. We know how much pace they have. They've recovered from that little thrill and spill earlier on, and they are really back in the thick of it as well. So they've really used one of our Porsche keys to the race, worked the cautions, and that's brought them right back into the fight there as well. Tom Blomqvist on board the machine. In the GTD Pro, well, Lexus, after Jack Hawksworth hunting down David Pittard for well over an hour, the Lexus for Vassar Sullivan Racing, car number 14, leads from the WeatherTech Mercedes, Daniel Juncadella and Antonio Garcia for Corvette Racing, right in there as well in car number 3. So we now have 4 GTD Pro cars with Alex Riveras in 4th as well. So before we have the first of the GTD cars, Kyle Marcelli, car number 93 for Racer's Edge. And Jeremy, you've been keeping an eye on the lead changes, but I suspect those are new leaders. Certainly in GTD, the Racer's Edge car, I don't think has been in the lead of that category rest. Not by my, I'm thinking off the top of my head though, but
so am I. Too complicated.
Too complicated, yes. But they're great stuff
been
from
right
them.
There
oh
all
yeah,
the way through though.
Yes, they have. They have. That's very true.
I think Ashton Harrison led earlier on. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yes. They've had good pace all week. Both Acuras have been fast, Racer's Edge and the Gradient team as well. As Jack Aitken battling away with Tom Blomqvist. The battle for 3rd position, and Blomqvist has a little look as well, and Aitken says, not on your life. as they come through the king, just covering the line nicely. But Blomqvist, he's not going to take that one lying down. Blomqvist got a lot of pace underneath this number 60 Mashank Acura and wants to get to the front, wants to be able to use that pace and pull away if we get a long period of green flag running as the GTPs come up onto the super speedway once again, opening up those engines.
Yeah, up to 200 miles an hour on the back straight as they head down towards the Le Mans chicane. And the Cadillac's 1-2 at the moment. The third one, Richard Westbrook, has fallen back 2 or 3 positions. He's back into 5th place right now. Tom Blomqvist has made up a couple of positions, and he is running in 4th. So the 2 Acuras exchanged positions, plus they got Richard Westbrook between them. So a really good restart by Tom Blomqvist in car number 60.
A penalty for the Triarte Competizione Ferrari and GTD car 023. Stop plus 10 seconds for an improperly served emergency service obligation. We're seeing quite a few of these styles of penalties coming through as the race is going on.
That's a brand new team then for this year. They've been racing in SRO for last year, had some success in the AM category, but there really literally wasn't any competition in it, unfortunately. But I tell you what, that team has a very ambitious future. They're doing the long distance races this year. They're planning to step up into a full campaign in 2024, and it's a really good-looking organisation. Mark Showman, who's been around this sport a long time, he's I think he's only serving as a spotter here this weekend, but he's a pretty useful engineer in his own right. In many of the top teams over many years. He's retired now, he tells me. Yeah, right. But he's back here with this team, and he's worked with this team in Ferrari Challenge. They had a lot of success in Ferrari Challenge. Trialzi Competizione is part of a group of Ferrari dealerships based in Orlando. They've got a dealership in Tampa. It was opened up just a few years ago, and last year was voted the top dealer for Ferrari, not in the US, in the world.
That's quite a boast. That is a boast.
Yeah.
Well, we've blown through another hour of racing. Let's take a VP Fuels in race update. We've been back to green for a few laps now. 295 laps completed by the 01 Cadillac that leads by 1.299 seconds from the number 60 Acura now in 2nd position. Tom Blomqvist getting amongst the Cadillacs in 3rd. It is another Cadillac, the 31. No, it's not. It's the Porsche that's just gone through. Mathieu Jaminet has gone through ahead of Jack Aitken. They said Jack Aitken there. I'm feeling all continental. It's the convergence, it's getting to all of us. You know that. Then Jack Aitken in the 31 in 4th position, but still only a second and a half between the top 4. Another second further back, Ricky Taylor behind the wheel of the number 10, Conning Minolta Acura. 02, Richard Westbrook in the Acura Racing, the Chip Ganassi run car, and the top 7 made up by Philip Eng. Just a lap off the lead, still in that number 24 BMW. Here's the class leaders. It is the number 52, Alex Quinn, driven, wins LMP2 Oregon. That was the pole sitting car. LMP3, Nico Pino for the number 33, Sean Creech Racing. That's the Ligier with the stars and stripes on it. And in GTD, the top 4 now Pro cars. How that has turned around in the last few hours. And it's Lexus now at the front. V8, front engine, rear wheel drive. Jack Hawksworth by a couple of seconds to Tonio Garcia and Daniel Juncadella actually in 2nd, and then it's Tonio Garcia in 3rd. And in GTD itself, it is Phil Ellis. What a story this would be. Winwood Racing, a rebuilt car with help from other teams who aren't even with the same manufacturer. After that car, original car, went out of the race in practice. Nassar doing very well, we hear, and that's great news. Still coaching from his hospital bed, we heard earlier on. Frederick Schandorf in there as well in 2nd in the McLaren, and a Mercedes for Mike Skeen, the Korthoff car, in 3rd position. Got to cycle through another guest here with Jeremy Shaw, Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. Let's make room for the president of IMSA, as we've got a change in the lead. Tom Blomqvist has gone to the head at the end of that VP Racing Fuels update in race. The official coolant of IMSA, Stay Frosty. New leader, 14 hours and 53 minutes to go here at the World Centre of Racing. John Doonan, President Doonan, as I like to say, give you your due. Give you your due, sir. Well, you cannot be disappointed with what you've seen so far today. I know it was a bit of an unknown. I know the teams wanted more time and the manufacturers wanted more time. The fans have come out, they know what this is all about. Have we got some great fans or what, John?
Well, this is my 22nd Rolex 24, and I have never, ever seen the crowd that we all saw and experienced during the pre-race grid walk. I've not seen the infield jam-packed like this, both on the midway and all the camping, and literally took one of our guests out to their car earlier on a golf cart, and it took an hour because of the traffic.
Right, you know Shea Adam and Joe Bradley are not backwards in coming forwards, particularly now Michelin countdown to green. They were on the talk back to me saying, we can't get down to the front of the grid. It was unbelievable.
It's lovely for this to be the case in what is an incredibly special debut. And as Jeremy just pointed out, old Jam Jam just went into second.
Mathieu Jaminet, so Renger van der Zande, presumably Jeremy, on the end of his second stint here on those tyres. We've seen that the tyre performance difference has been quite strong here, depending on where you are. And he's now being passed by both the Acura of Tom Blomqvist and Mathieu Jaminet, with his pace just falling off a little bit, and he's now ahead of Jack Aitken by just a second, and Jack Aitken is moving in quite strongly. Well, lots of new technology here, John, in the GTP, and we have seen some problems needing to be solved. This is reminiscent, it might be new tech and new GTP, this is reminiscent of an old-fashioned endurance race. All the teams in GTP and the manufacturers and drivers say we're slightly going into the unknown, and there'll be quite a few younger endurance fans here who aren't used to this. This is a real throwback, isn't it?
It is to some extent. They all worked extremely hard to get here. I think everybody understands in a new technology launch or a new car launch, we may experience some learnings, but everybody, of course, wished they had more time. They took every advantage of every moment they had to get ready for this, but until you come here and run 24, you just don't know.
If they've been running the cars for another year, they'd still want more time.
Yeah, racers can't help themselves.
Well, you've been on that side of things, Mr. D.
Yeah, well, yeah, quite.
I sure have.
But look, I mean, it is remarkable, really. I mean, they know, how much there is to learn on these cars, and to have them run and have, I mean, what are we now? 11 hours into the race.
300 laps about to be turned.
300 laps this time around. It's been a remarkable race, and yeah, we've had 5 full course cautions, but we've had 3 really long periods of all green racing. So it's not as if there really is nothing to choose between these cars.
Yeah, and I got to tell you guys, of course, based on the excellent work you do calling the race, and also what NBC and USA Network and Peacock, my phone has been blowing up since the green flag, talking about the racing throughout the field, no matter what the class. So I think we're putting on a great show for our audience, and looks like the number 10 car has a penalty coming.
Yeah, this is the Connington Minolta Acura leaving with equipment attached. That's going to be a drive-through. Just a little clarification, by the way. We've been talking with the BMW and the Porsche of the installation that we've seen being changed over. We've been talking about as a battery pack. We're using that as kind of technical shorthand because we actually don't know what's in there. Thanks to Doug Campley for explaining to us there are actually 3 elements of the hybrid kit, and quite a lot of electrical looms that make up that single assembly. Now that comes out of the bottom of the GTP cars. Wherever it's mounted, it's asymmetrically mounted in the Porsche ahead of the rear wheel to counterbalance the driver on the Multimatic chassis, which is really clever. It's more accurate, I'm told, to call it the hybrid kit or the hybrid bundle in that car. It's not just the battery pack. Thank you, Doug Campling at WAE. Nice to see you earlier on today as well. We'll try and get him up actually into the booth at some point. But this is, again, John Durnan, this is, sorry, the speed of that leading Tom Blomqvist. He's doing exactly what he did at the start of the race when it looked like the police were chasing him round here the way he was cutting through traffic, quite honestly. We're back to what endurance racing always was, and in my mind should be. We're proving new technology in a very harsh environment on the high banks. The loads here are extraordinary. In comes the number 7 Porsche and the number 10 for its penalty to be served, the Connie Minolta. We're proving it in a harsh environment. 7 800-volt systems, integrating that into an ICE car has all kinds of electrical interference that has to be dealt with. This is literally technology transfer for the manufacturers. They're learning in a 200-mile-an-hour laboratory.
They sure are, and we sat down with the manufacturers and talked about what the next generation of top category car needed to be for them to tell that story. But also talked to David Salters at HPD or Acura, and the excitement that David shared that's coming from his engineers.
Ferrari off at the horseshoe at the western end, and that's the 12th position car in class. So that is...
There aren't 12 cars in the pro class actually, but
all right,
close enough. They've certainly dropped some time lately because they were up.
It's a 21 car.
Oh, it is 21 car, beg your pardon. So it is 12 cars. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well done.
So that is the. He's dropped down a little bit.
Castellacci.
So it's Castellacci, Frankie Castellacci in that car. Sorry, John, go ahead.
No, I just talked to David Salters back at the December test, and David shared just the level of enthusiasm and excitement out of his engineering staff when they've had the opportunity now to work on this incredible project, and the energy that it's given all of them. The same goes for the designers and the bodywork. And speaking to so many of them, they are just so enthused with having a project like this that either, to your point, talks about something that is to come for the automaker or something that they're proving out in this incredibly harsh environment.
Pretty much none of these cars. Porsche just rolled out at this time last year, and they were by far the first on the track because they were doing all the initial proving work of things like the battery array, the battery bundle, and the hybrid bundle rather that we've been talking about. Everybody else has taken a much longer time. Nice jump, by the way, for the. Is that the
Acura?
Yeah, I think it might have been. It looked like the Iron Dips, was it not? Oh, John says. Which one do you reckon, John?
That's a 93.
Yeah,
accurate.
Thank you. These cars weren't rolling this time last year. That's not normal in motor racing. You don't get cars on the track in 10, 11 months. Now, you know, that it wasn't planned like that. We had a global pandemic that got in the way. This should have been happening. We announced this 3 years ago. We were standing downstairs 3 years ago this weekend announcing it. I watched you sign the piece of paper with Pierre Fillon. Magnificent.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is not how this normally works. So this has been a fantastic collaborative collegiate effort just to get to this point.
Yeah, that's right. That's the right word. And for everyone listening, that collaboration is real. Porsche was the pilot customer, to your point. They were the first one to roll out. But the experiences they had, primarily the common part of the car, the hybrid unit, the hybrid powertrain, the bundle as you call it, they learned when they went out testing, and they shared. what they learn. So BMW, Cadillac, and of course Acura were able to learn from what the Porsche folks did in their rollout and their testing, such that everybody could get up to speed as fast as they possibly could. And really, really excited for our sport to unveil this platform to kick off GTP, to do so with a sustainability message that when you couple the hybrid and the fuel we're using, as well as a reduction of tires, it's absolutely a special story for us.
And what next, John? Because you know these cars are in their infancy. We heard news from the guys at IMSA Technical that they're going to look at the LMP2s to see if they can actually be speeded back up again, such as the pace of these cars so early in their development. So IMSA not prepared to stand still, always looking forward, always taking all those data sticks and all that, those giggle bytes of information back up at the technical center and breaking that down.
Yeah, we'll continue to evaluate. You know, fortunately, the weather has been a real blessing this weekend, such that we can gather data throughout this race, take it back, refine what we need to refine, not only in GTP, but perhaps other categories and other platforms. But the bottom line is we kicked off today what I like to call a platinum era of endurance sports car racing. The mid-'80s and early '90s for me as a fan of the sport was the golden era, but now we have just taken it to another level, and we're really thrilled to be the ones to have the opportunity to launch this.
Best of the Cadillacs now, the 31 car. It was 010231. They were in number order, but Jeremy Renk, Van der Zander and Richard Westbrook have had to give best to Jack Aitken.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was Cadillac 1, 2, 3 at the restart, wasn't it? And now it's Acura first, Porsche second, and then Cadillac's third, fourth, and fifth. And Ricky Taylor with that penalty. Now he's about half a minute behind Richard Westbrook in the 6th position. But look, we've seen everything changing on a pretty regular basis. The Acuras are certainly really, really strong, but the Cadillacs are right there, and there's a Porsche in 2nd place. So, in fact, Germany now are right on the tail again of Tom Blomqvist, who, even though Blomqvist's got a really good car, he's not been able to pull. He's made up the ground. I mean, he came from 6th at the restart to the lead, but he's not pulling away. Probably doesn't want to pull away, quite frankly, because you've got to be mindful of how much energy is being used by that number 60 cars, that maximum allowable energy during its stint. And so if he could just maintain his position in the lead, he'd be pretty happy with that. But he's certainly under a lot of pressure at the moment from Matthew Jaminet's Porsche.
We've got a variety of different listener groups and viewer groups here, John. 107.9 around the circuit on the fabulous PA here. And thanks to Mike and the team and Leah, our tech up earlier on, for getting us out there. Sirius XM on a 207 around the world on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV as well, outside of the excellent work that NBC are doing here in the US. What message do you have for those different groups? The guys who have come here obviously have voted with their feet and their wallets, and that's not the easiest decision to make for a start-off, is it?
No, it's not, and I think you know, we're thrilled with the commitments at the top category. To have had at one point early on 16 manufacturers around that table understanding what the vision was for the LMDH technical regulations, which of course for us is GTP. I'm thrilled, and to have 5 manufacturers that 1 year from today will be here competing. That's amazing. To have Alpine in Europe commit to the same category of regulations, amazing. Then you roll the clock back to yesterday. Corvette unveils a GT3 car. Ford commits to bring the Mustang GT3 car here in a year.
Are we going to see that at Sebring? That's what I'm hearing.
I hope so. Ford's announcement to make, but overall, you grew up with the sport. Jeremy grew up with the sport. This is stuff that dreams are made of for our fans primarily, but all the automakers. What an awesome playground!
I know it's very early in the morning in Europe, 4 o'clock in the UK, 5 o'clock in Europe. But what would you say to the European fans tuned into IMSA TV over there? It's been a cornerstone of the growth globally. We're talking to Sky Sports in New Zealand as well at the moment, and various different TV syndications. We've just brought on Viaplay in the UK. We're still able to stream that in the UK as well, of course, at the moment. How important is the international fans, given the international commitment from those manufacturers?
Well, first of all, I'd say thanks for tuning in.
Particularly this time of the morning.
Exactly. And
see you here next year.
Yeah, get your tickets booked.
Yeah, please, Orlando airport code is MCO, and please come join us. I think that's what I've said several times. The ultimate beneficiaries of all of this are those fans, the folks watching, the folks listening, the folks that have filled absolutely to capacity the infield. We love their passion. We're all here because we have the same passion, and if you do come, bring somebody that maybe hasn't been to a race before.
That's a good point.
Because we are needing to educate and bring that next generation. The last weekend here at the Roar, we had about 5,000 Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts camping. They were in the Daytona 500 Club doing Pinewood Derby.
Oh, that was great.
And garage tours. So
can I come and commentate on that next year?
Yeah,
I want to put that to air. I want to do that live.
Let's do that. You can commentate, but you can't build a car because you might be in the BOP game there. Is what I'm thinking.
By the way, it's not my job to sell airline tickets, but several airline companies at the moment, until the end of this month, have got very good fare sales on, and you can book a year ahead. That's all I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. If you're out in Europe at the moment, John, it's a big year this year. The calendar, we tried to talk about date equity and venue equity, but we have added one new venue, and Indianapolis Motor Speedway, everybody will understand why we've gone there. We'll have some darkness racing on the Friday night, or at least into the gloaming, with the Michelin Pilot Challenge there. And is it right what I'm hearing, that somebody has managed to persuade Roger Penske and the organisation to allow camping on the infield at the Brickyard? I don't think that's ever happened before.
No, that's correct. And we're going to first year run the Michelin Pilot Challenge on Saturday night, give it a go with a 4-hour race under the lights to make sure we prepare ourselves for 2024, when we plan to have the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship.
You're saying that now. We've
talked about it. We've talked about it.
Right.
And you're right. Doug Bowles, the president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, was here this weekend. Mr. Penske, Mark Miles, Doug, they've committed 100% to camping in the infield. So it's my hope that they took a lot of pictures and a lot of notes about what was happening here, and I know that they're committed to absolutely packing that place in September, and I hope that that's the ultimate response.
We've got a problem for the Kelly Moss number 92. This is the Laughing Buddha machine, red, white and black car, and that car is steaming. There's been contact with something there, I think. Has he just pulled off? Not entirely certain there. Driver is out, which is good news. Looking at the back, looks like it's steaming a little bit from that 4.2 litre flat 6 engine. This is the Brewer, Alex Udell, Jerome Blinkenmolen car. Well, he's pulled the fire extinguisher, so he's quite worried about that. We're still under green. Is there a lick of flame under the back of there? I'm not sure, but looks slightly deranged at the back, so there might have been a little bit of contact. Car is off the track and out of turns where drivers left at turn 2 is where that is. And so we're going to get a raft of pit stops. Nick Damon has taken over in the pit lane. Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, John, and good evening, Mr. Doohan. How are we all doing up there in the lofty heights of the Speedway superstructure, or what we call it?
Fifth floor, love, the 5th floor.
5th floor. Well, I'm sure you should be on the 6th floor in my mind. So the wheeling car was in first, the 31 Cadillac. That's having I was going to say they're complete. So I'm not actually sure they changed tyres. They've offered tyres. I think they've done 2. They may have done right sides only by the looks of it. And if I do the others, then we've also got the 01 Cadillac also getting a full service. That's the yellow one. That goes well. I'm pretty sure that one didn't have tyres, and there are tyres. Oh, blimey! And there are tyres being offered to the number 10 Acura. So that has got tyres. So it's a mixed bag as we seem to have the whole time. As everyone now is predicting a yellow, because all the teams are on the pit wall waiting to bounce into action. Very long stop for the Konica Minolta car. They must be quite a long way into their run. And off they go. And suddenly, for a few seconds, this end of the pit lane is empty.
John, got to ask you about the relationship with the ACO. Great photo opportunity with the centenary trophy out by the Le Mans chicane. We've got to ask you some hard questions sometimes as well. Sebring, WEC, ACO President Pierre Fillon saying maybe not, it's not quite working for them. Can you shed any light on that? He says he still wants to be part of a WEC weekend, but 2 races on the weekend is difficult. What's the situation there, John, and what can be done?
Yeah, first of all, at the outset, you indicated the ACO relationship and the strength of it. It's a tremendous time for us. Pierre said it yesterday. The relationship's never been better, and so we're super proud of the relationship where it is today. The common thinking about what this sport needs now and going forward. You know, Sebring, Super Sebring as it is today, has been a really special opportunity to bring our fans the best of the best from all over the world, and we're going to continue to do that here in about 6 weeks for 2023, and we'll continue to talk about what happens after that. Obviously, the FIA World Endurance Championship has a great opportunity to, as they announced, to go to Qatar to kick off their season, which is tremendous for them. And we'll continue to look at ways that we can potentially look at other venues. There's a lot of factors, as you know. There's availability, there's television, there's a lot of factors we need to consider, but we'll, based on the strength of the relationship, I'm sure we'll get to the right place for all involved.
Let's head down to Nick Damon while we have a chance and take some driver interviews in this yellow flag period.
Yeah, straight out the Meyer-Shank car from the lead, it's Tom Blomqvist. That Acura is lethally quick.
Yeah, we got a great car. You know, when the tires are fresh, it really lights up. So yeah, the guys have done a fantastic job. You got to manage so much. So you know, I knew I wanted to get back to kind of like some clearer air so we could manage the car a bit better. So yeah, I think I was able to carve through the pack a little bit there. I think they were on much older tires, so obviously it was made my life a little bit easier. But no, the car's been working really well, and although it hasn't been straightforward, the boys are constantly keeping an eye on things and changing stuff. We've had bodywork changes. We've had the last stop, the guys were under the took the rear off the car. So it's not very straightforward. It's a challenging race for everyone. But yeah, obviously we've got a fantastic car under us, and we just need to try and manage the car until those final hours, and hopefully we're still there to fight for victory.
So how close to flat out are you driving? Or are you just literally driving to a time and then suddenly finding yourself quicker than everyone else anyway?
No, we're pushing, but we're just trying not to put so much stress through the car. And obviously we're trying to save energy, fuel, whatever you want to, and energy now, but we're trying to save energy so we can go a bit longer in the stint. Just gives us a bigger, opportunity to work with. And obviously it also takes care of the brakes, the tires, and everything. So yeah, it's a conscious effort to do that. But no, the car's fantastic. In these cooler conditions, it's really coming alive. So we're constantly learning, and I'm getting used to the car. Using the tools in the cockpit to, try and improve my driving, and yeah, it's a constant learning curve for everyone.
You just had a couple of stints. Are you more physically tired or mentally tired?
Probably mentally tired, but you know, it's still okay, right? We're still relatively fresh. It's these next ones coming up when you're trying to go get some sleep now, and yeah, we're not going to be sleeping a lot. And it's those 3 a.m. stints that's when it starts to take it out of you. And yeah, there's still how long? There's still 14 and a half hours to go. So it's we're not even halfway.
John, thank you very much. I never stand in the way of a man in his bed, so he's got.
Well made.
He did look a bit tired, which was quite gratifying because he's done a lot of work.
I just said there here in the booth that it's at least he's got the good grace to sound like he's been working hard, which tells you all you need to know about this. John Turner's with us, president of IMSA. A couple of quick questions for you. Jerry Z has tweeted in at IMSA Radio. He lives a little bit further south in Florida. Really enjoyed the IMSA and Creventic 24 hours of Sebring. Wasn't able to happen because of the global logistics issues. Any plans to bring that back in the future with our friends from Holland?
Well, I certainly hope so. I think you're right. The shipping issues relative to the pandemic were quite difficult. We had all hands on deck on our side, on the NASCAR government affairs side, to help them out, and they're terrific people to do business with. I certainly hope we can host them, whether it's back at Sebring or a circuit like Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta would present a really cool. So, you know, again, we have these circuits. What an amazing opportunity it would be to bring colleagues and those who share the same passion over to join us at other events. But amazing opportunity we have here, and in addition, we had some little Garage 56 news today.
Oh yes, I saw that. Now you've been very closely. You're almost putting your team manager hat back on with that, team principal hat with that.
I am back in the race team business. Obviously, Hendrick Motorsports is the team, but I love the opportunity to be part of this project. We have the absolute biggest and best all-star team that I've ever seen. With the
for those that missed it, it was a driver announcement, so come on.
There sure was. Of course, 7-time himself, we call him, Jimmy Johnson, 2-time winner here at the Daytona 500 in 2006, 2013, 83 NASCAR Cup wins, and of course 7 titles. He'll be leading the NASCAR way, the NASCAR flag. Of course, it's no secret Mike Rockenfeller has been doing a great deal of the development and the testing, both on track and on the simulator. And then I think the one that surprised people the most when we came out the side door was 2009 F1 World Champion Jenson Button. And we're absolutely thrilled to have Jenson with us. Those 3 get along like schoolboys. It's really cool already.
I have no doubt about that whatsoever. I've known Jenson for a very long time, and Mike. First thing, it didn't surprise me with Jenson, because if I asked him to race a shopping cart around Publix on LPGA Boulevard, he'd probably say yes if he had a free weekend. He's done rallycross. His dad was big into rallycross as well, of course, John, back in the day. He will drive anything. That's a really interesting driver lineup, and we know it's an invitation to Le Mans, and it's not therefore in competition per se. But what do you want to achieve with that, John? What is the point of that? Hands across the ocean, absolutely. Potentially new technology and a new look stock car for NASCAR, but where do you want to be in the race? What sort of pace do you think that car can achieve, and where would you like to be, hopefully at the end of 24 hours? Clearly you want to get to the end first of all.
Yeah, we're working with Terry Bouvet at the ACO. We're working with all of our FIA partners and friends to get it right, to not be in the middle of those who are actually competing in a class. At the same time, we're not going to go over there and do anything but perform at our very best. And the next NASCAR Next Gen Cup car is a very versatile car. So we've learned a lot about getting Le Mans pace out of that car. We're going to go over there and run, and we're going to run hard, especially as it comes to the GT field. We'll be in the mix with the GT cars, and I think. The other thing is that the real foundation of it is to put NASCAR further on a global stage. And Jim France, his father, Bill France Sr., did it in 1976. We're going to do it in 2023 as soon as we get that invitation, and you know, show the world, show the fans, show the other manufacturers there the opportunities that exist in NASCAR. More and more road courses, the NASCAR schedule, unique street race in Chicago coming up in July.
Your hometown, baby.
I'm heading to LA to the Coliseum next weekend to a short track, and you know, NASCAR, as Steve Phelps says, is thinking boldly about new opportunities, and both here in the States, but also Le Mans is a really special place to go put NASCAR in front of an audience, and I think the fans are going to love that car.
Well, if you ever need an international broadcast crew for any of the NASCAR events, Johnny Palmer started on short track ovals in the UK with Nick Tandy and commentated on him, and I've got a feeling that we could put a decent crew together to do that, if that ever needs to come together, and we can make something happen for you. John, I know you've got a lot to do. Thank you very much indeed for your continued support of what we do here at IMSA Radio, and particularly of the international feed. So many people have been tweeting through that they love watching what's going on via IMSA.tv and the uninterrupted coverage that IMSA puts out there. The words gold standard have been used a couple of times. You promised us there'd be no changes when we spoke to you on Midweek Motorsport back in December. There haven't been. You've added some new TV syndications without indeed affecting that streaming service. Thank you very much indeed to you, to David Pettit and the rest of the team.
No, thank you, and appreciate the entire staff and in the booth, and of course down on pit lane. We have stories to tell. You all are part of that, and we want to continue to tell stories, grow the audience, and hope everybody gets a chance to also watch the new docuseries Win the Weekend, which we launched. And before coming upstairs here, we are over 1.2 million viewers since we launched it just about 10 days ago. So great for our sport. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of the show. Thanks for tuning in, and can't wait to see how this thing shakes out in the next 14 and a half hours.
Well, you know you're welcome back here anytime if you want to slip away and let people not know where you are. We won't put you on the air next time. You can just come and sit and chill out and watch a bit of racing like you did at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for Mathilde Petit-Le Mans. Thanks, John.
Thanks, guys.
John Turner joining us here in the booth. Let's get down to Nick Damon down in the pits. He's had a slew of cars.
Double slew. We had the slew of the prototypes, which included a number of the GTP cars, including the number 60 Meyer Shank coming in for a tiny top-up. The BMW, the one remaining one that's still near the front, the 24, that took on tyres and fuel. The Porsche Penske number 6, that seemed to me, I was kind of looking between three people just to take on fuel only, and the number 2, yes, the blue Cadillac also came in for a full service. Then we had all the GTD, which included the GTD leader, which of course is the 14 Vasser Sullivan car, and that saw Jack Hawksworth get out and Mike Conway get in, and I couldn't see any other, I was looking around, there were two other things going on, so that's other cars came in and other pit stops have happened.
Who didn't come in, Jeremy, in that stop as far as the GTs were concerned? Was it just the number 70, Jeremy, that didn't come in?
Yeah, I think so, of the cars on the lead lap, of which there's, well, a bunch. I think there's, what is it now? 7 GTD cars and 5 GTD Pros, so 12 in all, I think, came in. The one that didn't is the number 70 Inception McLaren. It was running right down towards the tail end of those cars, but it did stay out. This, I think, is going to give the opportunity for at least the number 79 car that is coming in now. I think that got the wave around, was back on the lead lap. So the first car, yeah, I think it's not 66 car, the Gradient Racing, Acura, and a couple of others are also getting wave around. So we're going to have the usual bun fight in GTD when we go back to green.
Bun fight is definitely a good way to describe it, I would say, Jeremy. In GTD, it always is. Brilliant to listen to John Doonan there, the president of IMSA. So much going on, there's so much to talk about. We could have had him in for hours. He's obviously a very busy man, but so much going on. at IMSA and global sports car racing as well. And IMSA is a huge part of that, of course. So fantastic stuff, and congratulations to John and all his team for what they've pulled together here for this 2023 season that we have ahead, kicking off with the 61st Rolex 24 at Daytona. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff in the IMSA radio booth under yellow flag here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Ready to go back going again. Now, before we did have the Cadillac V-Series pace car. There is, of course, a different pace car for each GTP manufacturer, which have taken turns. The Porsche has actually got a matching livery based on the 963 run by Porsche Penske Motorsport. One of those cars is right in the thick of the leading battle, car number 6, which has got Matteo Giamini on board at the moment, but unfortunately the number 7 car had to go behind the wall for repairs, but is circulating and again getting hugely valuable mileage in that at the moment as well. And I think mileage is really everything. Everybody wants the big results, everybody wants the Rolex watch at the end of the race, but mileage is as valuable as it'll ever be at this stage of the race and of the development cycle of those cars. Car number 20, High Class Racing, completed a pit stop in the WeatherTech Mercedes in at the moment. Are they doing a brake change? Or are my eyes deceiving me? It is late.
Well, and they're a fair way away, Peter. They're having a look under the rear wheel arch. They don't seem to have the tray of equipment out.
I thought it was a tray, it was a tire.
Oh, no, hang on. That was something that they were doing there. In comes the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane. Were you anywhere near the...
I was looking at it from a distance, the WeatherTech car, and they appear to be pulling something out. I don't think it's a situation where they were actually looking at doing a brake change, but Peter's absolutely right. They were fiddling around in that caliper area. Now, the 96 car, which I believe is one of the Turner Motorsport cars, has come to a dead stop in the pit lane about 50 metres prior to their box. And he's got a problem. He's got that kind of failure notice on the side of his car.
Oh, yeah.
The CA on the numerical board. The number 10 Conor Caminati car, by the way, did have a little splash and dash. It just topped itself up again during that most recent one. He's got his Control-Alt-Delete thing back and rolling again.
This is the
96 car, sorry, yes.
96, yeah.
So that's rolling. So that was the major information from that one. So yeah, a little bit of extra
driver
fuel.
change there, Nick, for the Liquid Moly.
Yeah, I'm meandering
car.
up there. I'll see who's got out, because I've got a bit far away from something.
Car number 96, the driver that brought that car in.
Blue helmet.
Robbie Foley.
That's
Robbie Foley, okay. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully
Newly minted BMW supported driver in the USA.
I should try and go and work with him then at some point, like quite soon.
Also might want to pop in at WeatherTech to see what was going on.
Yeah, I will do. The rest of these stops seem to be going fine, so very strange. That's a weird one, White stopped in the pit lane. I thought at one point I thought he'd been polite, but that doesn't tend to happen with racing drivers.
Thanks, Nick. We'll get back to you in a moment. A couple of cars in GTP, Jeremy, that are now back on the lead lap, courtesy of this. Where are we in terms of full course yellows? Is this 7?
6.
6. I'm on ahead all tonight.
Yeah,
Getting that. 2 cars back on the lead lap, as we were saying.
Yeah, that's right. The number 10 and number 24. Number 10 car fell off the lead lap, must have mistimed their pit stop when they came in right before the caution period, because a couple of cars didn't come in before that caution. It cost them a lap, so they were a lap down, joining the number 24 car, which was also a lap down. But when everybody else then came in after that, they got back on the lead lap and now just got the wave around before we go back to green, and they've taken that opportunity to run around and make a pit stop of their own. So now back on sequence with everybody else and at the tail of the pack. So we've now got all 7 GTP cars that haven't had any major problems, all on the lead lap. Really good effort that at this stage in the race. We're not far short of halfway, are we? And the number 7 car, by the way, I haven't really talked about that for quite a long time. It's 17 laps behind the other contenders in GTP, but it's still running, and it's in 21st position overall right now, in amongst the LMP3 cars. So not much really relevant, but it's been running strongly. That's the point here.
Let's go down to Nick, who's captured Robbie Foley. We'll have a quick chat with him before we go back to green. Nick.
Robbie Foley, another 90. It's probably I assume it's relatively standard stint until you actually got into the pit lane and you just ground to a halt. What happened there?
Yeah, we had some electrical problem. I had to reset the car. It actually worked out because our 95 car was in the box, so I didn't block them, but I had to do a Control-Alt-Delete and reset, so a bit strange, but yeah, we're trying to stay in the game. We're obviously many laps down after an issue earlier, and a little bit slow on the straight, as others are, so we're circulating and trying to stay in it.
So I mean, the issue earlier, was it a gearbox issue earlier?
Prop shaft, drive shaft. So luckily it didn't do too much damage to the car. It did some for sure, but yeah, we're back out there just trying to circulate and yeah, get our in drive times and see what happens.
Great, so thank you, Robbie.
Thanks.
You used our terminology, Control-Alt-Delete. I thought it was what he used to
if you say it enough times on the best PA system I've ever heard in my life, you never know what it'll think in. It's quite remarkable, actually, the PA system here at Daytona International Speedway. Fantastic. Now, I do have an update from the number 80 AO Racing Porsche. That's the swap shop throwback liveried car. Gunnar Jeanette he's got a bit damp in the car, because the AC unit has started leaking.
Oh, thank goodness.
And he's
I
in
wondered where you were going with that, Mackay.
Well, I can see why now that I replay it to myself. But yes, the AC unit was leaking, and of course they've all got the swap shop suits, which are all white. So poor Gunnar's going to be soaked to his skin by the time he gets out of that car. But endurance racing,
so the condenser hasn't been doing its job.
Well,
doing its job too well.
Something is leaking. Not sure from where or when, but thanks to Kelly Bruley from AO Racing for letting us know about that one.
And we still love the GTTs, Cape Brew. We'll keep talking about them. And apparently about 30% of the PR rep room is cleared out with their Kia, not back till the morning. Not Cape Brew.
So back to green flag racing. We've now got 7 cars in on the lead lap in GTP. We've got 6 cars on the lead lap in LMP2, and 5 cars on the lead lap in LMP3 too, so 3 as well, 2, and pretty much everybody was on the lead lap in GTD. So yeah, we've got a race on our hands right again now. So green flag, it's 11:30, 14 hours and 11 minutes remaining.
So Jack Aitken leads the Rolex 24 once again in car number 31 for Whelen Engineering Cadillac, from the 01 Cadillac of Renger van der Zande. So those 2 front-running cars, those are full-season IMSA machines. The 3rd Cadillac is a World Endurance Championship entry that has come over here as a one-off. Well, we at this stage a one-off performance, but you never know, we might see it again. We'll see. And then Colin Brown back on board the number 60 Marshak Acura, and has been with no surprise at all. Colin's been superb so far in this race, showing exactly why he's in that seat. Yeah, he was.
Like he was born for it. Exactly. Hey, look, Neely won the championship a few years ago in a P2 car, which actually is what started the P2 cars getting slowed down so that they couldn't challenge the factory cars at the front of the field. Let's be absolutely clear about it.
Yeah, no, Colin's been a real treasure for many years, and it's great he's getting this big high-profile opportunity. Now, a couple of penalties coming through. Car number 13, which is one of the LMP3 cars, is unfortunately had a penalty. AW, thank you, Jeremy. Too many crew over the wall considered working on the car, drive-through penalty. WeatherTech Racing, car number 79, one of the front runners in GTD Pro, penalty, ran over a hose, tool, part or person in own or other pit box drive-through.
Hopefully not a person.
Hopefully, the equipment you could always replace that, but yeah, so hopefully not. So It's actually quite amazing. We haven't seen more of that with how busy the pit lane has been with equipment, etc. I mean, who can forget Long Beach last year when the wheel nut came loose from the Corvette in the middle of a pit stop, bounced, went over the roof of the FAF Porsche and ended up in puncturing the radiator. You couldn't do it if you tried. From the back,
not
from behind.
From the front, it gets from behind over the top. And there's the radiator in the Porsches is mounted at an angle so that the air comes up underneath where the luggage compartment would be on the front of the car, and it's mounted at about 45-degree angle, and then there's the exit, of course, behind it. It came in through the exit, punched a huge, great, I nearly said something else there, a huge big hole in that, and the car didn't restart.
Took them out of the race.
You couldn't write that one.
No, you couldn't.
No.
In fact,
you could stand there all day trying to do it and not do it.
Jeremy,
well, you couldn't write the script for that one.
If you wrote that into a race movie script, all of us race fans would go,
don't be ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Less plausible than a 25-speed gearbox.
Well, yes. Yes. Mind, you could say that about a lot of stuff that we've seen in IMSA competition down through the years. That's never going to happen. And every Mazda, Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 race as well.
Change for second place. Colin Brown has moved past Renger van der Zande into second place, so the Acura on the move.
How quick is that car, particularly after the restarts?
That's their secret weapon tomorrow.
It seems, well, now is it going to be that? Well, it was the same today. It depends
especially
how hot it is tomorrow.
Especially in the heat. I was watching from just down from some of the hospitality units the first few hours of the race, and every time we had a restart, Tom Blomqvist was in the car, he just disappeared, and everyone's sort of eyes are widening, going, that's ominous. So
we saw it in traffic earlier on, gentlemen, didn't we? It's the initial punch of the medium or slow corners. When you look particularly in turn 6 that brings the cars back up onto the speedway banking, how quickly those cars get up to speed is extraordinary. Again, I'm talking against the other GTE cars here, not anything else. And then the top speed of that car is extraordinary. It really is. Right up against the wall and side by side. This is the battle for first and second in
which class?
In LMP3. It's the Sean Creech car, and behind it, it's got the Duquesne of Nico Varon. That's the number
Corvette driver.
So they've changed places then for lead. Ditto the change of lead in LMP2 with Nicolas Lapierre. I've heard his name in the past, haven't I? He's been around for a little while.
Just a bit.
Frenchman, massively experienced, joining the PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports team this year, and he's just got past one of PR1's last year's drivers, young Josh Pearson, the 16-year-old who's driving now for TDS Racing in car number 35. It was he who led at the restart, but it's now Lapierre who's out in front in LMP2 for PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports.
I think the LMP2 teams all put in silent auction sealed bids for who gets Nico Lapierre every year, because he's usually at this race in an LMP2 Oreca, and he really is Mr. Oreca. He's had so much success, many wins at Le Mans, and just an absolute wizard in these types of cars.
We almost lost him from the sport.
Did we really?
He was,
okay.
I think he was really downhearted and upset after the Toyota situation. Right. And I had a long chat with him, and he then popped back up again in LMP2, and I think he did that because he wanted to keep racing, and I'm not sure what he thought he would get out of it, but it entirely reinvigorated him, and he was a different person. And he drove so well, and has driven so well since then. He just loves driving motor cars again. And it's great to see the smile on his face. We did not have a happy Nico Lapierre in his last few months, maybe even the last year with Toyota. And I was on the WEC at that time. And he wasn't himself. And I have no clue what else was going on behind the scenes, but when he came back, and I saw him at the prologue, and he was talking about LMP2, he wasn't sure what was going to happen, but I want to be in the sport, I want to keep racing. And after 2 or 3 races, it was like somebody had flicked the switch. And he's been like that ever since. And it's great to see, because he is absolutely the sort of person I want to see in motor racing.
Yeah.
Smashing bloke.
Yeah, he really is. Absolutely right. Yeah, and he's one of those guys that, it's hard to see somebody like that who's not as bubbly as they normally are. You know, he's sort of,
it was hard.
Yeah,
it was hard to watch.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But now, poof, great. And
Went
good
off,
for him.
Went off and won Le Mans 4 times since then.
I would think you only do that if you're happy in your work.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
And look what he's done to the drivers around him as well.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah,
that's the other thing. He has, he has mentored people. He has passed on the experience. I love the idea of this. It's almost like when you're making bread from the lost dough method. The sourdough method, where you keep a bit and you have that mother load that you start with and keep going.
Well, like brewer's yeast.
Yeah, you keep it rolling, you keep it going.
Yeah.
And that is, you don't want to lose that. You don't want to lose that from the sport. So you don't want to lose that experience, whether it was Mark Raffoff, who we were talking to earlier on in the weekend, who's bringing on the next generation in race control. But Doug Feehan, who is still there passing on his experience of 25 years. And you're right, it was here when Corvette Racing, as an official factory team, first started racing.
John Paul Jr. is in their team at that time.
And then, of course, the American Le Mans Series turned up at the perfect time for them.
Well, exactly. And actually, you think about Corvette Racing, there's very few people that have actually can say, only 25 people can say they've had the honour of driving for Corvette at Le Mans. Over all that time, they're really loyal to their drivers. I think that's admirable. I really do.
At one stage, they had a better than 50% strike rate at Le Mans. And given that race and the competition they had, particularly that competition they had with Aston Martin, and the way they used to do before the race, they used to do that sort of ice hockey line where you go down and all the team, all the mechanics would shake hands with each other.
That's very cool.
That was mega.
Well, they lead the GTD Pro at the moment with one of their superstars, Jordan. Oh, they're all superstars at Corvette, aren't they? But Jordan Taylor, who was at the team as basically an endurance driver, he went away and then came back again full time. And Jordan really, him and that Corvette are kind of one and the same, aren't they? And I remember Jordan saying, just as he was rejoining Corvette Racing, when I asked him about who he thought was kind of the best driver at Corvette, and he said Garcia, and then he ended up getting to drive with him, because he always thought Garcia was the guy. And
he's the smiling assassin, quiet man there.
Yeah.
He's he lets his driving do the talking. I've always rated Tonio Garcia. I really have.
Yeah, he's a quiet guy, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Tell you who's moved up in contention in GTD. Yeah, that's number 44, Magnus Racing, Aston Martin. Nicky Thiem's at the wheel of that car at the moment. It was a lap down not so long ago. It's got that lap back again. And now he's charging up through the order, up into, well, the GTD category as a whole is led by Frederick Schandorf in that McLaren. He did not make a pit stop during that previous caution period. Then it's the pro cars of Jordan Taylor in the Corvette and Alex Riberas in number 23 at Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And then right behind him are the GTD regular cars, number 32 car driven by Kenton Cook. Then it's Nicky Thiem, and then it's Mike Conway in the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. And those top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, 73, 23, 32, 44, pretty much nose to tail.
Coming up to 14 hours to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio live from trackside, 107.9 here at the track, RS2 around the world, Sirius XM 207, and of course in sound and vision outside the USA by IMSARadio.com and IMSA TV. Let's take a look at our VP Racing official coolant of IMSA in-race update as we stay frosty into the evening hours. Cadillac and Jack Aitken leads by 2.2 seconds. The Wheel and Engineering car is ahead of the number 60, but that car is quick. and has Colin Brown at the wheel trying to close down the leader. Matthew Jaminet makes it 3 manufacturers in the top 3 as Porsche number 6 from Porsche Penske Motorsport is just another 2.5 seconds further back. From there, it's the 2 Cadillac racing cars, 01 and 02. They're about 2.5 seconds further back and 1.5 seconds between them for Renger van der Zande and Richard Westbrook. Ricky Taylor is driving the 6th place number 10 Koenig Minolta Acura. He's just another 0.2 behind Westy, and Augusto Farfus now back on the lead lap, as is that number 10 Koenig Minolta Acura. He's another 4 seconds further back. So all 7 cars that remain in contention in GTP, i.e. that have not had problems, they are on the lead lap. The 2 cars that have had problems, the number 7 Porsche and the 25 BMW, both have had to change their hybrid kit, their hybrid bundle, but since that has been done, they have been running relatively untroubled. In LMP2, it's the pole sitter that leads, Nico Lapierre, smiling Nico Lapierre, happy Nico Lapierre, tremendously talented Nico Lapierre, and at the moment very fast Nico Lapierre holds a 6.5 second lead back to Josh Pearson in 2nd place and Ben Hanley in 3rd. Sir Jimmy Bruni is in 4th position for the number 55 Orica team. In LMP3, it is the Sean Creech Motorsport car that leads at the moment. Nino Peño ahead of Nico Varron in the number 17 Duquesne. Ligier from Duquesne from 2 more Ligiers. Sebastian Alvarez in the MRS 43, and Jared Andretti in the Andretti number 36. Bit of movement out of the banking, and that's a that was a change for the lead in LMP3 as Nico Varron went through into the lead but shortcut the chicane and had to give best, and that means that Nico Peño is back in the lead there. In GTD, it's back to a GTD car that's leading. It's the McLaren of Frederic Schandorf that is the best of the GT cars by about 0.2 seconds for the first of the GTD Pro cars. That's the Chevy Corvette. Jordan Taylor now driving that machine with Alex Riberas for Heart of Racing, who at one stage led both classes in GTD. Second in GTD and 4th of the GT cars, Kenton Cook is back behind the wheel of the Korthoff number 32 Mercedes, the dark grey machine. Then it's the dark blue Aston number 44 Nicky Team. It's the Magnus car. 3rd in GTD Pro is the Lexus RCF GT3. Mike Conway, still sort of, well, no, still in the Toyota family in that car. Sort of sharpening himself up for his day job with Toyota and the TSO 50. He'll be racing at Sebring in March. That's how it stands with 325 laps completed. The gap between 1st and 2nd is just over a second, and we've got 13 hours and 56 minutes still to go here at the 61st running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
Yes.
Now, there's an opportunity for you to do a Gene Kelly number here.
If only, if only. Yes, we do have the lightest of precipitation. It's kind of almost, it's not even spitty, it's like falling out of the sky like angels' tears. It's not in any way doing anything more than that, but it's got that constellation. One thing that's really interesting is that the Porsche Penske team went very quickly and got themselves a set of wet tyres from out the back, and they're currently pressurising them now. Now they of course have got radars, and perhaps they could see more than this, because this at the moment, whilst it is consistently coming down very lightly, it's going to do nothing. It's going to melt off the track immediately. But it's not even, I would say at this point, it hasn't even got to the point of psychological rating on a motorcycle. But you know, it needs to go up at one level of intensity, and it could absolutely throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
So would you still be leaning over the 1000 RR at this point, Nick, or are you already standing it up as if Miss Daisy is sitting on the back?
Well, I would like to say thank you for assuming I'd ever lean it over. I'm still in lean mode at this point, but it's change quite soon. I think the visor's getting damp.
Right, okay, Nick Dermott down there in the pit lane.
No one's told the drivers that, because they go pretty much as quickly as they were before. Actually, they were doing 37s, but they all did pretty much all did 38s, 1 minute 38s on that last lap. So they might have lost a little bit of pace, but certainly nothing significant yet. Well, that is certainly something to keep an eye on.
The California Kid has just arrived. The original California Kid, as we're just over 10 hours into this race. And Pat Long has joined us.
Hey John, nice to see you.
I saw you next door in race control. Not sure what you were trying to influence there earlier on. Was that you were just taking a group through there, or you?
I was just trying to distract you, trying to get you off your game. No, we're on a special project, a scouting project for a Apple. We'll say it's something you can watch on your screen.
Movie or television?
Yes.
Is this anything to do with the fact I saw Mr. Bruckheimer around yesterday? That would be now.
Possibly.
No comment.
No, he said possibly. I like that. Well, do you know what? That actually, that pleases me very much that you're involved with that.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's been about a year since I've been properly working at the racetrack, and it's nice to be back in some of these projects. You know, when you're focused on driving, you get drawn into it, but you have to switch it off at a certain point. And this week's been fun in a lot of ways. I mean, working with Trent Nestep, Kai Van Berlo on the racing side, and then some of these special projects like what you saw me up to earlier. I'm sorry I can't say more, but hey, I just follow the directions.
No, come on. Look, when my partner and wife is business partner and wife is Eve Hewitt, who is right into her movies. We hear all of that sort of thing. As the rain is just getting a little bit heavier, by the way, at the moment. We follow all of that. So we've seen some of the things that might be going on, and let's see how that develops. And maybe you and I can have a chat about that on Midweek Motorsport in a few weeks' time. How about this new era of motorsport and GTPs? Then you're coming out of retirement, aren't you? You'll dust off the old Porsche Penske overalls, because believe it or not, this GTP's got the engine is based on the engine you had in the RS Spider.
Yeah, it's super cool to see that the engine also from the 19 Street car. I mean, this engine has served us well in so many ways. But no, love watching this GTP stuff. I just actually came from a few doors down with Greg Penske and Bud Denker from the Penske organization, and so cool to see so many of the people that I worked with in the RS Spider program still at the mast and at the helm of Penske, and to have Porsche and Penske Motorsport back together. It was an exciting start to the race. I watched a couple levels down from here in the hospitality, and I was glued to my seat. It was really interesting. I've never watched the racing from over here. I've visited you a couple times, but never sat down in the hospitality area.
Were you in the Porsche house, were you?
Yeah.
How good is that,
yeah,
by the way?
A great setup.
It's a great look, indeed. Cadillac 02, Richard Westbrook has just done a 2:21, so that's a bit slow.
He must have had a spin, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. What's this track like, Pat, when it starts to get wet, particularly at this time? I mean, it's not freezing cold. It's still 66 Fahrenheit, 18 degrees centigrade, Celsius rather, on the track. What do you feel when it's starting to get marginal?
Yeah, the baking's not too bad if it's just a light spit, as it looks like now, but the infield can be pretty treacherous. Anytime we're in the night and the ambient temperature drops, the track temperature drops, the car just doesn't turn in or stop. You leave the pit lane, you come out into turn 3, and it almost feels like you're going to go straight into the wall on the outside of turn 3. So, yeah, they'll see it on their windshields. The first instinct a driver tells themselves is just keep on it, keep the tire pressure up, keep the temperature of the tire up, and drive through it. But it does really, your conscience starts to ask you, how's it going to be this next corner when you're coming up out of, as we see here into turn 5.
You've still got an awful lot to do with Porsche as an ambassador, of course. Big year for them this year, 75th anniversary, 60th birthday of 911. As well, of course. This is a massive year for Porsche.
It is, and of course Rennsport at the end of September.
I'm so pleased you.
So yeah, there's a lot going on. I think it's really going to start to ramp up in June. as we look at the birthday and the celebrations globally. I've had phone calls from Japan to Poland, obviously Germany, the US, but we're excited here in North America. Lots of activities as we get into Q3 after the summer.
Q3, yeah, absolutely. Back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for Rennsport. Again, it's a great venue. It works really well. Huge paddock. You can get everything in. The historics, the moderns. Can you let us into any little secrets of what might be planned there?
There I don't have to be cryptic. I don't know much yet. I'm on some of the planning commissions, been on some of the different phone calls, and I can tell you it's full steam ahead. They were planning all the way back into 22.
Yeah.
Full steam ahead. Aisha, who's our Vice President of Marketing, is here watching the race this weekend, and she's very much at the helm, and it's awesome to listen to her lead the teams out of Atlanta and PCNA.
Can we expect quite a lot of 9/11 content then because of its birthday at Rennsport?
I would assume so, but I promise you, this one I'm not playing poker. It's there's going to be so much. I mean, Rennsport these days. Yes. There's the tractor entry is officially open.
Oh, is it right?
So that one was a lot of fun in 2018, standing start Le Mans style, as you saw.
Mega
front straightaway and racing a tractor myself. I had 2 tractors entered. My dad was also racing in one. We were both in the juniors, which is a single cylinder. So not a lot of acceleration, but it was a lot of smile.
Super design. I know far more about Porsche tractors than I really ever thought I would do after that. Really super design, because it was a modular engine that you could just bolt another cylinder on, so you had single, twin or triple, depending on what the tractors were being used for. Really clever. Oh, really hope to see that again. I think we're going to have a wee bit of involvement in that by the time we come to round to September, when that's coming on. And from your own point of view, Luftgekult, how's that been going?
Luft is doing really well.
That's, by the way, for those who don't know, that's the celebration of air-cooled Porsches.
Yeah, that's a lot of my day-to-day is running my own brand, and we have a year-round apparel business, as well as a big annual gathering, 48 of 50 states, 23 countries. People travel in from all far and wide, and it's fun because so many people know each other through social media, but getting to meet up once a year at our event, it's been a lot of fun, and we still got to get you to a US one. We've had you to the UK version.
You were kind enough to invite me and one of the cars that I never say we own the Porsches. I always feel as though I'm just a custodian of it before I pass it on to someone else. We brought the 993 2S to the UK one and had a fantastic time. How's Jeff Swap, by the way?
He's doing really well. He was here for the Roar, actually. Here we go. A little bit of action at the end.
Side by side, Risi Ferrari with a bit of a hip check coming out of the International Horseshoe. Seems to have got away with it. It was fairly robust, Jeremy.
It was, wasn't it?
Still more than half the race to go.
It was the NTE Sports Lamborghini, I think, wasn't it? Kind of a 42.
Yeah, both cars coming back from earlier problems.
Yeah, Alessio Di Leda driving that car at the moment. The team's been very impressed by Alessio. He's done a lot of open wheel racing without much success, but he started off kind of well behind the 8 ball. I don't think he did any karting at all, and then sort of worked his way rather quickly, perhaps too quickly, up the racing ladder. He was racing in F2, I think. But last year he raced in the DTM with the Grasser Lamborghini squad, and the Lamborghini asked Paul Matter at NTE Sport whether they had an opening for him, and he said, yeah, sure, if you think he's a good customer. And Paul Matter's been very impressed by him. He said he's got a really good attitude, he's working really hard, he's just getting quicker and quicker as well, so that's all you want, isn't it? That's what, at this stage of the game.
Do you miss the driving, Pat? Do you miss these big events?
I still drive quite a lot, but racing at this level is now behind me. The chapter's closed. I don't look out here this weekend and think, oh man, it's just burning me up to be outside.
Interesting.
There's so many other things that I want to do around the sport and around the brand with Porsche, and I'm finally getting to focus on those. So I'm grateful for the 2 decades with driving at the factory team, and now I'm ready to get on with it and do a lot of other things.
Would you like to have a go in the GTP car?
Yeah, I would, and I put a few little hints in some pockets this weekend.
Excellent.
It'd probably be more from a journalistic approach than it would be from anything competitive. So, but yeah, I'd like to see how it feels. I was watching the start of the race, and it seems like the cars changed direction a little bit different than the predecessor of, you know, GTP or LMP1 cars. So it looks a bit more tricky to drive, actually.
Pikes Peak
in a 963.
Who said that?
What do you think?
That would be wild.
Yeah, wild would be the word.
That would be a very.
I would have to do a body kit for it, though. We'd have to do a high downforce body kit for it.
Yeah, and a bit of ride height adjustment.
I think so, possibly.
I'll leave that one to Mr. Zwart. I'd be a rookie at the mountain. I'd probably be better off in a 200 horsepower SC.
Add an extra motor to the front, then a 4-wheel drive. Okay, need to have a word with Mr. Zwart and see what we can do about that. I've never been as scared as I in my life as just driving up in the Jeep Cherokee hire car. Actually, coming down was even worse, I think, than going up. I have no idea how anybody does that in speed. You just can't think of anything else. Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, we're talking about one of the world's oldest motorsport events, going back to 1970, I think, something like that.
So yes, well over the century.
Oh yeah, same as
you were there. Were you there, Steve? Was that one?
A couple of years ago, right?
Yeah. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed the event, and being at altitude has its advantages. I felt as fit as a fiddle when I came home after being there for 10 days. I have to say, understand by the American Olympic team have their base just at the front there. I'm now beginning to work on a concept for a 963 Pikes Peak contender.
I like it. I remember talking to J.R. Hildebrand, and he was pretty hard on an IndyCar project there.
Yeah,
that would be wild to see as well. But you know, when the grip is that low and it's bumpy and treacherous, aero and a low CG is important, but not so much is actually just grip. I mean, I saw the weather last year, and it was blizzard at the top of the hill, so I don't know how these cars would really love that.
I wonder if you could save the hybrid for when you get up high as well. Might require a little bit of reprogramming, because the electric doesn't care how high you are, whereas the internal combustion engine does. I mean, it's so high, finishes at 14,000 feet, by the way, for no, ladies and gentlemen. Starts at 9,500 feet. And some of the drivers take oxygen up there. You can't feed oxygen into the car, just what you're getting there. So the air is so rarefied at the top that you lose an awful lot of power from the ICE car. It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, just a quick random note here. The last lap around, all the top 6 cars in GTP were all in the 38s, including the BMW, which is running at the moment. It's not losing much ground, let's put it that way.
And even the 25 car that had its problems earlier on, and changed that hybrid bundle, the hybrid kit. I think it's been running fairly well. It hasn't actually lost any more ground on the leaders than when it came out of the pits, Jared.
No, and it's the best lap that car's turned is a 1 minute 36.000. The best lap by our race leader, Jack Aitkins, a 136.4, i.e. quicker.
How exciting and challenging for drivers is it, Pat, to be involved in a project that is ground up? I realise there's some spec parts in this, but in point of fact, that has been part of the challenge, integrating everything together. It's clear, I think, for all of us, even if we're not technically minded, to see that these cars are not exploiting all of their performance yet. We're just chipping away, taking the very low-hanging fruit at the moment. That must be great for a driver.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few of the drivers on the Porsche Penske project, and I have to be honest with you, I saw a little bit of frustration in their eyes at certain times. I was back here in September when there was a test, and everybody knows there's been some challenges on getting these things to run well, and some supplier issues, and I could tell that they just want to drive, they want to get on with it, they want to feel these cars at their raw edge. But it looks like that's happening now, finally here at the race, and hopefully they're reliable all the way to the end. But yeah, it's interesting to think about the base engine of the RS Spider 2006, 7, and 8. Same block, but now much more displacement, plus turbo.
3.6 then, wasn't it?
3.4, I think.
3.4.
And now we're 4.6.
4.6,
with
wow.
turbo plus electric. So these things move, but I know a bit more weight, longer wheelbase, etc. I was going to ask about the lap times you guys were discussing and those BMWs popping up. I had heard there's a couple different tire compounds.
Yes.
And maybe there's rotating some of that cooler weather compound in, and it's playing into some hands.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that could well be, and it's certainly interesting to see, you know, just how the race is unfolding. I mean, the number 25 car, Scott's had all sorts of problems, so that's really just on a test mission, isn't it, at this stage? I mean, they can't make any gains in the overall scheme of things here, but they can learn a heck of a lot toward the future.
And they can also provide data for the sister car.
Well, quite.
So in when to change tyres. I mean, if the rain did come, when's the crossover point? When's the crossover point back? When are you using the low temperature tyres? When are you using the high temperature tyres? Can you triple stint the high temperature tyres at this time? There's nothing to lose for that car at the moment. It's a rolling test bed.
Right. Yeah, a lot to learn tonight. You can definitely gamble.
I mean, right at this stage in the race, and it's been the case for a long time, because the fastest laps were set a long time ago, but the only two cars in the 35s are the two Acuras. 135.6 for the number 60 car, 135.9 for the number 10 Acura, and as I said, the number 24 car is in the 36.0, so that's right there.
Pat, cast your mind back to the early 2000s when that RS Spider was being developed. What sort of development time is the Corvette is down low, coming out of turn number 7 and around speedway turn 3 and 4. This is the second place car in GT. Is that a right rear puncture, Pat, there, do we think?
Looks like it. It looks a little low on the right rear, but it could just be riding on the apron. It looks like Jordan's bringing it back around a little bit cautiously.
Nick Damon is waiting for that car. Just a quick one. When you were developing the RS Spider, how long was that in development before it did its first race?
I remember it debuting at the end of 2005 at Laguna Seca. I drove it shortly after that at Sebring. It probably ran the full year development of 2005 and then debuted at the end of 05.
So these cars, the Porsche 963 is the car that's run the longest of this, and it was just rolling at this time last year. Yeah. Considering the complexity of this car and the fact that the other manufacturers haven't done anywhere near, had the cars anywhere near that amount of time, this is quite extraordinary in terms of compressed development time for these GT cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and their pace is awesome. So there's a lot that still develop and unravel. Maybe we're going to see what happened here with the 3 car.
So coming to the West Horseshoe and already having a bit of a wiggle at that point. Now heading up onto the high banks, gets passed by the Korthoff GTD car, and there's already a problem there. Coming out of turn 6, doesn't even go up onto the high banks. All right, so quite a long way to come back for that Corvette then, with Jordan trying to get it back. Indeterminate problem at the moment. It is continuing down below the double yellow line on the flatter part of the apron. And this, well, there's a tyre carcass lying out on the track somewhere. And my father, God rest his soul, many years a police detective, would say, that might be a clue, that, son.
Yeah. It looked like where the car wiggled was right at the center of turn 5. The 32 car went by him pretty quickly after that, so I'm going to guess that there might have been a little bit of contact that helped with that right rear, because that would have been the unloaded side when it did give up.
Nick Damon?
Well, they got the, you say the right rear has gone, but it's also started milling away slightly at the, some metal shavings came off that, so it's been some milling from that tyre, so they've done a little bit of damage to the wheel well, not a huge amount, so there's a good bit of driving there. We have had also now the complete tranche of the P2 car. That's for our favourite viewers. That's the Corvette leaving in an angry way. All right, what actually happened is the actual wheel was beginning to break in half. There's a huge score out of the middle of the wheel. Now, not quite sure how that happened. I suppose it must have actually bumped down onto the ground. It was just on the edges, but that's a wheel that's going to have to go in the bin or be sold as a souvenir. But we're having all the top teams from P2 come in. They've all stopped. No one seems to have had a problem, but I can't actually tell you offhand who's changed drivers and who hasn't.
Nick, did they change just that tyre there?
No, all of them.
All right, okay. I was so busy watching the wheel coming off. Alan Prosser asking, says this might be a stupid question. Alan, there's no stupid questions. We'll find the answers. Now the teams are allowed to use the cooler tyre compound, can they mix compounds on the stint, soft fronts and hard rears, or left and right? It's my understanding that you have to use the full sets. The SLT being the low temperature tyres, there's got 12 sets of those. The harder tyre, the SHT, they've got 9 sets of those. Now, they have been, remember, part of their allocation was used during the Raw as well, and we don't know what that situation is. I've had some numbers from some teams. They used, certainly the GTD teams were looking at using 9 of their potential sets, or leaving themselves late 20s for the race if they could, for the race week rather if they could. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, Pat Long is with us here on the 5th floor as we look down across Daytona International Speedway. Now, getting into the tough part of this race in terms of drivers, Pat, because you've been up since probably 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock this morning. We're now moving, in fact, into Sunday. We've just gone through into Sunday morning. Guys are going to come back in an hour or a couple of hours' time, start driving at 2 o'clock in the morning for a couple of hours. That cannot be easy.
No, that's the one stint you don't want. You'd rather have the late shift and be in the car right now, drive till 1 in the morning or something, and then get a few hours of sleep before the sun starts coming up, or be on the other end of it and get a few hours right now, being put in around 5 or 6 a.m. But yeah, that 2-3 a.m. shift is a tough one because you've not really gotten much rest, if you did get any.
I was going to say, could you, if you were finished at say 9:30, 10 o'clock, could you get some sleep before you went in at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, later on, I did 18 of these races, and I would say the first 6 or 7 was a bit bumpy. But once you get into your rhythm and you understand what you really need to get accomplished between your stints, you manage your time much better. All of your stuff is in one place. You know your resources that are available. And that's one thing I was really working with my 2 young drivers this week, Kai and Trenton. They both raced this race once before, I believe, but there was a lot to go over, a lot to get them thinking about. And it wasn't like I came to them last night and asked them, where are you going to be? How are you going to do this? We started talking about this at the Roar. We went back over it on Thursday morning. Kai is great. He takes lots of notes. He's a quick study. He's a detail-oriented driver, and I love that. I only want to be here working with these young drivers if they really want to take the input. And Jeremy, sometimes youngsters think they have it all figured out, but both Kai and Trenton have been really good to work with.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with. I've known Trenton since he started out in Formula Ford, well, F1600 cars, actually up in Canada. But really talented young guy, and I'm so pleased that somebody like Mark Kwame has taken him under his wing and really given him these fantastic opportunities. He's had a few opportunities in the past and always taken full advantage of them.
Does that sort of forward planning, Pat, does that include, what you're eating, what you're drinking, when you're doing that, and that there's no one size fits all for that? People always used to think, oh, carb up. But that's maybe not the best thinking nowadays.
Yeah, a lot of what I talked to them about was balance, eating what their stomach is used to. Don't rethink things. If you're going to try a different drink or a different diet, don't do it the morning of the race. But also write down what you've been consuming and really keep a log of it, because over a 24-hour period, I think some of these drivers will consume 6,000 to 8,000 calories. I mean, more than double what a normal day would be. And the time zones sort of all blur into one. So you get to 3 in the morning and you can't really remember how many dinners you've had at that point. So it's interesting to have a running log of that, and really just to think about it as calories, energy out, energy in, and eating enough. Another thing is timing. If I mentioned to Kai, if you eat at 5 p.m., but you don't get in the car till 7, and then the strategist says you've got a 3-hour stint, you really don't want to be to the end of a triple stint 5 hours since your last meal. So you need to eat a little closer. It's sort of the inverse thinking of, oh, don't eat too close to jumping back in the swimming pool. I'm sort of in the thought process that 30, 40 minutes before you get in the car, at least have a sandwich or something on the pit lane, just to kind of eat even before you're hungry.
Just the opposite of not eating too close to going to bed.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, I get that. I mean, we don't have to expend as much energy up here on the 5th floor in the booth, but there's kind of a similar thing where you've got to work your way through and know what works for yourself. I try to stay off coffee early in the week and only drink coffee when I really need it. Otherwise, it doesn't have any effect, and you just end up loading up on coffee, and that has other issues about dashing to the loo every 5 minutes. Coming down to 13.5 hours. What else has this year got planned? And Pat, what else have you got planned? There seems plenty going on with your Porsche duties. Does that leave you enough time for your family time?
Yeah, the family time's been great. I mean, I think I'm working more hours and harder than I did as a racing driver, but I'm spending many more nights in my own bed. So I like to be close to home. Youngsters are 4 and 7, and both in school, and my wife Lauren's at home with them right now, and really enjoying that. But yeah, certainly the balance is coming along. This doesn't look good.
This is the Corvette back in again. Pat, thank you very much indeed for being with us. We're going to head back down to Nick Damon. We'll find out more about that, what project we can watch on the telly or on the movie screen with Pat in the coming months, I'm sure. Nick, what's going on there? Is this a brake change?
Well, what happened was, we said that the actual wheel got punctured during the drive back with the flat tyre, and it was, I said it was milled some metal off somewhere. I thought it was from the wheel, but apparently it's gone through and they believe it's contaminated the rear disc brake, so they've actually just done a single change on the right road. Just had them on the left as well, but they had done the right. I think they've actually done them both for balance. They put a new pair of rear discs on, but not because they're worn out. Not because they're worn out in any way, but entirely because they fit. Yeah, in fact, if you look at it, if I look at it, the disc they've taken off was very heavily rubbed away on its its upper back side. So if you look at you think about how it's fitted, it's fitted at the front of the wheel. It's been worn away at the top of it. So it's definitely a very wise precaution to replace that disc because it was heavily damaged. The caliper was heavily damaged. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick. Sorry, Chris, I've just seen your note coming in to ask Pat if there's any lift-cooled events planned again for the UK. Has he just stepped out? Yes, he has. Oh, no, he's still there. Pat? Oh, no, he's gone. We'll get hold of him. We've had one at Bicester Heritage, and when we were there talking about that, we identified another couple of places where we might go in the UK. So I'll keep you posted on that on Midweek Motorsport as well. Nick, you have the Cadillacs from Whelan and the 01 Cadillac Racing machine.
I do. The Whelan car did not take tyres, whereas the 01 Ciprianati Cadillac is taking tyres. My guess is they're doing there's a driver change as well in that number 1 too. We've also had the two Tardy hybrids, the 25 BMW, which also had the problems early on with the energy store, and the number 7 Porsche Penske. It's also had trouble with the energy store, but they're now running up to speed, as Jeremy's been telling us, but they are... Oh, now, why is the 01 Cadillac just stuck there? That was a very slow getaway. It was pointing in a certain direction before it decided to go, so they've lost a few seconds there, and that caused... This is a green flag stop, it's actually second. Yep.
Have we got to the bottom of what the CA is on the side? I thought it was just an errant message on the side of the cars. It's only ever on one side. I've seen it in various different cars on various different classes. But I now know that I am not seeing things, and several other people have tweeted in.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. And more important, I actually don't know who to ask. I'm not sure who runs that point. If it was at Creventic, I know the guys who run the number boards. I could have asked them.
Well, we can get them to put anything on the Creventic number boards, and we have done in the past, to much amusement.
Yeah, here's this is the 6 Porsche Penske 963. This is the car that's obviously running at top speed. Matt Jaminet and the team. This is like a pretty standard stop. A bit of fiddling in the cockpit there. I think they may have been getting the memory stick out again. In has come the 24 BMW.
I can tell you why the 01 stopped, because the fuel hose wasn't properly out.
Yeah.
As they took off, they're going to get a penalty for that. And in fact, they've got a drive-through. Fortunately, the crew member on that bounced. Looks like it's all right. But that 01 car will come through the pit lane again, and that might cost them the lead lap, actually.
We've also got the Konica Minolta car. That's been in and out. So that's a very good stop for the number 10. In the background, the blue Cadillac comes in.
The O2.
The O2, and that is a full service, a driver change, and yes, a full service for the 02. All these are green flag stopped, of course, so if you make an error and do a drive-through, it's you don't get it back again. That's time it's gone until potentially you might have a chance later on. Now, this is very, very busy because it's now we now know that on a pure run, the GTPs and some of the GTDs, so if you begin with a G, you seem to have the same sort of length of run. The WeatherTech car's back in again, the 79 Mercedes, and that of course had a problem last time in the front right. They're not concerned about that. They did spend a lot of time staring at the wheels. Little Bamber getting into the 02.
01 is rolling through for its... Oh, that fired up early.
That was the Merc, yeah.
Oh, right, okay, that. So the 01 of Richard Westbrook.
60's been through.
Scott Dixon, excuse me, rolls through, and he's fortunate actually because Colin Brown's just come into the pit lane in the number 60. Otherwise, he would have lost the lap there. Yep. On that drive-through. So Colin Brown coming into the pit lane in the leading Acura, the number 60 MSR car, now has just kept the 01 car on the lead lap.
Yeah, Colin Brown's taken that pit stop, and he actually, on the way in, Colin Brown had set a purple sector, best sector 2 and best sector 3 of anybody, and those are the, well...
No, I think that does that not default to his best times?
Possibly, my mistake.
On the way in,
my mistake.
He's already out, by the way.
Yep, on his out lap now, Colin Brown. And, I think you were giving poor Pat a bit of a hard time there, John, asking all the hard-hitting questions, seeing what he's up to.
Well, got to.
I like that how he admitted. He says, "I'm not playing poker now because I don't know." Does that mean he was before? Great to hear from him as well. Yeah.
I've known Pat for a very long time, as has Jeremy, and I think history will probably judge him as one of the
all-time greats.
All-time great American international road racing drivers.
I agree. I think missing out by a whisker on the Red Bull F1 program might have been because on the next day, he went out with Nico Rosberg that night to try and drown his sorrows, and the next morning he got a call from Weissach to say we would like to speak to you, and he told me, he said, when I went through the pearly gates at Weissach, I never looked back.
Yeah. So what happened? Oh yeah, there was absolutely breakdown of communications, and this is why I don't like fueling and tyres at the same time. Yeah. Because all you've got to do is have a slight breakdown in communications, and when the car drops or the driver feels the car on the ground, they drop the clutch and they go.
Except you don't drop the clutch anymore.
You release the clutch with your little finger or however.
Well, you no, you just hit the gas pedal, you hold the clutch in as the car drops down, you hit the accelerator, which activates the MGU, so you drive out an electric power, and then you let go of the clutch when it gets to a certain speed, it bumps starts.
Yeah, wow, of course.
But, yeah.
It gives it kind of horrible memories of 2007 at Mid-Ohio with Jonesy, with the DeFerrin team. Same thing, you know, the driver just gets told go, and then the fuel hose is still in, and luckily Jonesy made a recovery and continued to work with DeFerrin.
I was right across the track from that, and we had Kelly and Lindy in the pits back in those LMS days. and they were both very close to that. And Lindy Thaxton reverted to news gathering days and gave an absolutely splendid report of that. I always remember.
Remember that Gilles de Ferran pretty much in tears on television because he felt it was his team. You know, he felt responsible. You know, no, the boys and girls in the pits. They really are. They work hard, and they are in a potentially dangerous position, and all the teams do everything they can, and the safety crew do everything they can to make sure we race as safely as possible. So car number 3, Corvette Racing, they're on a bit of a recovery after that puncture earlier on. Is this the first puncture we've seen in the whole field, in the whole race? I can't remember another one, but
I've seen that much racing in the last few days. You might be right. I think we may have had one very early on, but that was probably contacting induced, as I think that one was actually. We know that the Michelin engineers will be having a look at the carcass and what came back. So the 3 Corvette then, trying to get a little bit of a draft. That was like the Andretti car that was going by them, trying to get a run past the JG Wentworth 66 gradient car. They're up to 7th position. Sheena Monk behind the wheel of that car, her first GT3, and therefore first experience here on the high banks in the Rolex, and doing a very good job indeed. Here to learn, but here to compete. Very confident young lady, and I've been very impressed with how she's been working. Has had a professional relationship with Cat Legg for quite some time. Cat's been helping her along, and it's worked out very well. Let's get back down to Nick Damon in the pit lane. More pit stops coming in now, including the 2nd place car in LMP3.
Well, we're actually going to have a chat with with Alex Ribeiro. He's just got out the 3rd place GTD Pro car. Well, the Aston Martins as a whole are going well, aren't they? You've got the leading in GTD and you're 3rd in Pro. So the Aston Martin suiting the track at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the car is holding up pretty well. The Heart of Racing crew is doing a phenomenal job. Every single pit stop is just like clockwork, and you know, it's still way too early to get excited. So as I said before, this is all about, you know, getting the time to go by and stay out of trouble, take care of the car, take care of the tires, and at the end of the day, it's all about being smart. Once we see the sun again, we can start to think about attacking and thinking about something a little bit bigger than that. But for now, it's all about, you know, burning fuel, burning tires.
How much is the car changing during the stint?
Well, you know, it depends on where you are on track. You know, when you are fighting, you obviously have to make the tire work a little bit harder. If you have to defend, also with the LMP3 cars, sometimes it gets a bit tricky. So when you have those type of fights, the car definitely changes a lot. But when you are alone, then it's pretty stable.
Second 24-hour race for the Heart of Racing in a couple of weeks, being at Dubai. I mean, how difficult is it to do 2 24-hour races in a fortnight?
Yeah, I mean, the team is doing a tremendous effort. Coming straight from a 24-hour is like one of the hardest things to do, but everybody here is very passionate. Everybody is like a big family, so we all care for each other, work for each other, and this is exactly where we want to be right now. So it's all for a good cause.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Incredible amount of money that's been raised down the years. I think the last time I was speaking to them about that, it was something over $7 million and rising. Half the team got stuck in New Zealand during the pandemic. They couldn't get back, and not the worst place to be stuck. Somewhere I've never been, actually, and it's on my bucket list to go. Australia, yes, but New Zealand, no. It took me far too many years of my life to get down to that part of the world. They decided to take up a bit of motorsport down there. They hooked up with a local drift competitor and did some racing themselves, and basically spun off the Heart of Racing down there and raised some money for local children's heart hospitals down there as well. Now, we've got a lightweight number 93. This is the Acura NSX GT3 driven by Carl Marcelli in 7th position. And the reason it's lightweight is we can see places we should not be able to in that car, because the front cover is off. Where the bonnet should be, there is nothing. Oh, and that's the Racer's Edge Motorsport machine. Is off goes the number 43. That's the MRS GT Racing prototype, and again, that's under braking at the International Horseshoe. Dare I suggest that that was an outlap? Yes, it was for Sebastian Alvarez. That is the lead car in class. So that again is straight out of the pits. So what is CA on the side of that? Is that when you've just come out of the pits? Calculating something or other. It's on both sides of the car now. Another big lock-up by Alvarez on the front at turn 6 here. So 3, 5 and 6, Jeremy, real danger areas on your outlap here.
Yeah, and he came in, he was the last of those 4 cars on the lead lap in LMP3 to make his pit stop. He just came in then, out, as you say, out of the lead. He's probably going to fall back into the 4th position, but he's just desperate to try and stay with those other 3 in the class. It was number 17 car that was leading, I think, before that round of stops, but only just. Thomas Merrill now at the wheel of the number 17 AWA car, and ahead of him on the road at the moment now, and they've had a super battle for quite a long time, is Joao Barbosa in car number 33. So he leads for Sean Creech Motorsports, does Joao Barbosa. Thomas Merrill in 2nd position, just 6 seconds between them, and then Jared Andretti in the Andretti Autosport number 36 car is in 3rd place, and Sebastian Alvarez at the wheel at number 43 car is going to try and stay on the lead lap.
Interesting. Coming back to Heart of Racing, they've taken delivery of one of the Aston Martin Valkyries, the
really?
super duper hypercar with the screaming Cosworth engine in the back of it. Had that. I think it's the AMR Pro as well, the track version.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, it sounds biblical.
Not eligible for any racing as yet.
I can imagine it breaks every noise limit in every track as well. So, yeah, but and it's painted in the Heart of Racing colours in their kind of matte blue. It looks superb. Yeah, it looks really.
Where have you seen that?
It's on social media. Gray Newell, who's the son of the owner of Heart of Racing. You see on his Instagram quite a lot.
Is he the owner, Jeremy?
Yeah. So yeah, check that out on social media. So McLaren back to the front in GTD, car number 70, Marvin Kirchhofer, and they don't owe us a pit stop any more than anyone else. So Inception Racing running really well in that McLaren 720S with the very stylish gull wing doors. Scissor doors, if you prefer.
Call them butterfly doors.
Oh, butterfly, no, that's a better one, yes. It's almost like the car is doing butterfly stroke in this way.
Yeah. Note from the infield from our friend Bluefield, Porsche technician extraordinaire. Hello, Charles, thank you for that. And the Sun Energy 1 AMG is coming out of the garage after an extended time away, and in fact has left the pit lane with Fabian Schiller behind the wheel. We have had a couple more retirements that we can tell you about. Andrew Davies had that incident with the Kelly Moss 992. That is now officially a retirement, and Rinus VK in the number 11, the TDS LMP2 car, is also a retirement. That's added to the Ligier. That's the Ranch 74 car earlier on, and of course the Cetilar Ferrari, Roberto Lacorte. So I reckon now that's 4, Jeremy, that are properly out.
I thought it was Stephen Thomas driving the TDS car when it went off over there.
Yes, I'm actually, that's a very good point. Nick says it came out again for a couple of laps. Oh, the Mike's game.
How's
He's
it
joined
going?
us on the 5th floor. How are you, fella?
I'm very good.
What do you reckon to our view up here?
It's a pretty good spot. It's a little bit nicer weather too in here than the spotter stand up top.
Oh, well, yeah, it's still pretty temperate outside.
It's a pretty it's a beautiful night, yeah, for sure.
Not quite as good as the view you've been having for the last several hours.
Yes,
Mike, but
it's
pretty good.
And going well. Going well. I mean, you know.
Knock on wood, yeah.
Not on something, well, if it's not wood, it's Formica, but it's the thought that counts. Tell us about the first, getting on for half of the race then for Team Kolkhoff and the AMG.
Yeah, I mean, really can't complain. You know, we've had a lot of time out front in the lead in GTD, and only a couple little close calls with some prototypes and stuff, but overall very happy, and the guys have been doing a fantastic job on pit road, you know, regularly putting us back up front, and car's handling great. We're just trying to run through the motions at the moment.
Generally speaking, how has the respect been out there? We've just said there's only 4 cars. We're not talking about a huge attrition rate. Only 4 cars are out, so we've still got what, 57 cars out there. That's a lot of traffic, isn't it? And there's bound to be some give and take. But how have you found it out there, generally speaking?
Yeah, generally very good. You know, I think the problems that we see in the GTD cars are when we do restarts behind some of the P3s, and they're taking their time getting up to speed, and the GTDs are just running them over 3 wide, you know, and it creates some chaos. But even with that, it seems like, you know, like I said, knock on wood, most things have been going pretty well.
The new GTP cars, sorry Jeremy.
No.
The new GTP cars don't make their lap speed as the DPIs did, and we've noticed that they are perhaps a little less nimble coming into corners. Did that affect how you've got to react when they're close to you?
I think we're all still learning that timing a little bit. There have been a couple moments where I've tried to leave the door open thinking the prototype would go through, and you know, in previous years they might have been a little bit more aggressive into the hairpins in the infield and stuff, and it seems like they're still maybe hanging back because they know their rolling speed's not quite what it was before. So yeah, I think it's, you know, a work in progress for everybody.
Do you notice how much faster they're going when they pass you at the end of the straightaways?
That part doesn't really matter too much to us. It's just please go on by and get out of my way. Move on.
We're told they're pulling over 200 miles an hour now, which we haven't seen here for quite a little while. State of the track. It's been evolving all week. We had all that rain at the road, and then we had a couple of splashes earlier this week, but it's been pretty good today. So a lot of Michelin rubber laid down.
Yeah, the track seems pretty nice. You know, there's times where you get a little bit of dirt here and there for people dragging it on, but for the most part, it's been really nice. Even the bus stop is not too terrible yet. You know, the few yellows we've had, the track workers have been out there blowing it off and stuff, so pretty good so far. I've actually been a little bit surprised that we haven't seen the times fall more this evening. You know, usually you get to nightfall, if it's nice and clear out, the times will get pretty quick, but for the most part, we've seen pretty consistent pace here, so we'll see if maybe it continues to get better as the early morning hours move on.
So this morning when you all sat down in the trailer, and do you actually try and plan the race out and say this is what we're going to do, and how quickly after the start of the race does that get torn up when you move to plan B, C, D and E?
Yeah, certainly you have to have a plan and hope to stay near it, and for the most part we're pretty close to ours. You know, we kind of have an outline. Cole Scroggum, our strategist down there in the pit box, has been you know, doing a fantastic job of playing out who's going in when, so we have an idea at least, and that moves around a little with the yellows, but for the most part we're on that plan, and things are rolling along smooth. You know, all the drivers in the car are on the same page about trying to take care of the car and not abuse it over curbs and stuff, so yeah, so far so good.
Double stint the tires?
No, we haven't been doing that. Honestly, we played with a little bit last year with the cooler temps, and even then it didn't really seem to pay off. So especially with the track condition we have tonight, I think we'll be doing tires pretty much every time.
And have you got enough tires left to do that? Because obviously the allocation has changed from last year.
Yeah, to my knowledge we do, but that's not my department.
I don't think it has changed for GTD. I think it's the same as last year. 38 sets, I think, for the whole thing.
That's fine. So what's the plan now then for the rest of the evening for you? We are, what, just after midnight as we've got the lead battle closing up a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that at the front of GTD. When are you next in the car, and what do you do before you go in the car?
Yeah, so I should be back in around 3:30 or so, and maybe get a little shut-eye before then, but probably not much. And then I'll do at least another double, sometime after sunup, and I should be done. And then Mick and Max will do a little bit more of the hours towards the end. They're getting the light load here in the first half, and Kenton and I have been doing a little bit more of it. But yeah, I should be done around 9 or 10 in the morning, then watch from there.
Is that harder than driving? Just sit and watch it?
Yeah, definitely. But pretty new working with Max and Mick, but really thrilled with them so far. We've all gotten along really well and been asking the same thing of the cars, and they've proven that they're very capable hands. So yeah, I have no doubt they'll do a fine job.
Do you like to sleep? Have a bit of a nap, or how easy or difficult is it to do so?
Yeah, I do like to get a little bit, although it does take you a little bit of time to wind down. And with this particular window, I've got maybe 3 hours total, as we got to battle the prototypes. But yeah, I don't have a big window to wind down, get a nap, and then get prepared again to go. So, I've probably only get a few minutes of shut-eye back in the team RV, and then I'll be back up and ready to get in the car again.
So you don't have to leave the circuit. That's the best part of that.
Yeah.
So
we're all sharing a little mobile bachelor pad over there in the RV.
I don't even want to know what that's like by this time.
Probably not smelling so good at the moment.
No, I think we should leave that to one side. Battle for the lead, heating back up as the number 60 Acura with lots of lights flashing either side of the GTD cars.
He got past him, didn't he? He got past. That was a change for the lead.
That was the pass for the lead.
Yeah.
That's Colin Brown. We know how quick that Acura is. Video game style-y, as Alexander Sims stayed to the bottom of the circuit. The Acura does seem to be able to go all the way to the top of the track. We saw it grazing the wall earlier on. Had to change the rear clip, which includes the wing mats on the outside, because I think it was Colin who was in it then. It just grazed the wall up in Speedway turns 1 and 2. He's very quick off the slower corners though. So new leader. I think that's another lead change, but that car's been in the lead before. Coming up to the Sun Energy 1, number 75. That car's not too long ago come back from behind the wall. Up the inside of the GTD, number 12 is the Lexus RCF. Now Colin has a little bit of breathing space. Where do you get to check your gauges and talk to the team? Only down the front stretch of the trial?
Yeah, a little bit, between 6 and 7, on the way to the bus stop as well. It really depends on the radio traffic, though. With the spotter talking about all the prototypes coming by, and little bits and pieces with the pit box about what the car is doing or what strategy needs to be. You got to be really concise with the radio traffic.
Do you like a lot of information? Some drivers do, some drivers don't.
It certainly doesn't bother me, and I do ask for a little bit more information about who's around me. Should I feel safe? Should I push? That kind of stuff. I think I've got a little too much strategy brain going on in the car sometime, and I want to know a little bit more than other guys. But yeah, I enjoy it, and the big thing for sure here at Daytona and the GTD car is listening to all the spotter traffic with prototypes going by constantly.
I mean, you're pretty busy out there. There's a lot going on. You've got to be concentrating on what's being told you over the radio. You're looking out, with the traffic, because in GTD you're always in traffic in some way, shape or form.
Yeah,
plus you've got the prototypes coming past.
Don't think so.
We're going to let you get away. Coming down to the end of another hour here as well. Mike Skeen from the Team Corton Motorsports AMG. Keep up the good work. Pass on our best to the rest of the team. All well for the rest of the race.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Always welcome up here. Thank you very much indeed. Mike Corton. And we're coming down to the end of another racing hour. And that means a time for another in-race update with the official coolant of IMSA. That's Stay Frosty from VP Racing. Want more details on that, go to the website. there's a compound for your car. So let's quickly run through what is going on. 358 laps completed by the number 60. It's another lead change.
28.
28, wow, okay. From 6 cars?
Yes.
Yeah, 6 cars. Alexander Sims has dropped 1.2 seconds back. Remember, you know how quick this Acura is, particularly on its first stint on new Michelin tyres. Dane Cameron is in 3rd, 27 seconds off the lead, so 26.5 seconds away from 2nd. It's the clean so far running Porsche 963. Then the Acura of Louis Delatraz, the Louis had last year and rewarded by this Acura drive in the number 10 Connie Manoldi car. He's another 1.5 seconds further back. Augusto Farfus 43, make that now, 43 seconds further back in the remaining BMW in contention. That's the number 24 car. 2 Chip Ganassi Cadillac Racing VLMDH cars. Scott Dixon and Earl Bamber separated by 17 seconds. That's the top 7. And how many of those are still on the lead lap? All still on the lead lap, just yet. Scott Dixon had to do the drive-through for the fuel hose being attached, but the leader was pitting at the same time, so fortunately for them, didn't drop off the lead lap. By the way, the recovering Porsche number 7 has now got Matt Campbell behind the wheel. They had to go in and change the hybrid hybrid bundle, I'm calling it. I think it's reasonable. All kinds of stuff in there. Dropped some laps behind the wall. Have completed 342 to the 359. So it's that 17 laps in arrears. In LMP2, it's the pole sitter still in the lead. Nico Lapierre going to drive it until somebody tells him he can't, and then he'd probably argue with them, to be honest, in the PR1 Matheson Motorsport wins car. 2nd is the Proton competition, number 55. 3rd, now the silver and black, the sort of start or sunrise car. Francois Perraudot back in the AF Corsa car. He started that car, of course. Top 6 made up by Eric Lux in the number 35 TDS racing car. The other TDS car out, I'm afraid, after that impact with the wall earlier on. 5th position for them, and 6th for the 04. That is the CrowdStrike machine. And at the moment, that has got Esteban Gutierrez behind the wheel. LMP3, been an interesting battle this. It's gone back and forth. Sean Creech Motorsport. At the moment, that is Joao Barbosa behind the wheel. And Martin Short in here for the early part of the race. Here spectating this year. Martin Short of Roll Centre, who gave Joao his break. Took him to Le Mans as well. Joao's had a cracking career. Still leading from the number 17 AWA car. Duquesne, Thomas Merrill behind the wheel of that car.
I think that gap's remaining pretty constant. It has been pretty much since each of those two took over at the respective wheels of their cars at the last round of pit stops about a dozen or so laps ago. So Thomas Merrill, he's been driving in Trans Am cars the last several years. He won the championship last season at the last possible second on a tiebreak, a number of wins over Rafa Matos, who'd led the championship most of the year and was involved in the incident in the final race. And after that happened, Thomas Merrill had to score maximum points. You get all sorts of points for all sorts of different things, but he managed to do it, got tied on points and won the championship. It was a real come from behind effort. But Thomas Merrill is a very talented young man. He's bronze rated, which is remarkable. I'm not sure how he's managed to keep that going, but he's taking full advantage. He gets his opportunities and takes full advantage of them. He's a really good driver.
Continuing our VP in-race updates, McLaren 720S, Marvin Kerkhofer. The number 70 Inception car is the best of the GTs. Ahead of the GTD Pro leader, Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Ross Gould cycle back to the front of that. Third GT is second in GTD, if that makes sense. Kenton Cook for the Cortef car, just had Mike Skeen on the 5th floor here. Andy Lally comes up next in the Magnus number 44 Aston, and then Darren Turner in the number 27 Heart of Racing car. Making up the top 6 of GTs is another GTD car, Daniel Morad, who seems to be doing the lion's share of the driving in the darkness hours. He's done a lot of driving in that number 57 Winwood car.
Despite the fact he hadn't sat in it until the race.
That's a good point. Knows the team, but hasn't done the GT3 with them. That's your VP Racing Fuels in-race update with Stay Frosty, the official coolant of IMSA. Find out all the details about VP's products for your car. It's not just about fuel with VP. Find out all the details and where you can pick them up with your local stockist on the VP website. Another update in an hour. 362 laps completed by our leader. That's Colin Brown behind the wheel of the Acura ARX or 6. And with perfect timing, just after we've done the updates, the LMP2 leaders come in. Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's the 52, it's the Wins car, it's the one that's just been piloted by Nico Lapierre. He's got out. Alex Quinn, the young Brit's got in. It's a full service this car. We're about to see a plethora of P2s. In fact, behind him, I think the 52 car, the 5 cars is also in. Cars are absolutely filthy now, and that multicoloured Wins paint scheme is looking rather dishevelled by the detritus of the track. Phil going in towards the end of this stop, pulls it away, gets away nicely, it's a good stop. You're going to see a load of these stops. I'm going to try and talk to Nicolas Lapierre because I like him.
Speaks highly of you, Nick, to be honest. Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
Just a point on LMP2 and driver time. Of course, the LMP2 drivers, just like in LMP3 and GTD, have a minimum driver time, which is 4.5 hours. Now, I think Francois Perrodo in the number 88 AF Corse car will be getting quite close to completing that, and he's got some real guns in behind him in that car.
He's a decent peddler though.
Oh, Francois is an excellent driver. However, he would tell you right now that his teammates, particularly I think it's Alessio Rivera who's in with him, who's an incredible driver. And the fact that they're running up in the top 3 at the moment, and they've got Francois' driving time complete, gives them more options as they come into the fight as the sun comes up tomorrow. So number 88 AF Corsa are in a very strong position in that LMP2 battle as well.
But leading the LMP2 battle as they came with that set of pit stops, it was the 52 Wins car. Nico Lapierre. Nico, another great double stint from you.
Yeah, it was very nice out there. It was almost green for my 2 stints, so I really enjoyed it. The car is very good balance. I didn't have a chance to drive so far, only a few laps, so it was good to be there. And yeah, so far super good job from my teammate Ben Keating. I mean, we know he's the best bronze out there, so he did a good job. But also a very nice surprise with Alex Quinn. I mean, he's doing very good job for his first time here. Very good kid. And Paul Lou as well is super strong. So we have a good lineup, we have a good car, but the race is still very long.
You've become kind of the expert LMP2 driver, haven't you? The last few years, it's if I want to win a race, I'll stick Nico Lapierre in.
Yeah, it's true that I was lucky enough to be in good teams with good teammates, and I won a lot of races in LMP2, but not this one yet, so this is the mission today and tomorrow.
Big change in LMP2 for this race, and of course we've had rolling changes in WEC. How you find these cars and all these different specifications?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, because now the main difference is that we lost a lot of power compared to the beginning of this car, so it's a bit a shame, as a driver you always want more power, and it makes our life a bit more difficult in the traffic to overtake LMP3s, even GT sometimes when we are on old tires, but in the end, it's the same for everyone. So we just try to do the best with what we have.
It's looking unfortunate like LMP2 might not be part of the WCN for more, perhaps one more year. How do you feel about the fact that LMP2 is being abandoned as such by the governing bodies?
Yeah, I mean, that's for a good reason, you know. It's because the top class is getting very busy, and this is great. This is great for sports car. I was lucky enough to be at the time with Toyota, Porsche, Audi, Peugeot, and that was a great time. And we are coming back to this golden area for sports cars, so we must be very happy about this. And then obviously it has some consequences on the grid because the grid cannot expand, and we have to accept this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, the expansion is fantastic. I mean, I suppose people like Ben Keating who want to run a prototype of bronze, where do they go to run? But what can they race?
Yeah, I mean, there is still Le Mans. They say there will still be 15 spots available for Le Mans. Maybe here in IMSA, ELMS, Asian Le Mans Series. They are all great championships, but WEC will be focused more on the top class. And I mean, when we look today, when we see all these beautiful cars, it's great. I mean, I was waiting this for a very long time. It's great for the fans, first of all, great for the drivers, for the teams as well. So, no, I'm super pleased about seeing this sports car golden area coming back.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. And that is Nicolas from PR1 Matheson. I keep calling the wins team because I'm colour blinded. There's been some change in GTP, and luckily, up on the 5th floor, Jeremy's going to tell me what they are.
Well, yeah, we've got a change for 3rd position, Nick, with Louis Delatraz getting past Dane Cameron. So the number 10, Konica Minolta Acura, up into 3rd position again now, at the expense of Dane Cameron's number 6, Penske Porsche. Delatraz has been, John Hindhoff was talking about a while ago, I mean, he was his absolute star last season. He's just inched closer and closer to the Porsche over the course of the last 10 laps or so. Not much faster, but he's finally made that pass stick up into 3rd position. And also Scott Dixon, having served that drive-through penalty for hitting the, pulling away too soon from his last pit stop, has now overhauled and overtaken Augusto Farfus in number 24 BMW. Meanwhile, Farfus is the gap between himself and the next Cadillac racing entry, the 02 car, Earl Bamber, is coming down a little bit, but again, not by very much.
It's interesting when you look at the absolute optimum pace from some of the lap times we saw earlier in the race. You know, the Acura's the only cars that were able to dip into the 35s, mid-36s for the Cadillacs and the Porsches. The best lap of that BMW was a 37.1, so there's not the absolute blistering pace that certainly the Acras have been able to release, but they're running consistently, really just ploughing away, keeping in that fight.
Here's a question then that I'll pose to both of you. Over the peninsula from where we are now in St. Pete is where we'll find Barry Cochinier, I think is how we say that, Barry. Sorry if I've got that wrong. He says, do we think the Porsche is lurking, waiting to strike, or do they just not have the pace to match the two Acuras? The Porsche drivers that I've spoken to, Peter, say they expected the car to come alive when it got cooler. It's still lurking around 66 Fahrenheit, 18, 19 degrees. It hasn't got cooler, and we're now coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning. Is there something left there? Is this typical Porsche biding their time and patience, as we said, in case to the race?
I think it's too early to tell, to be honest. I know that's me sitting on the fence a bit, or a lot, but I really do think it's too early to tell. This is absolutely a hanging in the balance motor race. Acura, Cadillac, Porsche all have pretty much an equal chance of winning this. Maybe when we come into, if we get a lot of restarts towards the end of the race, that might be where the number 60 Acura Meyershank Racing Team come into the fore, because they've been really, really good in those situations. Maybe that's what gives them that edge, but that's the only thing I could say that maybe sets one manufacturer apart from the other at this point. It's that close. 55 is just going to take a penalty for refueling too quickly. That's the second place LMP2 car from Proton competition. Jeremy, what we have seen is that when it needs to be, when it's fighting,
the Acura, and particularly the number 60 Acura, the MSR car, is stunningly quick through traffic and when in quote-unquote battle mode.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Peter. I mean, I think I don't count out anybody from winning this race at the moment, but certainly the number 60 car has really shown its strengths, and it's really shown its strengths since taking the lead from Alexander Sims, because over the course of the last, when did it take the lead? It took the lead 10 laps ago, but for the first 4 or 5 laps, Alexander Sims was able to stay with Colin Brown. Now the gap all of a sudden has gone out to 13 seconds. And over the course of the last 3 or 4 laps, it's been a couple of seconds a lap. So you talked about, Peter McKay talked earlier on about tyres potentially falling off the cliff, or having not done so, apparently, up until now. Maybe that is the problem that Alexander Sims is suddenly experiencing out there, because he is falling back rapidly from Colin Brown.
Yeah, it could be, and I think it's also cementing the stellar performance that Colin Brown has delivered today in the highest stakes, the highest stage. Colin Brown has stepped up to the plate and rewarded every bit of faith that's been put into him by the Michelin Racing crew. Number 55, Proton competition LMP2 car, serving a drive-through penalty just now after a failure to adhere to the minimum fuel refueling time in the LMP2 class. That car driven at the moment by James Allen, the beautiful black and blue coloured machine. Well, so and very much a taster of what's to come in Proton competition. They're hugely well known with Porsche. Of course, they're involved in the WeatherTech Mercedes project also, but they have a Porsche, 2 Porsche 963s on order, which will be coming soon. I wonder if you get with a race car that thing you get with a road car. We go, it's at the dock, it's on the ship, it's at customs.
I'm sure you can follow it on my Porsche.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can follow, and it'll probably tell you what the tyre pressures are and how much fuel it's got in it as well. Interesting message from back in the paddock area. The guys in the Michelin Racing garage, not the pit, are building up a rear end of that car, a spare rear end. Now, it may be that they just didn't have one built up. They are building up a full rear end, gearbox and axle and diff for that car.
I'm surprised if they're doing it now rather than having not done that previously.
Yes, me too. I offer that only as information that is happening at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, it is 107.9 around the circuit. Further afield, you can catch up with us flag to flag all the way through to 140 and beyond, because we'll have our Michelin post-race tech, and we'll be revealing our BDO Nose Strategy Award. We're keeping an eye and making notes to award that towards the end of the race, and we're on Sirius XM 207 if you're moving around, and if you're outside the US and don't have a network TV deal, or if you're in the UK, which does have a network TV deal, but still watch on the world feed, streaming at IMSA.tv or via the live video tab at IMSARadio.com. Just click the little hamburger on the top left. The live video tab is right there. 31 Cadillac in a nicked end of the pit lane, Wheeling Engineering.
And it is tyres for Alexander Sims, but he is staying on board, so it's fuel and tyres. So perhaps that rubber was horrible and rotten and not very lovely anymore, but he's got a fresh set of boots. I think it's about to be released. I forgot, of course, it is now a period of putting in virtual energy when you're not putting in actual energy, because you've still got the pipe connected. The 25, which is the long-delayed BMW LMDH car, is just getting a full service. We've got Colton Hurst getting aboard that one. Bit of extra oil going into the massive 5.5-litre V8 engine of the Cadillac, and that has gone away very efficiently. The 25, which now appears to have a bit of pace, that's the slower BMW, just getting out and having a slightly tardy removal of its one of its tear-offs. They're getting through a lot of tear-offs. I noticed this. It's obviously a very grubby track out there. We're just seeing a lot more tear-offs you would normally see. Fuel still going in where it goes. And of course, that car's slightly out of sync. The Whelan car not so much. So we're going to see a whole raft now of GTP change. I can see that the 01 Cadillac has its board on the ground waiting for that car to arrive.
We'll come back to you in a second, Nick. A little bit early for the Acura, maybe just for the
number 31
number
car.
31 Cadillac, maybe just underlining what Nick was saying about the tyre troubles.
Yeah, absolutely right. 27 laps only that stint for Alexander Sims, and clearly struggling there for lap times towards the end. So I think the tyres, I would almost guarantee the tyres going off so much. Elected, bring him in, let's get him on a fresh set of tyres and send him on his way again, because generally the Cadillacs are doing around, they can do about 30 laps on a stint, so coming in 3 laps early. I think that's probably before they needed to in terms of their energy available to them.
Still just a little bit warm, really, for those LTs. We had Jason Anzalone in the studio earlier on. He was saying 15 Celsius, and we're still sitting at 18 in the air, 19 on the track. So maybe just a little bit warm, Peter, for those SLTs. Yes, we know how durable Michelin are, but when you Michelin are, but if you're trying to double stint them, I don't know. I'll come back to you in a moment on that, because we've got the yellow fronted Cadillac, which is the 01 Cadillac racing car with me.
Yep, Scott Dixon also staying aboard, so it's perhaps slightly longer stints into the night, so your rotation gets a longer rest. This car is getting, it's all changed too. It seems to have got left side tyres only, and they've changed the serial. I think they're leaning in and getting the data stick, I think. But the key point is it's got a new left front. It hasn't got a new right front. I think it's weird to take, very weird to take left side, isn't it? Because the wear is the right side normally. Off they go. The gaffer tape is on the front, but that's actually that's masking off air intakes for the brakes. So that's the basic crudest. How do you measure brake temperature? We can mask off some of the ventage. Now, I'm pretty sure, John, that took left sides only, which is a weird side to take, I would think, given we're on a right-hand turning oval, but for a left-hand turning oval, we put pressure on the right tyres, but what do I know?
And that was also only a 27-lap stint for the 01 Cadillac. Interesting. I would expect Colin Brown to stay out there several more laps. Last time around, the number 31 car and the number 01 car pitted on the same lap at 343. Number 6, number 10, number 24 and number 02 come in 1 lap after them, and then number 60 car came in 1 lap after that. So this time around, the number 01 car has gone 28 laps, I guess it would be. That's particularly good at this stage in the game. But still, yeah, a lap or 2 earlier than I would have anticipated.
Interesting. This is where the little bit when are we at maybe a point where the teams are still trying to figure out what the tyres are going to do. Do they go for the low temperature tyre? Do they not? I mean, if you don't use up your low temperature allocation, are you then going to be not have enough high temperature tyres for later? Do you have to just accept you've got to get rid of the low temperature tyres right now because it's not going to get much cooler? All permutations that could be the difference between winning and losing this race, or at least putting yourself in an optimum position, because if we have a warm day tomorrow, you want those high temperature tyres. You want plenty of them for the run to the flag. So are Myers Shank Racing, are they using up the juicy bits of their tyre allocation and then at a disadvantage at lunchtime tomorrow? We really don't know that. We can only really speculate. As Colin Brown flashing the lights at one of the Cadillacs in front of us.
Nick Damon has a couple of Porsches in front of him.
Yeah, they come in unison, and the 7 effectively, which goes in towards pit out, was sort of blocked by the 6. It was just ahead of it. Now, hopefully the 6 which is of course the car that's in competition with the 7's on catch-up, will not be blocked by the 7 as it comes out. It's a stand and stop. I think there are tyres going on the 7. I'm not so sure about the 6. Yeah, actually looking at tyres on the 6, I think there are some tyres on the 6. It's a long way away, and there's a vast number of people standing where they have had to re-rotate the 6. No, I think the 6 didn't take tyres. I think the 6 didn't take tyres. The tyre I think were on the 7, who's just ahead of it. The 6 lost a little bit of time being angled better out. So they've obviously stayed on those opposite strategies, even though the 7's on catch-up. We're expecting both the 10 and the 2. That's the Konica Minolta Acura and the Cincinnati number 2, the blue car. And the first one of those to sweep in is indeed the Acura on the 10. Let's see what that's going to get. He's getting some tyres. There's a man with a tyre in his hand. That was a sequel to the man with the child in his eyes. John?
Just a note that we have the AWA number 13, the Orlando-sponsored car, going back to its garage. And there's a bit of contact in turn 1 last time around, as Earl Bamber is desperately trying to stay in front of the leader at the moment. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it in the 02 car. No, the pace of Colin Brown and that RX 06, too much for the Kiwi in the Cadillac. And the 02 falls off the lead lap. Just 3 cars now on the lead lap at the head of the field. Let's go back down to Nick to finish off that report.
So the Konica Minolta 10 car, full service tyres and oops, just when you get the 02 there. Tyres and fuel, but no driver. The 02 stops now. This is also going to be, this is fuel only for the blue Cadillac. Fuel plus a top-up on something on the, it's one of those little kind of fire extinguisher, so it's got 2 of them actually, sort of fire extinguisher-sized liquid refueled, and the drinks are getting young. It's had a bit of a, it's had some scuffage at the front of the car. The front dive plane on the right-hand side is slightly awry. You've got a kind of a, this looks like the sort of the actual, well, it's literally the whole way down. They have scuffed the whole side. It's like, you know, it's like when you get a bit too close to a car in a parking space. It's like it's scraped the entire car down. He's done every single panel. The mechanic's going to be going, whistling through his teeth on that one. The damage itself, not too bad. As I noticed, the 24 BMW, the fastest car, also has made a full service. The damage is not too bad, but it has misaligned the dive plane at the front on the right, and that will have an aero effect. My guess is now they've seen it, John, they'll change it next time.
I think that might have happened, Peter, in that side-by-side contact with the Colin Brown car.
Yes, it did. Yeah, El Bamber was defending the inside line coming into turn 1. Of course, they're braking 200 miles an hour there, so it's seriously fast. And you know, Earl was holding a firm line, and Colin just went straight to the outside, and they put close, and they made contact as they were coming into the final part of the braking zone, and they both carried on, but at what cost, if any?
Nick Damon is watching the leader in the pit lane now. There's been a bit of activity in their garage. The X-Track rep was there talking, presumably back to base on the phone as they were building up a rear end on time of the race to do that. Nick Damon, any stressed looks on the faces?
Well, no, this is absolutely full service. You've got 4 tyres, you've got fuel and a change of drivers. So Colin Brown has got out, and Brown's got out, and Simon Pagenaud's got in. Now, looking on the left-hand side of the car, which would obviously interface with the right-hand side of the Cadillac, that looks pretty clear, actually. So I don't think the Cadillac is the core. I don't think this car, the Acura, was the cause of the Cadillac scuffage. So it's 31 laps they've done. I'm going to go and CSI in the garage now, John.
Thank you very much, Nick. There was definitely some coming together. But if there's no damage on the left, I wonder if Bamber's just been up against the wall gently. We saw the Acura doing that earlier on, and just grazing the wing end plate, Colin Brown. Well, Colin Brown knows how to drive fast around here. Particularly with MSI, he's got the speed record around here. What did Shea say it was? Something ridiculous, 231 miles an hour or something.
Goodness. Well, we can ask. He's just jumped out the car, so
Yeah.
we can ask him what the score was there. Hopefully, Colin. Simon Pagino is now on board the number 60 Acura, as the Marchand team really are cycling through their driver lineup. It was Tom Blomqvist who started the race. Colin jumping in after that, and Simon Pagino third in the queue, and Elio Castroneves fourth in that very high-profile cycle of top-line drivers.
Damon has sauntered, sashayed around. Strode, have you? Okay. Around to the MSR garage. Now, I saw somebody with an X-Track fleece on earlier on with a phone in his hand.
Still there?
Right. Has he still got the phone in his hand?
No, he's not. He's
here.
off the phone now.
Right, he's off the phone. He's stopped ordering the takeaway pizza. That looked to me very much like a transaxle, gearbox and transaxle.
Yeah, it is literally a semi-dressed gearbox. It hasn't got the drive shaft in, and it hasn't got the uprights attached. It has got the wishbones on. So it's not a fit and forget part.
Go on, Nick. Ask somebody what they're doing that for at this time of the race.
I can't think anyone's going to answer my question, to be honest.
Oh, go on. Just ask one of the mechanics. Excuse me.
Just a spare?
Yeah, just a spare.
Why are you building it now? We're not early in the week.
Is it? It's not time to build a spare, though. I mean, is it to be used for testing later? Because it's like it's got midnight. It's a midnight gearbox build-up.
We like to challenge ourselves.
Thanks for that, anyway. Yeah, there's who knows, to be honest. I mean, it is.
Well done, Nick.
They are having a bit of a look about it. But I'm just wondering whether they actually want to get a piece off it rather than the whole thing.
That's a very good observation. And maybe that's why the X-Track guy was on there on the phone back to base. If we want COG 72 out of this, do we have to take the full cluster out?
Well, don't forget
we've
also got all the mounts for the suspension and everything else as they want these days. It is being more assembled than disassembled, but I think beyond that it's hard to tell. But it is a rather odd thing to do at midnight.
Yeah.
But you know, everyone needs a hobby, and perhaps that's their hobby is dressing gearboxes at weird times of the day.
I'm sure there's a club somewhere in the world that has that. There'll be a Facebook group for it somewhere. Thank you, Nick.
100%.
See if we can go and find Colin Brown now before he dissipates. Alan Prosser says if some cars can triple stint the harder tyres, are the tyres and wheels the same size front and back? No, they're not, Alan, and neither are they interchangeable. They're actually constructed differently. The fronts and the backs have to do different things. They're not all-wheel drive cars either. So you've got extreme pressure, as Jason was telling us earlier on from Michelin. An awful lot of pressure going on the back wheels, with effectively getting off a 700 horsepower, Peter, when everything is running together.
Right.
And with that extreme torque that you get early on from the electric motor, those rear Michelin tyres are working very hard indeed.
Oh, hugely so. Yeah, hugely so. I mean, Conor De Felipe commented in an interview a while ago about just the sheer power delivery of, you take the BMW, for example, it's a XDTM Class 1 engine, a petrol V8 with turbocharging added, and no matter how good turbocharging is, there always is going to be a little bit of lag. Well, that lag is filled with the electric motor, so you get instant torque and loads of it all at once. And that is something for the driver to manage with their right foot, but also the tyres to be able to put up with it as well.
A bit more information from Nick Damon.
Well, it's a bit more information from our friends at Daily Sports Car. Apparently, Meyer Shank are worried about a faulty seal in the gearbox, and they are looking at prepping something up. So apparently that is the rumour that's doing the round. They have issues with a faulty seal, which obviously would show itself by weepage around the gearbox area.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. A couple of questions about drivers competing their minimum time. Well, we can see that Sheena Monk has a minimum drive time 4.5 hours completed for Gradient Racing. Magnus Racing getting close to that as well. We don't have that on the Alcamel timing. And but I've been keeping an eye on that, and if they haven't done it, they're very close to it. at Dale.
And Sheena Monk has not just completed her drive time, she's over-delivered, I would say. Considering she's not, to my knowledge, has not raced with top-level prototypes racing around her. I mean, it's all very well having time in a test or in an all-GT3 race, but to have, you know, Scott Dixon, Dane Cameron and Simon Pagenaud coming careering past you in these rocket ship prototypes, that requires serious patience. But we had Declan from Gradient Racing with us earlier saying that they've got some superb spotters. He says the spotters are gold dust for them at the moment. They're really helping with every driver in the car, and they've definitely front-loaded. You know, they've got Sheena's drive time done, and she's over-delivered. And then, of course, they've got Mario Farnbacher waiting, ready to crack his knuckles and have a go. Catherine as well, who's won Watkins Glen 6 Hour in the Acura. I'm sure she's delighted to be back in the Acura again. And yeah, so don't write off those Gradient boys and girls.
Sheena, of course, is running GT4 as the top class in mixed category, but this is the first time that she's been in a GT3 car in anger, and has done very well indeed. Nick Damon has found Colin Brown, so maybe we could find out from Colin about that side-by-side contact with the number 31.
Colin, you've got a very quick car, but it's quite fighty out there, isn't it? No one's really giving up a position, even though we're only halfway through.
Yeah, you know, I guess that's what happens when you line race cars up and give them to racing drivers. You know, we all want to go fast and fight. So, yeah, it's going well so far. You know, really proud of these guys at Meyer Shank. I mean, they've been working so hard on this car, getting it ready. And you know, obviously, Acura HPD has a really fast car, and been doing good pit stops and just kind of following our plan and rhythm. So, yeah, it's going well so far.
Yeah, we came up to lap the 31. That was quite close to comfort, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a race there, wasn't it? Yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun. It's great fun to be out there, and you know, I've really enjoyed the traffic aspect for sure. It's fun, you know, dicing and slicing with the P3s and GTDs and all that. You know, and figuring out this car, it's a bit different than, you know, for me, I did DPI in 2018, 2019, and then, you know, P2 and P3. So, been in the prototypes for a while now, but certainly the way that this car makes speed and passes the GTs and the other prototype cars is quite a bit different. So, trying to figure out that interaction, you know, while saving some fuel, saving some tire, and all that, it's quite busy.
One of the things we're hearing about how fast these cars are in a straight line. But of course, you've got the speed record here, haven't you? You should come back and trim one of these out, shouldn't you?
I don't know, man. That speed record was awesome. Super proud to have that still. But man, it was a bit scary.
How much was it?
It's like 229 miles an hour average around the banking, and so that was a big, you know, that was fast. And every time I see Mr. France, I'm always like, "We still got it, right?" And he goes, "Yep, for sure." And I'm like, "Man, I don't want to have to go do that again." So I hope we can keep holding it on. That was scarier than I thought it was going to be.
It's great to see you in a full works drive. I mean, how did you get the call for this drive?
Yeah, so I would say, you know, Mike Shank and I have known each other for quite a long time. I raced for him at Daytona 24 when I was a factory Ford guy, and then obviously did the speed run. We've always just stayed in touch and been in contact, and this opportunity came up. Did a couple tests for him, kind of see how I would fit in, and yeah, and then it all worked out. You know, closed a really good chapter with Core Autosport. Was with those guys for 10 years, and you know, my co-driver John Bennett decided he was getting towards the end of driving at that level, so he said, "Hey, go and jump at that opportunity." So all the timing worked out. We wrapped up that championship and came over here, so couldn't be better.
It's going well. Have you got a decent sleep now? You got 4 or 5 hours? You back in again?
Yeah, I got probably 4.5 hours sleep. So I'll try to sleep fast and get back out here.
Won't tell you more. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you.
Yeah, he does everything fast apparently, so he can sleep fast as well. The Hoodless Wonder, number 93. He's the Racer's Edge car in the pit lane. Taking up the lakeside hospitality area, I noticed. They've got the... no, it's a Racer's Group, my apologies. It's the Racer's Edge car. Acura for the long distance races only. Haven't replaced that hood. It did get run over actually on the back straight So I'm not sure that it would go back onto the front of that car. They're back out again.
No, it might be a new hood, I think, at some point. Maybe at the next yellow flag. Now, just a bit of news coming in. Jeremy's sources have been working hard for him. The Risi Ferrari, Alessandro Pierchini, complained of a vibration. So the team had to go to the garage just before 11 o'clock, so it's about 2 hours ago. The Risi crew replaced the floor. The screws holding flooring broke and caused a vibration. They're not really sure why, but this is obviously a brand new car, the 296 GT3, so it could be stuff to do with the banking, the aero. They're not really sure. Lost 18 laps, 37 minutes for that, but they're cracking on, and they're out on track at the moment with James Collado, the Briton, at the wheel, yeah, I'm sure getting some very strong data for that car for future. They'll be back.
Andretti out out of the pits for Dakota Dickerson in the number 36 Ligier with a very distracting waving headlights. Something's come adrift on the right-hand side of that car, and it has what almost looks like, you know, terrain following headlights. I think I would find that rather distracting. It's one of the things I normally turn off on new cars. I don't like the way it's going round the corner. Interestingly, on my BMW motorbike, I love it. When you tilt over, it stays. When you accelerate or brake, or when you tilt over, it stays straight. It uses a gimbal and a reflective mirror. I don't like it so much on cars. They're getting better. It doesn't. If it's smooth, it doesn't distract you so much. So I might have to do that.
It's coming in, car 36.
No, that's the 43.
Oh, sorry, they're very similarly coloured. That's caught me out before.
Yeah.
MRS GT.
MRS GT, rather, yes.
From the lead, Sebastian Alvarez coming in.
Had a spin on his outlap, but not the only person who's done that. Off the track or spin on the outlap is probably the thing we've said the most in the preceding 12 hours, or 11 hours and 40 minutes, thereabouts. Alvarez out. Throws his nice throw with the seat.
Yeah, 6 runs. Yeah, there. That was. I tell you what, Highland game shot put. Whoever Sebastian Alvarez, he's just piked his seat insert about halfway over towards Lake Lloyd there. It's amazing. They're just so full of adrenaline. The drivers, they jump out and they're getting rid of their seat insert. It's amazing the strength they muster from that. But driver change complete. Sebastian will back up over the wall now. The battle, it's almost as if we're having a battle between all of the GTD cars, the GTD Pro, but it's almost like, who's going to win? Is it going to be a GTD or is it going to be a GTD Pro? It's a different narrative, and the McLaren is leading GTD overall and only 1.7 seconds behind the Pro class Aston Martin of Ross Gunn. Is great.
In our Porsche Keys to Race, I did say we'll get to the last 3 or 4 hours and it will just be a GT race.
Yes.
Because it will be all pros in those cars.
Yeah.
And it'll be down to who's got tyres and who's got drive time from their fastest driver. And I think we're already seeing down on the pit lane, people will be adjusting their strategies. The Inception McLaren, which is going very well indeed and leading the GT category, is putting a lap on the BMW of Corey Lewis, back with Paul Miller Racing. So they're going to drop another lap away. They're 2 laps now off the lead in GTD, but obviously we'll use any cautions. Be mellow in the yellow, we said. Work the cautions in Porsche Keys to the Race. And remember, in GTP, the low temperature tyres can only be used till 8 o'clock in the morning, so they've got 7.5 hours to use those tyres, although it's not getting any colder. 64 all around, track and air in Fahrenheit, that's 18 Celsius. It's a good 3 Celsius warmer than the optimum temperature for those LT, low temperature tyres. Pagano carving his way back through the infield and heading towards the back of a gaggle of GT cars, which includes the caught-off Mercedes, which he passes into the King. Then it's the Inception McLaren. So that's first and second in GTD. He's battling with at the moment at the Western Horseshoe. Oh, flash of the lights. Oh, nice driving by Marvin Kirchhoffer. Looked like he was going on the racing line, and then he just held his line in the middle of the road as Pagano went through. Pagano's already had a bit of a kerfuffle and got a warning for it as well. Let's not forget he had an incident with John Ferrano down at the west end of the infield. Pit lane caller just leaving. No, just coming in. No, I'll say that again, just going out. Number 64 TGM Aston Martin. And that car has had its problems. Matt Plum's taken that car out. They've done 3:55 to 2 laps off the lead as well, actually. Here's a decent lap coming in from Marcus Sorensen in the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, Peter, as he is striving to get back on terms with Maxi Goetz and Marvin Kirchhoffer at the front of the GTD field.
Yeah, it certainly is, Marco Sorensen. And this is things comes absolutely makes your point, John, about GTD. Oh, car off. It's the right Porsche. Car number 16 with Zachary Robichon on board on an out lap off at the International Horseshoe. If you haven't got that one in your bingo card, you should by now. Nearly every car in the field has had that issue, but Zachary is, of course, winner in that car last year for the Rolex 24. And it's, as we've talked about at length here on IMSA Radio over the week, it's not been an easy debut for the Porsche 992 GT3R. Just not got the straight line speed, it appears, but that could well adjust in time for the Sebring 12 hours in 6 weeks or so, or indeed deeper into the season. However, for the last year's GTD Pro champions, Pfaff Porsche, they all hope to defend that title, and we have a long season of IMSA WeatherTech Championship racing. And at the moment, Pfaff Porsche, I haven't seen them on the first page of the time screen all week. Neither any of the Porsches really. It's just been that tough a week for them. However, they are in 5th in GTD Pro at the moment. Of course, they get points for where they are in their class, and at the moment they're sort of mid-pack in their class. If they could get in, I think, Jeremy, if they could get in there in the top 5 in GTD Pro, which is, I know not what they come for, but if they can kind of get out of here with that, I think actually this morning they might have taken that in the circumstances.
Absolutely, no, that's the mindset. I mean, they know with the way the balance of performance is set at the moment, you know, and that's to be expected with a brand new car, perhaps.
Yeah,
and it's so close amongst other manufacturers, it's just really hard to overcome that. And you know, they certainly have been lacking some pace, but yeah, the best of the Porsches is that Pfaff car, and it's quite some way ahead of everybody else. As you say, I think that's probably been the only car that's on the front the first page of the timing system here. In second place in the Porsche class, so to speak, would be the number 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche. That's completed
just done a
356 laps. So it's only a lap, maybe a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps behind. But you know, we're almost halfway through the race.
It's a GTD car. So
there's only one GTD Pro car.
Yes,
Porsche.
well, that's correct. So that's Pfaff can guarantee themselves a top GTD Pro Porsche, that's for sure. But they're forging on, and Pfaff Motorsport, their rate of progression in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship is quite remarkable. What they've achieved in the last few years. They don't necessarily have the same amount of you know, decades of experience as some of the other teams might do. And yeah, they've really put themselves as one of the top teams in the last couple of years.